Welcome back to Blast Slam 7. We're entering our last chance qualifier day now that all of our group stage best of ones have wrapped up. We get to look towards best of threes and really put our teams to the test. It's been a lot of fun over the last 4 days. Now entering day number 5 with T and Quinn respectively. How are you doing, Quinn?
I'm good. I had a miso cookie this morning from the bakery.
How did you rate it? Because that one was highly rated from a lot of different members of staff.
It was not. Okay, so I feel like you need to. Mine was not that warm. I feel like I would need to like go into a place and then heated it because I didn't heat it. But it was good for sure. Not my favorite. The almond croissant still.
I had that one this morning.
Almond croissant
a separate time though, but I did have an almond croissant myself. It was magical, and I would highly recommend.
Would you also put that one at number 1?
Oh no, easily. It is like almond croissant is number 1.
It's kind of unreal.
Not only the texture, the layers, the croissant inside, but you also got this like almond cutting through in different styles. Where you got like the nut, but then you also have the cream. It's just everything you'd ask for.
How are you guys more passionate about
They're so good.
What are you on about that? Like,
understand how good they are.
I genuinely don't. I can't eat them, so I'm never going to know either.
Legitimately life-changing.
I don't know. Okay, that's a little.
Well, for Nat, it would be if she ate it. So.
Yeah, I'd probably be dead. My life would probably end. But either way, we're going to talk about our results of yesterday, that final group stage day where we had some best of ones. Again, we followed Falcons all the way down their trajectory of their last 3 best of ones, where they ended up losing all of them. Power Vision, well, they had a decent day for themselves. They did lose against Spirit, but they did get that win down there. And more importantly, whilst we're not seeing all of LGD's games here, we are seeing 2 of the 3 that they won. One against Extreme Gaming, and of course having to do that Tundra best of one right off the back, caveat 25 minutes, of their 111-minute game earlier.
Yeah, it's impressive resilience. It's a good trait to have. And I think this team has looked better than they ever have. I think even whenever they were heroic and they did pretty well at a couple of the prior blasts, it was not as convincing as they have been at this. So I'm optimistic for their future.
I'm just happy for LGD that they're going into a double elim bracket because, like, of course, in slams it's always been you get a decent group stage, you go to a single elim, a gauntlet, you make one mistake, you're out. But now it's like there is that breathing room. So if the best of 3s are a little harder for them, they have that cushioning. So I'm expecting a good run for them. Yeah,
well, it's been a bit of a marathon over the last few days for all of our watchers, having to cover both the A stream and the B stream and so many best of ones. So we've wrapped up all of that action into a nice little recap for you.
Have to use the overgrowth. Yatoro turns towards 9+. 9+ will get out with the invis.
Double lasso.
We'll see them have to go for the zip TP. The lasso indeed locking down the other 2 big cores as Yatoro cleans them up.
Perhaps they can try to bait and 5-man camp a hero for it. They're gonna get a good setup here.
Bursting in pretty lonely shot. He's getting healed up. Then we get the BKB off. Swashbuckles in. It's not enough to kill Boxy. Amar's gone. McKay, he stands his ground. They'll clean him up. Rolling Thunder as well. Does come on to Kiritich. The Nightmare will break him out of it. Gives him the chance to put the BKB in. Now he's going to look to turn, get into the center of the fight with the ult. Heals up. The stun's on to Skeeter. Skeeter gets taken up. But it ends miserably for them.
Another arrow.
As Kiritich, he survives.
Oh my god. Oh, they're going for the twin gate. Come on.
Runs past, hookshot. This time it's going to be off the mark. They'll get the roll towards the Lycan as well. With the focus fire, they might secure the kill at the end. Falling low, X back. Now again, we need to get on top of the draw. Ranger WS finds the core, but there's going to be no follow-up. Nightfall with the other direction. Now it comes back. But Natsumi's able to get some separation. One more right-click, mirrors him with the hook. Gets the kill last moment. And the cogs to block the TP. God, Mirror, what a team fight.
A really defensive place banner here. The call, it finds Malady. There's going to be an Aeon Disc and the cold embrace. The Winter's curse comes out. He's trying to keep himself alive, but he can't. KJ's Aeon Disc gets popped as well on the tier 2. The BKBs are out. The Roar's going to catch Yuma. He's got the Aegis, but little Shredder. Oh my god. Whisper does it again behind the tier 4s. They finally did it.
There was so much that we got to see yesterday, both on the A and B. What's more important, though, is our group standings. What was the implications of, what was it, 3-man stolen techies explosion?
Nothing was the implication.
Literally
They lost
nothing.
anyway.
Unfortunately, they still ended up losing that one, but it almost had some good implications. We do have LGD and Parivision topping the group standings, so they make themselves all the way to semifinals. They know that they're coming to Copenhagen. Bedboom and Falcons, a similar boat. They know that they'll be here, however, it's only to the quarterfinals for themselves. We had eliminated as well Glyph and Extreme Gaming, but this is what the playoffs bracket is looking like. Of course, it's not completely filled out, and it is a bit different this time around, T, for those who missed it on day one. We're going to a double elimination playoffs bracket.
No, yeah, it's going to just be refreshing for the teams. Like I said before we went to the video package, like knowing that you can make a mistake on your first day and recover, I think it's going to help a lot of teams like a mentality, because beforehand, the last 6 slams, it is just grueling. Like you fly out here, you have like a best of 5 or a best of 3, like all the pressure on it, and sometimes team crumbled. Like normally the top teams would do well, but now it's kind of back to the normal way of a Dota kind of bracket.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about Dota as an esport, I think, compared to a lot of other games, is that there are way more double elimination tournaments, and it's just much higher competitive integrity. And oftentimes you'll see these awesome lower bracket runs, and they're so incredibly memorable, like they're so hype, and they become epic storylines for like all of Dota history. And so I really, really like that, and I'm happy that we get to see it here, because I just think it's just cool.
Unless it's best of 5s.
Best of 5
Best of 5 single elimination
I
was
love
pretty
the
cool.
best
I mean, best of 5s in
totally
the entire
clear.
single elim bracket, I'm there for. You know?
Yeah, that crap's hilarious.
Yeah, it's
and
like
awesome.
it's double elim or best of 5. But there's just single elim, it's like, unless it's like a major, it can be a little bit funky sometimes.
Well, look, like I said, it wasn't completely filled out, right? Because we only had 4 out of our 6 teams that are making it to Copenhagen, and that's because there is still last chance qualifiers for 6 teams to play. At the end of the day, there's only 2 slots left, but Aurora, Tundra, that's going to be happening over on the B stream. They'll later today go up against Liquid if they win, but for us here on the A stream, we're going to cover that top side. We're looking at who potentially could be coming up against Yandex later today, and that's going to be either OG or Spirit.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a David versus Goliath. I think, especially if you think historically, Spirit definitely should be the favorites here. That being said, Spirit has been shaky recently, and they've also been shaky in this tournament. And OG has been on a slight upward trajectory, I'd say. So it may not be as bleak as you would think coming into the tournament, but still a Spirit favored matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, that's the joy of what has happened over the last 4 days, is just how much almost information gathering we're able to do.
No, yeah, for sure. I think the best of ones, it really just makes it so much easier to understand like what the players will look like, because you get to play it's 66 best of ones, all the heroes getting picked, seeing what teams are looking for. And I think with OG, like they are in this rut, but it only takes one conversation or one player to realize something, and then they'll be able to find some form to be competitive again. Like I'm hoping that is the case, because I agree with Quinn, this is kind of an uphill battle for them, but it's always possible, especially when you've played so many games in a group stage. There'll be so many reference points to go, if we improve this factor, we can become a team that can get to Copenhagen.
Yeah, it's a shame to see either great picks in draft kind of not work out to a win, but it's even more disappointing when you see an incredibly awesome play unfortunately not work out in a win for a team.
Oh, it doesn't have. Oh, they're going through the twin gate. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, my God, he did it!
Oh my God! All I wanted was to see that again, but also be a win for the side of Glyph.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about OG just now, we talk about Glyph. Both teams, if they were able to find wins last night, would have shaped Tundra's position in the group stage. They could have been eliminated if either of those 2 teams were able to win.
I thought that was going to be tilt-worthy for Tundra.
I feel like if you
I'm
get...
not going to lie, I'm surprised Tundra persevered through it.
I mean, if you get 3 insta-kills and you still lose the game, to me that's a sign you probably should have been eliminated.
Let's also not forget that Glyph, in the next game after, Yokam then played Techies. So the dopamine
he had so much fun then, huh?
The dopamine of being Rubik into Techies was like, mate, just give me the actual Techies. I want to be the Techies. And he was placing mines in the same spot in the next game. And like you can see on the player cam, like he had that kind of like kind of moment. It didn't happen though, but you know, he was trying.
Yeah, and teams are trying a lot of different things. I wanted to look at what heroes aren't really working out for some people though, because what we have noted is the win rate of these heroes there. So Tidehunter right now is sitting 0% out of 5 games that he's been picked up. Storm, Hoodwink, and Windranger were those other 3 heroes for me that are getting such high priority in a draft and also coming out on the worst tail end of it.
Yeah, before we jump on the Tidehunter, I will just say I think Emo has helped Storm Spirit's win rate kind of tank a little bit. Not because of him being a bad Storm Spirit player. They are first phasing it, and they were the 2 and 9 team in the group stage with a lot of Storm Spirit games. But yeah, I think Tidehunter, now going back to him, the range carries dominating the safe lane. It is hard to pick Tidehunter, other than, you know, seeing everything in the draft before. You used to kind of just only ban Ursa, pick Tide, your game's fine. Now it's like, is Drow in the pool? Is FF in the pool? Could they maybe still Ursa? Can I pick Tide? And it's just not really working out, especially if 33 yesterday was struggling a little bit on the Tidehunter.
And that was a last pick Tide, right? They were like, this is it. This is going to solve all of our issues, and we're going to be able to do what we want in this game with the Tide. And it still lost.
Yeah, I mean, they still just get drowed immediately after, and then she proceeds to shoot him in the head. I mean, the one for me that is the least maybe indicative of a hero's quality is Hoodwink. I think the hero is still quite good. And sometimes a hero that is a first pick hero or a hero that you just pick in any context oftentimes will have slightly lower win rate, even though the hero is successful. You think about like Pangolier traditionally, in tournaments will have like 40% win rate, but it's still picked every single game. And I think Hoodwink is another case of that.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink's just so easy to pick in a draft that it doesn't feel bad. But like, you see a team try and pick Wyvern in a draft, it goes really quickly punished. Even though Hoodwink has a low win rate, it's not the Hoodwink's fault. She's not breaking the draft integrity. It's like many other factors in play. So honestly, I would still, personally, if I was drafting in this tournament, I still would be picking Hoodwink. Like, I would ignore the win rates entirely because like the hero is very stable.
Well, the Windranger one I think is somewhat important here because that is again the default coming in, looking at what was happening in the previous tournament that people wanted to have for their carries. And we've talked about the fact that we're more on a ranged hero carry meta as well, yet Windranger is down on that bottom half compared to a Drow or an SF now.
Yeah, but I feel like Windranger, you put it on your carry when your carry doesn't want or isn't like ready to play the Drows and SF. Like in this tournament, we are seeing the rise of those heroes, but like with Nightfall or Skidder, like they're not suddenly jumping on these heroes, right? They're staying true to, I want to pick my Tiny, I want to pick my Windranger. Like I think this is the default carry option in the range position, and maybe in a tournament's time or maybe 2 tournaments time, other people would have realized, wait, I shouldn't be picking Windranger. So I think this is just kind of like the clinging on to the past meta, and it's just somehow still existing in our SAM.
Yeah, I think another big aspect of why Windranger is worse than some of the other turrets is her item build. This Mjolnir item is just not very good right now. Almost nobody buys it. Windranger needs the item to work though, because she can't farm otherwise. Compared to Drow and Shadowfiend, they're just buying stats. They're buying items that make them chat up and let them get into the game a little faster, whereas Windranger is still like, she's just spending 5,000 gold on a farming item that makes you stronger in fights, sure, but it's just not the same oomph.
Well, I took this conversation, right, outside of just the 3 of us. I know, I'm sorry about that one, but it's because I spoke to Adam, the coach of OG, to take his thoughts on some of the carries and what exactly the meta is shaping up for them as well. I know that we've seen, you know, a lot of different heroes coming out from you guys in OG, and I want to know, is there an idea around trying to utilize the best of ones to explore more, or are you just struggling a little bit having a grasp on the current meta?
I think we understand the current meta, but we are not able to play the current meta to a level where we think we can win. I mean, I can just say it. I guess our tournaments like last 2 days, we're trying to like pick carries late because Natsumi's hero pool is very big. It feels like we don't have enough like cheesy heroes or like carry power heroes on the offlane and mid, or at least that's how I feel drafting. But I think right now, because we're, I mean, I'm not going to say that we're a new team, but we are new to each other. I think we have like less than 15 games total, like with Toronto, and there's a lot of misalignment with the way we want to play right now. I think the 4 of them are a bit more active on the map, and Sanya's Toronto's playstyle is a bit more stable and farmy, so it feels a bit like the interactions are not clean between us yet, like, and our ideas of the game, like a lot of us are moving forward and like he's moving backwards sometimes. So we're trying to integrate and like teach each other and learn, and honestly it's been like a real pleasure to work with so far. It's just that I think the misalignments are annoying because he's not here. I think the biggest factor in all this is that he's not here. You know, I hate having this like these conversations. They are not easy. You know, like I think the players maybe naturally were a bit avoidant. Like I think these conversations are so difficult, and like over text is even worse, you know. And like we don't have these like daily interactions where we're with each other, and like, you know, they play pubs and they're like, hey, come here, like watch this, you know. It's like everything is through Discord and text, and it feels like there's a lot of emotion that is being pulled away from the interaction, you know.
A lot of what Adam is talking about is very predominant when you look at the numbers of unique heroes that they're picking in this tournament too. They're at the highest with 40 different heroes being picked up over these best of ones. And it really does illustrate what he's talking about. There's different ideas about how they want to play the map, where they feel that they can fit themselves in a draft, what's left when it comes down to bans and picks.
Yeah, the cultural divide, I think, does quite a bit there. You're introducing multiple styles of drafting, multiple styles of opinions about the heroes, and this is kind of the result. I think, if anything, this number is probably a little bit too big and is probably hurting OG more than it's helping them.
I mean, it normally is a result of like teams, as you heard in the interview, like when you're trying to find yourself, it's like every game, it's like, do you want to try this? Do you want to try that? Like, you're using the officials as scrims. Because I feel like in scrims, you're meant to have this wide hero pool. You're meant to go, what's going to stick? And eventually you take all the little things and then you kind of whittle it down. You get your 30 heroes, you go win a tournament. But the fact you're on 40, it's like kind of extreme. Like even Natsumi, he's the only player in this tournament to have played a unique hero in every single game played so far in the group stage. He's at 11 different heroes played in 11
best of ones.
11 best of ones, that's the better wording for it. And it's like, I know in some tournaments you want to praise players because of this. Like we've had, you know, Collapse in previous tournaments where he's had different offlaners in every single game. We've had Yotoro as well doing the same thing. I think even Natsumi in previous slams has had a record like this. But when your team is faltering, having that instability of not knowing what is your rock, what is your success, I think is hurting OG a lot, because every game it is something new.
I think you can get away with your carry having 11 different heroes in best of ones, Quinn, if the rest of the draft is a little bit more solid. If they're doing, you know, what they're saying, they're leaving Natsumi to the end. Okay, a lot of bans are targeted towards him. He needs to start looking at different heroes that are good for the game. But instead, it's like everyone is doing something different. And now that you're also throwing in a new carry, there's too many parts of the equation that aren't adding up.
Yeah, I think only so many people get to be creative and sort of hipster and cool. A lot of people need to be rocks to the team. I'd say probably at a minimum or at a maximum, only 2 people can be hipsters. I think the other 3 have kind of be like, we've got our small pool, we're playing our small pool. And I can tell you, whenever you have like a really solid pool, it feels really good going into a tournament. You feel very confident because it's like, we're going to pick these heroes. Okay, they're banned. Oh, I can pick between this and that. And then you understand the matchups really well and intensely because you focus so much of your information on deeply understanding these heroes. It feels very confident and very good going into a tournament that way.
And what about when you shift towards looking at best of threes, right? Because a best of one, we can give them that benefit of the doubt of, oh, they want to keep changing it up because maybe there's niche things against certain opponents. But now that you're looking at best of threes, like how specific do you have to be?
I feel like you can, like, if anything, you do more specific in best of ones because you want to have like a good stratagem that you're kind of just running back over and over and over again, and you're adapting less. I feel like in a best of 3 you need to be more adaptable and more sort of thinking of the series as like a bigger picture and not just each isolated game, how the trends are, what this team likes, are they choking, what is the vibe, like all these things play into it.
Well, we've coined this team many times as a best of 3 team, but I wanted to ask Yotoro his viewpoint on if they really are better in best of 3s. Now that we're out of the group stage, we're leaving the best of ones behind and we're moving towards the best of 3s. How much more do you think that fits you and Spirit's sort of competitive style?
We never had a success about the best of 1, so we really like to play best of 3 series. What you can change something, you can try to play against something, you can try to counter something, and don't put all cards on the table in the first match. So I like best of 3 just much way better.
And so then how are you feeling coming up against OG today?
OG is a good team. They made roster changes. They're playing my past teammate around Tokyo, so it's going to be a fun match. I hope they prepared well.
Do you feel like you have more insight into them that they have Toronto, or they've got more information on you with Toronto knowing so many of you guys?
I think they knew more information about us, to be honest. But we'll see how it goes, how our game goes. So... yeah.
So,
oh, you're a bit surprised at what Yotoro was sharing there information-wise.
We were locked in that interview.
No,
yeah.
I like listening to Yotoro talk. When you play pubs with that guy, when he speaks, you listen. It's the kind of guy he is.
It is that way. And he was talking about, yeah, there is a little bit of familiarity on both sides of the coin there as to how well they know Toronto. Toronto obviously knows them quite well. But it feels like there is a little bit of a shift in the side of Spirit here, too, because right now they're only garnering success with the ranged carries.
Yeah, I mean, Drow Ranger is the most obvious one, of course, but when you look at the stats here, right, not yet to win on a melee carry for your Toro, but to be fair, when he's played Necrophos and Drow Ranger, it's like he is an absolute menace on these heroes. There's a clear reason why you want him on these heroes, but it is shocking that he hasn't yet won a simple melee game yet.
He was saying, we didn't get to show this part, but he was saying that you can't even in pubs play like a casual melee carry outside of like Jug and Kez. Maybe Tiny is what he said.
Jug, interesting.
Yeah, I know. He loves Jug, and he even played it, and they ended up losing with it in this tournament.
Satanic likes it as well. Clearly, there's clearly like a WhatsApp group or other messaging platform available where they're clearly
Hashtag not sponsored.
Not sponsored, but again, if a messaging app wants to sponsor us, you can. But yeah, like there's clearly like a little group of all the carries because Jug is running through between like Arme to Satanic to Yatoro, like all
I
of them.
think it's just the three of them in like a DM group together.
Yeah, I mean, there's a clear like you have to, prove yourself to get into the club. Yeah, don't know what the requirements are. But
they send you sort of Jug memes. You can spin like this.
Oh my god.
Look, I'm just saying it's interesting that there's that little bit of extra information, and so now you do wonder who's going to be able to out-turret each other when we come down to the ranged carries, or if that's even going to be left in the pool. But let's get our best of three started between Spirit and OG. OG said themselves that they're on the upward trajectory. They've learnt a lot more in terms of synergy over the best of ones. But Spirit, well, they know they're not a best of one team. And so it feels like they're going to be thriving in our first best of three here for the last chance qualifiers. Our first draft has now taken out that Drow Ranger and Slaughter, two really big comforts for the side of Spirit. So OG are aware of it. And Spirit themselves inversely take out Lone Druid and Snapfire. Primal is now also added to the ban list.
Primal First Phase is interesting.
Yeah.
They have done pretty well with it in recent games, and it is one of the few flexes this Spirit have. But First Phase ban is, I mean, to me that sort of goes back to the Reed thing, right? Sometimes you feel like we're going to prioritize certain heroes down the pipeline. This may be good for them, so we'll just get it out of the way so we don't have to think about it.
I mean, OG is the first pick Pango team, because I was thinking maybe OG would consider the Pango as a ban rather than the Primal. Then you take away a lot of these like big statement Spirit heroes that have been utilizing the group stage. But taking away the Primal, hoping Spirit was banning out the Pangea themselves, it kind of makes sense, but there'll be one pick in OG's draft which will go, that's why you've gone for it.
There'll also probably one pick in OG's draft that we're like, why did they pick that?
I think if it has both of those, we're going to like the OG draft.
There needs to be some level of confusion for OG to thrive. Just no random Winter Wyverns, please. This is a best of three now.
Yes, the Wyvern, I really want everyone to just not look at her right now.
First pick Wyvern. Oh, it's the other hero we talked about.
Yes. The other one that did make the list of atrocious win rates in Blast Slam 7.
Yeah, I think the nice part of this for OG is that they're just very comfortable playing with it. They've played a ton of games with it. Even before it was cool, they kind of started the whole win ranger trend back when this thing started becoming a more popular carry. So they have they know how to make a good draft around Wind Ranger because they've picked it so much, and that is definitely a boon.
And you have to respect, OG in the fact that in their first game of the tournament, they played it against P-Vision. Sure, they lost, but then every other team backed it in the first phase.
It was a really close game, though. When you look at the result, you might just be like, oh, Paravision won. Yeah, that makes sense. But it was actually a pretty competitive game for the early 15 to 20 minutes. OG did well in being able to snuff out a lot of Parry's map.
Yeah, there were many other draft problems in that one, rather than the Wind Ranger.
Of course.
The Wind Ranger was fine. The other four heroes we can debate. But the point is, after that one game, it's always been banned out against them until now. So it is very much OG going, oh my god, we have access to our Wind Ranger. If every single team in the tournament bar P-Vision respects it, there clearly is a team to look at for the hero player combination outside of the stats that we were showing you before this draft started.
I'm curious to see if OG gives them the Shadow Fiend. When you've got first pick clock like this, you're already looking at a range carry, presuming you want to put Clock safe lane. So with Drow banned, Winter taken, Shadow Fiend is the next one you'd look at most likely.
I feel like you got a banner here.
But also, like, Axe is a really important consideration, right? With the rise of Blade Mail, Axe becoming a thing, because prior to the tournaments, maybe even the last one, it was like Helm of Dom into Auras, and now people have gone back to Blink, Blade Mail, Axe. So it's like Shadow Fiend with the clock makes a lot of sense, but you don't have that many bans. They've respected Lion instead, so I do feel like Spirit are going to be able to still get some pretty good heroes against this Wind Ranger.
I mean, one of two things happen here. Either Spirit themselves ban an Axe, or maybe they open their second phase with it. Because OG, I feel like they are trying to limit Toronto Tokyo's pool to some degree just to have stability in his playstyle.
And this is a pretty cool puck ban, right? Because OG promoted Lion to these two bans, it's like the only Hex of like hero that's actually playable right now, I'd say. So because of that ban, they have 4 Spirit to ban the puck, but yeah, no matter what, either team I think is considering the Axe hero.
Yeah, I wonder if that puck ban is, like, if it is forced or if it's a read thing, because I also wonder if that's why OG bans Lion, because banning Lion there is very strange. It's not like it's super good against Wind Ranger or something. If anything, I think those heroes don't really interact, so it is possible that was sort of a pre-ban for puck. It's also possible it's just like a completely random ban. I don't think there are that many other turrets right now, really. So they're just going to take a support, which is not what we see super often. It can be tricky to pick cores back-to-back on the 16-17 slot. It can, like, you can realize, oh, we want this hero, but then if we pick that hero, then these other heroes become weird. And it's you haven't thought about all the possibilities until you get there oftentimes. So then when you're picking them next to each other, it can be tricky to pick heroes that all have nice cohesion.
I mean, this is where OG, ideally, they want to find a really strong, like, 5-position support and another hero that has flex between multiple roles. And then Spirit's like, we have to pick 2 cores, whilst we don't really know exactly where OG's heroes are going on the map. And that's when kind of OG can utilize this draft pattern from Spirit. Again, Wind Ranger can be flexed between 4 and carry. So again, 5 plus another.
I feel like you do off lane here. 5 and off lane for OG is what you ideally could draft.
Again, the Pangos, the Slardars, the heroes that flex between off lane to mid are quite nice. Again, already banned out. So that would have been an interesting way for OG to progress their draft.
I also wonder if Toronto and Yopaj have much of an overlapping hero pool.
Not.
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I don't know if
outside
you as this roster can get away with that.
Yeah, outside of like the one hero I mentioned, it's like nothing else after really.
Yeah.
I do think OG will probably be looking at Timbersaw. I think that's one of the better looking heroes they've had, one of the more powerful heroes.
True.
Especially with Shadow Fiend pre-banned. You're not going to have to worry about that.
Oh no, guys, they picked 2 out of the 4 heroes in the bad win rate graphic.
This also...
They're going to play us wrong. That's all that matters.
That's it.
I don't dislike Storm, but I do dislike this blind Storm, because we talked about it before. You just walk straight into Ember Spirit, and they have nothing that's good against Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I wanted OG's draft here to create just some complication for Spirit. Like, consider the heroes you're picking. But yeah, as Quinn mentioned, it's like, there is nothing hidden with a Storm. Like, you know it's going to mid lane. You know exactly what it's going to do. But they are right now going to go for the Largo. Again, nice lane matchup into the tree. Of course, your Lit gets rid of living armor. You just naturally don't really feel pressure against the tree and protector. So you're going to be able to stand your ground. And with OG already kind of showing that Wind Ranger probably is the carry, you don't really care about him at all. So very nice there from Spirit. Also,
yeah,
the buffs against Storm. Like, Storm is a hero that's like, you want to zip in, get a kill, but 1 Glimmer Cape, a couple heals, and now you're wasting even more mana to try and get that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, this Quap is not, like, on paper is not as good against Storm as Ember is. I do think Quap has a bit better synergy with Clockwork and Hoodwink than Ember does. If you have Ember, then your first 4 heroes might be a bit low damage compared to Quap. You don't care about overgrowth, so you can buy aggressive items. You don't need to mind that spell, because you can get it licked off. And then your 2 supports are much more set up, so you can just sort of go this Ags, Bloodstone, Kaisange, all the damage items, and you will, like, this hero is unreal giga scaling. And if OG doesn't have scaling, I don't know if this team is clean enough to execute early, so I can see the rationale for it.
I mean, just the fight that you bring as well. Like, Croak of Genius, you throw it onto Hoodwink, Clock, or Storm Spirit, there's so much life to be had. Like, this isn't a Largo that I'm envisioning full just farming the lane into jungle. Like, you can easily join your team for fight, and yeah, just OG's lack of damage with the first 3 heroes it is something to be really concerned about. It was a like identical kind of feeling in the OG Spirit game yesterday, where it's like Puck, Wyvern, Axe, Venge for OG. Like you look at these heroes, like on paper, sure, if you close your eyes for 30 minutes, they can play a game, but to get there, it's quite difficult. Okay, Toronto Tokyo most likely going to be playing the Doom. With Largo, Quap, a lot of spellcasting heroes that want to kind of like kite in and out of the fight, just be really annoying. It's fine. It still doesn't answer like Spirit's really scary kind of post-laning map movement timing. It just feels more like we'll stay on our side of the river, we'll be economic, we'll hit our creeps, and then when we're ready together, we'll go fight.
It makes me wonder what these bans are going to be and what Spirit looks to pick, because we talked about it before. They have Clockwork, they're still looking at a turret, but all the popular ones are out or taken. So what does that leave you? Because if you've got double melee against Doom, he's going to do pretty well in lane. TB is a somewhat sensible ban because he's a sort of a pseudo-ranged hero for chunks of the lane. But off the top of my head, I don't know what else they would really want, because you want something that synergizes with Clockwork in lane specifically. Because if you give Doom a free lane, then the hero becomes a problem. Where if Doom is shut down, the hero is quite a burden because he just doesn't fight very well from behind. He needs to run in and hit you with Scorched Earth and an Infernal Blade, and then you kind of just kill him when he runs in.
I mean, there is also an argument that Nature's Prophet into Doom can feel kind of weird if he chases you down, but it is the ranged hero that gives you map play.
Furion's okay. Furion's okay, yeah.
But if you want a melee option, I mean, can you not just bring back the Alchemist? Okay. Frame perfect. They banned it the same second. I'm just like looking at, you already have Largo in the off lane with a Croak, then
Someone
you put it onto the
definitely
Quap.
wants an Ags.
Yeah, you put Ags on the Quap as well, and it's like all Quap, all Go, all Lao, so...
Just gives so much space for the arc.
Oh. It's not every day they ban the same second. You say, God damn it, OG.
I just still feel like they're going to be looking more towards a ranged than anything else when it comes to Spirit. But they're going to see OG's pick before they get that overall last pick. And for OG right now, they're looking for another support unless they're willing to flex that. Wind Ranger?
Yeah, I mean, they could, I suppose, pick a different carry. I don't know what that would be. It's the same similar boat where you've got a tree and protect. You've got this blob, someone that's enabling some guy to keep hitting. So if you're picking something new, I don't know what it is that has that much oomph. Like, it's not a particularly amazing Nature's Prophet game for OG. So I kind of would not like it if they swapped Wind Ranger to support.
I mean, OG also needs to be mindful that for Spirit, like we mentioned Nature's Prophet, there's still a TA potentially as an option just to try and play the lane against the Doom and be a bit more threatening, utilizing the clock. Like, there's options for your Toro, and as much as you do want the ranged hero with the clock, there's like Monkey King as well if you want to go a bit more fighty from the carry role.
What about, I don't know how Muerta goes in lane against a Doom.
Yes,
She just
honestly,
doesn't really like to play against it.
it'd be fine.
Muerta's fine, I think.
Yeah.
I think Muerta's
Fine isn't good though.
No, but like, of all the options I mentioned, all of them just seem fine. It's just more like what type of timing do you want to play on?
Okay.
Interesting.
I didn't even consider Tiny, to be honest. I'll be real.
And I don't think it's like some... I mean, Tiny's the kind of hero that is never going to be an incredible Tiny game. It will always be solid.
Yeah.
I think what Tiny does do is it makes Quap have a better game. Having 3 cores that none of them have inherent kill threat. So if Yatoro was a turret, you'd have, you know, a lot of that burden be put on your support. So having 1 core that gives you kill threat, so Quap can be more the star of the show, I think is not a bad route to go down.
Yeah, so I'm just intrigued to know if Yatoro is going to go for the Silver Edge style of Tiny, or if you're going to go for Blink. Because if you go for the Blink build, where he has like Echo, Blink, like Harpoon, BKB. Like,
Who did do that build recently?
it was Yuma.
That's it.
Like, you're doing that because you know your mid lane is going to have a good game. And because you have the Largo with the aggression and supports, like, I can envision a world where Spirit all want to align for like this 15-minute, everybody's going at full speed, Wind Ranger's like still struggling with only a Maelstrom, like, please stop fighting us, I don't want to fight you. Like, there is a world they do that. And then for OG, they need to be ready for the fact that their Tricore is just really greedy. Like, Doom, Wind Ranger, and Storm, sure, if you put like 15k gold on all of them, they can take over any game. It's just, how efficient can you really be when you're having to like react to Spirit for so many minutes?
That is true, but to be honest, I kind of expected, like when I go into the series, I expect OG to feel more down in the draft. And when I look at this game, it doesn't feel that bad to me. I look at these heroes, I think they have chances. Off draft alone, I don't see a clear favorite. To me, it's which team woke up on the right side of the bed and is actually going to play good Dota, make good moves early game, because I think it's very much an execution game to me.
I love that. You know, OG are a team that kind of just skate by into this last chance qualifiers and put themselves in a position where they have to have a best of 3 up against Spirit. The fact we have even drafts means we're going to have an even game 1, right?
100%, Nat. 100%.
OG versus Spirit in the last chance qualifier here for Blast Slam. Sunfan with Cinderin. OG coming into this 3-8 in the group stage. Spirit 5-6. Spirit won the best of 1 between them. Do you think Spirit have the actual advantage, or is this more? I mean, this is the best of 3 now, so we're out of the best of 1s.
I definitely think Spirit looked better overall. And the scoreline is one thing, but I also think in the games that they lost, I think they were more competitive on average. And obviously they won their head-to-head. So I think it's hard to go into this expecting OG to be a favorite in any sense. But it's a BO3, and that could make a pretty big difference here. Obviously now you have more experience. You've played each other once. You've seen other teams. You've got new ideas. And you get to recognize after a potential game 1 loss, regardless of which team you are, what the problem was and actually fix it. So I would probably give Spirit a significant edge still. I am expecting them to 2-0 this series, just based on what we've seen. But like the panel said, it's in these BO3 series when if you get off to a hot start, that upsets happen and things can definitely change. And to OG's credit, in some of the games they won, I think they largely won because of interesting picks and other stuff that other teams are running. And they get their Wind Ranger this time, which is one of their best. So,
did you see that?
Yeah, just gated in front of their faces.
Yeah, but Yatoro, he was just taunting him. He didn't actually attack for some reason. I guess he wants the
attacks for the C.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It took me a while. It's just 5 a.m. here, so it's going to take a bit to wake up.
It's not 5 a.m. here. That's why I knew why he did it.
Yeah, that's the only reason, of course.
Yep.
But yeah, he's going to be playing Tiny. That was the last pick of the draft. Feels like it is, as Quinn described, kind of the stable carry of this overall patch. The last couple patches, in fact. It's never really going to blow you away, but it's always seems like it's good. Like, are there bad? I mean, there's probably bad matchups, but are there bad Tiny games overall these days? Carry?
I definitely think we've seen in the last couple of months a couple of Tiny picks that I very much disagreed with. I think there was one team that picked it into carry Lifestealer, for example, and a secondary counter. I think there's limits to how you can get away with this, but in this game it looks fine. It's really great to have a carry that can stun Storm. I think that's a big part of why Spirit picked this, was that they want more lockdown, and with Yatoro having this, they have a chance of killing not only Yopaj, but also Natsumi in an Avalanche toss combo with a Silver Edge eventually. So I think it was a decent choice. Don't know what the best carry this patch is against Wind Ranger if you wanted to specifically target that hero from a carry to carry position. Tiny's good though. One of the better ones.
Well, Collapse is playing the Frogman, which seems to have somewhat of a resurgence.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the first game we cast where it actually did well, and they didn't go Ags until very late. But Collapse has always been pretty solid on this hero overall, so I am interested to see if he's going to go cookie cutter of old, or if yesterday's game inspired him at all. Or if that was curious one-off, maybe.
So in that game, it was Whisper playing the Largo, and he went Shiva's second, which made a ton of sense in that game because there was so much physical damage. I think that's a less obvious build this game. Against Doom, Storm, Wind Ranger cores, it's going to be a lot of mixed damage. Storm is primarily magical, so is Wind Ranger, or she's a mix, rather. She's not primarily magical, but she's going to go, generally speaking, Mjolnir, so doesn't make the Shivas that great. So it'll be interesting to see for sure. Collapse.
Fight over the Lotus. Yeah, Skem can take a ton of battery assault damage. For once, we're seeing battery assault do something. It's a 1-for-1, but first still going to collapse is a big deal. Now the fight over the Lotus continues. The Frogman wants it a little bit more than Natsumi, I feel. And he will be rewarded.
Not a fair fight, really. Yeah, this is a really interesting lane to play Largo in, by the way, because Ketchulik has 2 uses. You can dispel Living Armor and you can dispel Wind Run. So you're trying to use it as late as possible, but you don't necessarily have the luxury of doing that. This time he did use the Lick to keep Trand in the Frog Stomp, and then of course armor comes out after that. But just that deterrent in the hero's design is actually very useful for this lane.
Yeah,
and they get the first blood.
Point. Seeing a lot of Tree has looked pretty solid overall as well. Natsumi, you mentioned kind of his signature Windrunner hero. We're not seeing a ton as position 1, but he always seems to pop off. Well, not every time, but when he does,
he's very
sometimes
good.
It is the Windrunner.
And that's what's been funny about OG this tournament, is that I believe we've cast 1, if not 2 of their games, and the game that we cast that they won was with Carry Abaddon, which no other team had played, I believe, at that point. So
yeah,
they have their heroes that they've had for months, and they're making them work.
He is in trouble, and he is dead.
Not that one, though. Yeah, he already has phase boots on Largo. My god, he's farmed. Holy. 2 kills, including the first blood now for Collapse.
Yep, so this top lane is owned by Spirit currently. The mid lane between Laurel on the Queen of Pain and Yopaj Storm. Very... well, relatively even more denies coming out from Laurel, so he's going to have a slight level advantage at the moment. As top lane.
I was wondering if we were going to see Not Me go 2-1-0. It's a pretty uncommon build nowadays on Clock, but I actually think this is the kind of lane where you could get away with it. Since you're playing into Trant, who's a melee support, and into Windranger that you have a Dispel for, it could actually be really powerful for Clock to get a second point in battery. It more than doubles the damage of this ability. It has ridiculous scaling from 1 to 2, but people just love bowling so much that I guess it wasn't really much of a consideration. Speaking of, he's going mid. Yopaj.
Yep.
Oh, that is... well, maybe he should... oh, wait, why did that not hit?
That... yeah, that second one should have hit, sure. It went right through him.
What?
That was like one of those pudge hooks that looks like it should miss, but the server was apparently relegated to be sub-tick, so this happens from time to time. Yeah, we got a lot of supports now for this 6-minute power rune. Bushwhack from Rue, gonna try to slow down Yopaj. 6-minute rune will be bought. Yopaj damage. Not too shabby of a one to pick up. And that leaves Collapse in a 1v1 versus Natsumi, which he will be more than happy to take advantage of. About to hit level 6 here. I mean, the thing about... I mean, a lot of times you have a hero that hits level 6, it's a big power spike in a 1v1, and you can get a kill. Is that really a thing for Frogman?
I think there's a chance he goes 4-4-0 this lane. So, not really. It's just the Lick is so good here, and you don't... okay, he just skilled the ult instantly. So, never mind that. We've seen both.
What time is it over there?
Good one. I did a little chuckle before. That means it's funny. But yeah, we've seen both. Sometimes players don't skill the ulti until later, but Collapse seemingly has a plan for it. Perhaps it's because he's getting it before minute 7 and he wants to protect the wisdom. Perhaps it's because he feels like it's very useful for Clockwork if they're playing in tandem, that he can give him move speed to reach cogs. Maybe he just wants to chase down the win. I would like it if his mindset comes from an aggressive place where he just wants to run her down. I really like it.
Oh, the Lick actually hits. Nami can't get him inside the cogs though, but they're gonna burn a lot of mana now.
This is trouble.
Collapse gonna chase.
Potentially, no. Oh, they don't have glyph. I thought they were gonna glyph and dive him actually with Hoodwink, but they didn't have glyph, so they couldn't keep that creep alive. Down bottom, Yatoro taking some heat. Taking a lot of heat now.
Yeah, Scam coming in for a little casual right click as well, as Laurel will kill off Yopaj in the mid lane. Was not expecting that one. Sonic Wave.
Level 6 Storm.
Yeah.
Usually when Quap kills in this lane, it's because she hits 6 before Storm does and kills him then, but... wow, now he's a level and a half ahead of Yopaj. And I noticed this has been some of Quinn's criticism of Yopaj, is that his laning just isn't up to the level that it has been in the past. And I mean, add this to the pile of evidence, right? This lane, I know it's Quap favored, but I don't think you're a level and a half behind on Storm at this point under normal circumstances. And it's not like Quap got a ton of help. You even got the damage rune, right? This is...
Yeah, that's true.
Unexpected.
Yeah, Laurel did have a slight advantage in terms of the experience, but they're both level 6 at that point. Tough kill, a tough death rather for OG. So now the mid and top lane kind of going the way of Spirit overall. What about the bottom lane? How do you think that's fared?
I mean, it's basically a draw. I think that's kind of standard too. Tiny against Doom is a little bit of a nothing burger. Both heroes are really tanky and can't really kill each other that easily. And then you look at the supports, Hoodwink versus Rubik. Don't necessarily shift the matchup enough.
Focus fire from Natsumi. They want to try to get the kill on Collapse. It's going to be turned around completely. Oh my, that is a miscalculation from OG. Yikes.
I don't know if you can call that a miscalculation. I think he didn't show up for math class in the beginning. Pretty sure there was... Don't skip school, kids. Doom.
No, we have a Doom bottom. First one of the game for Toronto, Tokyo. Rue, very much so. Well, perhaps they can try to pressure this bot lane because top lane is a disaster now. Natsumi, at the very least, will not miss a huge wave here from that death he just had.
And Yatoro's probably happy that his Hoodwink got doomed because now he can lane for 2 minutes.
How much does Tiny care about being doomed versus other carries, would you say?
If you're less than other carries, but in this point of the game, if you're getting rotated on, it just means the play doesn't exist, right? So you don't have to worry. Oh, Collapse. This is very aggressive.
Okay. Speaking of miscalculation, oh, he's got the heals though. Is it enough? Yopaj blinks in to finish the job. So big kill from OG, desperately needed. As Natsumi getting blocked by Not Me. As the Cog, Sonic Wave only hitting the one. Maybe the tree got clipped as well, but either way, it's an off lane for carry, but the carry has not been doing too hot. She's bottom net worth of the cores so far for OG.
Nice to kill the Largo though. He is pretty rich. And slowing down his curve is definitely welcome for OG. I think Collapse just got caught off guard by how many OG heroes were there. It didn't look like he was... You know, he showed up to mid lane with half HP and then all of a sudden Windranger is there matching the movement.
And what's the pace supposed to look like here for OG? Like, how fast does Windranger come online to be able to participate? Or is it more Doom should be trying to make things work with Storm as a tandem?
I mean, their lineup is relatively slow. Rubik, Trant as your support duo do need some time. And Doom and Storm need to, generally speaking, they don't make all that many moves in the first 15 to 20 minutes. So I don't think it's alarming that you have 3 kills and that you haven't taken a tower. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. But you would have liked to see 500 additional net worth on the mid and safe lane. I think then you're in a very healthy spot. This is still definitely passable. Especially, again, if you consider this team the underdog, then this is definitely not the worst start they could have had.
And Collapse has Kaya. Working on the Sange to complete. Not going to be a casual one. We're going to see the first hook shot of the game from Not Me. Going to bounce the tree left and right. Does have overgrowth, but would be a waste here as he just gets completely owned.
Shannon, am I out of touch with the meta? Or why is Tiny rushing Disperser first item?
Holy shit balls. What the hell?
I'm wondering if I've missed a game or two where this has happened, or if this is generally the first time ever in the game. I don't think I've ever seen this build a single time. So let's talk about upsides. So this is obviously a targeted item against Windranger. It gives you a Dispel. It's good against Living Armor. And you can use it on yourself to escape Doom. You're obviously going to be doomed, but you can run fast.
It takes off overgrowth.
Yeah. It's
not
really
that,
interesting.
Yatoro, okay, he's gonna have to cancel.
Yeah, it's got some mana burn too against the Storm.
And he's doing a lot of damage, and now there's TP supports from Not Me. Gonna bounce the Doom around. Toronto Tokyo looking for the Doom target. Would love to get the Tiny. Might have to settle for Rue or none, because Collapse is now coming with the lick, and now Toronto Tokyo the one in peril. As Not Me gonna be blocking. An attempt from OG pretty much thwarted immediately. So 2 kills go to the Spirit side instead. So the way that I'm looking at this, yeah, there's obviously these spells that you talked about. The overgrowth, when you get Disperser, you and a teammate get dispelled, which I think is a big deal. It's still really weird though. Like, you would think that would be like a luxury item that you'd get a little bit later on, but very interesting.
Yeah,
I'm up for it.
I think Yatoro is just looking at it from the perspective of I would never buy this item unless I had 3 or 4 good reasons to. And as it turns out, he does. So.
Like I refuse to buy a Lotus, I guess, because I'm a carry.
I mean, that's why this item is just better than Lotus, is because it's offensively viable against Windranger. That is a very big part of why he likes the. I love Yatoro doing this stuff because I think he's one of the best in the world at recognizing this. He has some oddball games where he goes for items that you're like, nobody else would do this, and we'll see if it pays off. I love the theory behind it.
What would you usually go like Echo Saber or something, right?
Yeah, you usually go Harpoon and Silver Edge.
I mean, that's a big thing to give up. That's gonna farm a lot.
He could still get it after if he wants. He could go this into Harpoon, but he is queuing up Silver Edge BKB. So might be playing without the Harpoon entirely.
I mean, it's not criticism because it is Yatoro. My only question is, why not do this later in the game? Like, is this trying to align with something that they're planning?
Well, they are going to have an insanely powerful 20-minute timing between that and Largo and Quap. So I do think there's some overlap.
Big zip from Yopaj, not me. He's just fine. Yopaj is the one taking heavy punishment, it seems.
So annoying for Storm to play against max level cogs. If Clockwork is fast and clutch enough, you can actually hit back-to-back cogs before Storm can zip between them with the right angle. It's really annoying to lose all that mana.
Well, Toronto Tokyo is working on Radiance and only 800 away from finishing that.
Yeah, he's having a game at least.
Yeah, but the other cores, Natsumi hasn't finished Maelstrom yet. Actually, it might just be on the way now, but still very, very late. And Yopaj on Storm has Vikaya along with Soul Ring, so nothing too huge to write home about yet.
He's going Axe on Largo, by the way.
Doom. The Doom.
And he's out.
As Rue will be killed off, and yeah, Tiny just gonna walk it off.
Dire are scanning.
OG needing to find some bigger kills here to try to, I don't know, need to prevent this snowball from occurring, because 3K lead, not the hugest, but it can get a lot worse with this momentum as Tim's going to be bouncing around. Steals the cogs, but gets licked from really long range from Collapse as Yopaj and company able to take out Nami. So it's a 1-for-1 for supports. And that'll break things up. Yopaj with the Arcane Rune, though. Can be licked off, and it is. Oh, dear. So much value with this lick.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a better game for Largo offensively. The lane itself was good. He has some good matchups to, you know, chase down. I think this hero is actually quite good against Treant in laning stage. And yeah, the offensive Dispel against Living Armor plus Windrun is just really, really nice. And I think this time around, now that we do see Collapse, we'll be going for the stock standard Ags. He'll get a good timing on it.
Okay, so let's talk about this, Cinderin.
Okay.
We have Skem come out with an overgrowth on 4 heroes. That's ambitious, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's not me, is gonna die here. You have, oh, never mind, not me's fine.
I think you want to talk about Largo with Lotus and Shard, no?
Not even, it's just Lick. Shard, Lick with the Disperser from Yatoro. That's all 4 people will not be overgrowth anymore. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I'm not sure does the Shard Lick spread if you target an ally?
Why wouldn't it?
Because it doesn't apply a buff to the ally. It only applies a buff to you. I don't think you double Dispel with Lick. I could be mistaken on that, but I'm pretty positive it doesn't work that way.
Okay, I'll take
But I
your
mean,
word for
like,
that.
regardless, whether that's true or not,
yeah.
you still have all the other dispels. You have the Disperser, you have a potential Lotus Shard, which definitely is a double dispel, right? You plus Ally. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Skem to find meaningful late-game impact, for sure. Still, you know, OG is staying afloat here. They keep finding picks. They're only 2k down. It's a little bit misleading because they've Doom with Devour and Radiant, so he should be having very high net worth, but definitely not getting... The situation is quite stable for now. So I say that. Time to curse Toronto Tokyo immediately. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's not so
Toronto
stable.
Tokyo has the Radiance, but it's helped a bit in the missed chance, but he's still dead. So you don't think a Dispel is considered a buff for your ally?
No, it's a buff if it places an icon on their status bar, right?
They're going to jump Collapse. Already at half HP. Has to be a bit careful. Yatoro's still here, though. Gets the toss-up. Yopaj with living armor. Pretty tanky. With the Electric Vortex onto the Tiny instead, though. They get Skem in with the Overgrowth, but instant Dispel. Yatoro, he looks very dead to rights here. Skem finish the job, but the heal's coming out from Collapse, keeping him alive. They've lost their Doom. They've lost their Windrunner. Yopaj with very little mana to speak of. As Yatoro's still alive somehow, gets the toss-up, gets the kill, and Yopaj dies as well. OG, disastrous fight. It was so close to being good, and instead they get literally nothing. Oh, God.
Unfortunately, that does seem like the punchline for OG this tournament. So close to being good in a lot of situations, but just missing. I mean, it is true, though. If you look across their games, it's like... They're just missing that little bit here and there, and that was another example of just flawed judgment, right? That this fight should not be a 4-0 fight for Spirit. I think Clockwork wasn't even involved, right? So, effectively, you took that fight after Doom was already dead, it didn't really work out, and now a game that you had just stabilized, you've thrown into more peril than it was in 5 minutes ago when things were already starting to look kind of bad. So, unfortunately, OG in a world of hurt right now. And your lineup now I think you just have to farm. I think you have to play time here. You need BKB on Doom, you need BKB on Storm, and you need BKB on Windranger. Then the game starts looking a lot more interesting again. If you can get to that point with a, let's say, sub 10k deficit, I think you have a solid fighting chance. But Spirit aren't going to give them all that much space. Clockwork on the prowl here with Rue.
Natsumi in the tree line.
He already used Windrun now. He doesn't have it.
Gonna try for the hook shot. Blinks in first with the cogs. Hook shots away. A hit and run, as it were. Now the zip in from Yopaj. Gonna try to focus down the Clockwork. Looks to be a kill going the way of OG as Toronto Tokyo really wanting a Doom target. Collapse would be very juicy, but he's gonna actually get tossed back from Tim. So a nice steal for him, but unfortunately cannot close the gap enough.
All of OG showing up in force there. They get one kill on the clock and they lose their mid tower, so I don't think you can be all that happy about this. But as you said, kind of a hit and run. If the alternative was Windranger dying, I think this is a better outcome. And obviously you have to help your carry here under those circumstances. Tormentor's up.
Natsumi
Anybody fancy
has
that?
Mjolnir. Yeah, they're gonna try for it.
Gonna try it now.
Anytime you got the Frogman, should be fine. Disperser online for Yatoro. And like you said, probably the first that we've ever seen on this hero. At least, maybe there's been some like really late game scenarios. I don't know. That's still probably not.
I don't think this is the first time I've seen the item on the hero, but I think it's the first time I've seen it bought first. That's exceptionally rare, at least.
Well, Not Me will be rewarded with Jetpack. And some power spikes coming for Spirit. Collapse. His Ags not too far away. Just
oh, they found Skem. He did.
Yes, he is.
Give him the tongue.
Yatoro, Disperser, and Shadowblade now. And for Laurel, we have the Aghanim Scepter, Veil of Discord, and the Shard incoming.
It's a very good Shard game. You're against Storm, you're against Windranger, you're even against Rubik. It's also super nice that you can blink on top of him and actually confidently get your spells off before he lifts you. So really like the choice of buying it here. I think sometimes Quaps undervalue this item, but this is a good game to do it. In this slot,
the other side, OG do have some things going for them. Toronto Tokyo about to finish a BKB. He'll be in decent fighting shape. Natsumi also working on a BKB, but he's a little bit farther away, so they're going to need to delay just a bit. And Yopod, so they're going to go triple BKB on all their cores.
It's expected, and it's the right play, I think. You just, once again, you have to slow the game down and get to that timing, and then that fight needs to pay off in a big way.
Bushwhack into the silence. Gonna try to go for the Sonic Wave? No. Can't find the angle, or the damage for that matter. Yopod survives.
And with that information, OG are going to make a smoke move of their own, but immediately broken by a jetpack into Blink.
Oh boy.
From Not Me. So they don't find anything with this. Now Largo has the eggs. Seems like a necessary Doom target. Which is obviously great news for the Queen of Pain.
Indeed, Tim.
See you later, Rubik.
Man, he's donezo. Is that enough to just go for Roche, or do they need a little bit more?
I don't exactly have the best Roche lineup, but I don't really know if the Dire can even contest them in the pit. I think realistically you don't win the fight unless you Doom Largo, and it is so hard to get through. This is why Clockwork is so crazy good in situations like this. Jetpack, Rocket Flare, and Blink. You see anything, you break smokes, you can just get out. You get tons of flying vision. This hero zone controls like almost none other. It's like, from a support perspective, I think protecting areas like this, it's Clock and Veno that are the kings. So they'll grab it. Aegis for Laurel, not for the Tiny. So maybe Spirit not thinking about a high ground angle in the next 5 minutes. Generally put it on the Siege hero and that's your overall goal.
Collapse.
Silver.
Not opting for BKB next, by the way. His third item will be Lincoln's instead because of the Doom, obviously. And the fact that he has Shard means you get double the value. But the BKB is pretty close for OG. You would think once those are purchased on all 3 cores that they are going to try to put something together because they need something going their way. 8k deficit. It is against an Aegis, though. You can find them isolated. And they do here.
Oh,
actually going to use Doom as well.
That. Okay, well, he'll die. The big power spike, by the way, right now for Yatoro. He just got Silver Edge level 18. He is big. Look how far he's
Origin
come.
in charge. And he will be going for the golden item as well. Funny how this item has had so many changes over the years, and it is still the item to get most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather have it this way than the patch where carries were going Sanjin Yasha Satanic for 50% status resist.
Why?
I think that was miserable. Half the heroes just didn't work.
I think status resist is a necessary evil, but yeah, maybe not to that extent. Yatoro brought back in. Laurel's gonna jump Tims, gets the Sonic Wave off, clipping 2. Tims is certainly dead, but Yatoro in a lot of trouble. Remember, he does not have the Aegis. Dead to rights. OG get a huge kill going their way.
No.
And Laurel sticking around. We'll be able to get off the tree, so they get the 2 supports, but at a pretty heavy cost. OG will certainly be happy with this. They're gonna try to turn this onto the Hoodwink as well. Laurel jumping in, not too afraid because of that Aegis, as Collapse gonna continue to heal. They're gonna get life number 1. Remember, Toronto Tokyo with no
nice hook shot.
Good hook shot
off
onto Natsumi.
Beautiful.
And that's a big kill going the way of Spirit.
Yeah.
So they get a
We've
core
been focusing
finally.
a lot on the Tiny, but let's keep in mind there's a Queen of Pain with Croak of Genius in this game as well. So
True.
you have multiple heroes that can truly hard carry the game. This is a game that Yatoro doesn't need to be the strongest hero even in late game. I think there's a case to be made that Quap can actually be the primary carry of the game given that buff from Largo. And they don't get the best value out of their Aegis. I want to call that one a tie. And so I think for OG that's pretty good given the
Doom is up in 6 seconds. Oh, he's going to be spotted. Electric Vortex. Oh, it's 1 second away.
Oh my god.
No. Oh, OG. So
bad
close.
luck. That's just bad luck, really.
Oh, man alive. It feels
That's
like
where if Laurel was really
moment.
toxic, he would tip Toronto Toki and be like, wow, you didn't cast Doom in time. And then he would check the replay and be like, oh my god, the reason the animation canceled that he literally caught it in the very last moment.
That is unfortunate. Feels like that's been what OG's had to put up with this game. That's some bad luck. That's when you have to create your own luck, Cinderin, as they say.
Does Tiny also look like this for you, where he's constantly shifting?
You're talking about the VFX?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the items he has, right? Cosmetics.
There's a tiny cosmetic that makes you constantly have like a ghost aura around you? I'm not talking about the ring around it.
Yeah, it's not specifically the for Tiny, but yeah.
Oh, so it's not a part of the ring under him, right? So he has two separate.
Of course he does.
Damn, this guy's good.
First of all, these players are rich as fuck. Let's not beat around the bush here. Plus, people that are rich get things gifted to them as well that are very rare for some reason. People like donating to streamers that make millions of dollars a year for some reason. Yeah. Yopaj is found from the Toro. Gonna go for the Avatar into the bushwhack. He's in the air. Not quite enough for the kill. The layering, I don't think, was correct there.
That was, yeah.
They bushwhacked and tossed at the same time.
He never took the toss damage because he didn't land.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think if you get caught mid-air by bushwhack, I believe toss is coded so the damage is dealt when you collide with the ground. I think so. I actually don't know if it works if you stay in the air like that during the toss time.
Well, at the least for OG, finally something going their way in a 50-50 type of exchange.
Yeah, if you... I think that's being generous. I just think sometimes a spade is a spade and they didn't, like you said, they didn't layer their spells correctly.
Yeah, well, I'm saying they're lucky. But they've been unlucky in a lot of situations, so...
Actually, here's the difference. The Doom situation, they couldn't have played it better.
That's not
this
true.
one they
could have not shown until a second later. I thought they showed a little too early.
So then that wasn't lucky either. Shannon, it's just bad, man. It's just bad. Oh, he's dead. Zero. Quick assassination of the squirrel, much to the dismay of
hook shot on for Doom.
There.
Toronto Tokyo will have to BKB in retreat. Doesn't have mana for Doom actually. As Laurel comes in with the Sonic Wave and just kills him off very casually, and they get the lick on the Tim. Should be the death of the Rubik as well.
Laurel is popping off. 903.
Okay, that one was not unlucky. They just stayed.
He has enough gold for BKB now on the Queen, and this is when this hero's going to ramp up in a big way. He hits level 20. This talent is huge. The Scream of Pain damage with Ags and the Largo Krog of Genius.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, Spirit hitting a pretty big power spike now. They're gonna force an Ags eventually out of Toronto Tokyo, but he is not thinking about it yet. Still working on a Shiva's, which that's kind of interesting actually. Is it just for the minus heal? Wait, does that even have minus heal?
It doesn't do that anymore, no. I mean, it's a feels good item on Doom. You're running heroes down with Scorched Earth and Radiance. You want to slow them in an AoE as well. You want the armor because you have high health. It's really good EHP to get armor. But it doesn't protect
AoE
you.
of your Scorched Earth.
Yeah, and Radiance, but it doesn't protect you from Quap, which I think is the bigger problem. Like, I don't really think this is the best Shiva's game, but it's also not bad. It's I think you're kind of just in this position where nothing feels great because you're behind too much. So I don't think there's an item that you just would fix it.
Shut on to Yopaj, Ava, Toss. They did it again, actually, but they have the damage this time.
This time they were 3 heroes, so. Down bottom, Laurel's doomed, but he's fine. Oh my god, if Toronto Tokyo dies after casting Doom, oh my, this is not.
Yeah.
That is not great.
And Natsumi has to BKB and retreat.
They are not letting him go.
Next to nothing. Laurel with the Sonic Wave. Natsumi might be able to get a kill on Laurel. No, not going to happen. Instead, he's licked to death. That's 3 cores dead for OG. That is gonna be a lot of building damage now.
This is at least 1 lane. You can buy back Windranger, but I don't think OG care. They have Largo. They can just keep sustaining. Of course, as we mentioned, the Largo with all the dispels and stuff, but with Shard Lincoln's already a very strong layer of protection, you know you don't have to worry about Doom. And he's going to go Lotus next, unsurprisingly. The whole package. Protection for his team. Yeah, this is getting out of hand.
Living armor to try to dissuade them. It's not enough, shockingly enough. And this, like you said, will be a full lane. All right, they know that Doom is not up for 6. I mean, the spell itself. It's not.
I wouldn't mind them going mid too. I genuinely think they can just force it, but in this tournament, teams haven't been all that eager to really press the advantage that much. It seems that there's a little bit more caution.
Yeah, they're gonna check for Roche. He's not up for a minute though.
With overplaying their hand, but genuinely with Doom on cooldown, I just don't think they can lose a fight. I think the Largo is way too powerful in this game. But they'll pay the respect to OG that they can pull off a defense there and just play the map. 20k up. And with the next Aegis, they will absolutely force high ground if they get that. OG can't let them have it. Who do you think they should put the Aegis on if they get it again? I'm actually a little bit torn here, because I think part of me wants to put it on Tiny so we can siege, but the other one is if you put it on Quap, she can probably just dive the base with Largo.
Yeah, I think both are fine. Rue's gonna get a nice boomerang. Yeah, I don't.
A roomerang, if you will.
Lol. I think if you
wonder if he has a Roomba to vacuum at home.
Good one.
Thank you.
I think with Tiny, if you're, it just depends on if you can get a pick. You're not going to get 3 core kills into a push, I don't think. I think that was a one-time
shot and nothing. They forced TPs though. And not me with the trifecta of support items. The Blink, Force, Glimmer, and a Vlad's. He's actually very rich on this clockwork. So you can just keep poking and prodding and then disengaging. Like, this hero is super annoying when it has this many items. You hookshot in, you can cog, blink out, you can force out Glimmer, and use Jetpack. So a lot of resources you're going to need to catch this pesky little bowling fella.
Laurel gonna break the smoke here. He does get lifted. Still the Lotus applied, and they cannot do much with it. BKB now from Laurel. He's more than fine. It's a big sonic wave onto, well, 2. Bushwhack onto Yopaj. He's super healthy. Has that pipe still activated. Toronto Tokyo yet to use his ult. He's just gonna get run down now. Licked to death. 2 dead for OG. And this opens up Roche. Oh, there's a tree in the pit. Would you look at that?
Yeah. And poetically, they threw a tree at him with Yotaro to find him in the pit.
What is that equivalent to? It's like throwing the leg of someone at your face.
It's like throwing glasses. No, throwing glass while you live in a glass house.
Jesus, that's the best you could come up with?
That was the best one.
We'll move on here. Yeah, that.
What's that idiom in English again? Is that similar?
The glass house thing? Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah. So what's the saying in English? Don't throw rocks when you live in a glass house? Because that's what you say in Danish.
That sounds familiar, actually.
Okay, yeah.
I can't say I've ever...
Well, now that I spelled it out for you, now you understand the reference. It needed a little bit of help, of course, as usual.
Still bad.
Yep, fair enough,
Roche
but it's better than before.
And Yotaro was the one to take the Aegis, so he will be the Sieger.
Yeah, it's gonna bonk away at his brother, the Tower. Of course, playing with the Castle set.
That's true, now he's killing buildings, so what is that? It's another glass house reference, and then you missed it.
Yeah.
Will be 2 lanes. Still a tier 2 top, so Spirit will just reposition, go for that. They have plenty of time with the Aegis.
Yeah. Oh, they might even find them in the jungle on the way there, perhaps. Well, there is the vision placed by OG.
Oh yeah, Toronto Tokyo spotted the big zip in from Yopaj. They want to get somebody. They do find not me. Question is, does Spirit care? They might just stick around with Bushwhack hitting too, but not going to be any follow-up. Toro not going blink this game, as we established.
So yeah, they bleed out a clock, but they flush OG back into their base, and now they're going to push top wave and get that tier 2, and then this one should just be a formality at this point. Push out
all
the
this
top wave.
talk about the dispels on Overgrowth, and I haven't personally even seen it yet. Has he even Overgrowth in the last 15 minutes?
It hasn't really been relevant, unfortunately.
Yeah. It was cool in theory, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, we got mass TPs on the outpost. Yopaj will have to get the hell out.
Oh, they spot him.
Blue looking for an opening. Okay, well, at the very least, they forced some TPs, but they're going to need a lot more of that because there's still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis.
What do you think about Distiller now that we've got to cast it some more? Because we talked about it in the last tournament.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Hmm? Yeah, I like the fact that Ern has a separate build path. Why? You don't like it?
No, I'm okay with it. I was just curious because
I think generally when Valve makes new items that aren't named neutral items, they're good, except for the exception being the wrap that we don't like. And the siege is upon us.
It's a good steal. Avalanche, the best steal in the game probably for Tim's. Very potent spell on Rubik. See if they can put it to use. Now's the time. Well, it was probably better 20 minutes ago, but...
Well, he gets blinked on, which means he's silenced. Laurel has to use the BKB. Gonna get doomed, though it's reflected, but they'll take that at this point in the game. Many force stats for the Focus Fire, not enough. He's gonna doom out eventually as Yatoro wants to use this Aegis now. He gets shackled to his teammate. Collapse. They're gonna force out the buyback from the Rubik. That's Frog Stomp used on Natsumi, and again, the Dispel on the win run. He gets Atos now, Avalanche to follow. Another shackle, though, is going to hold Yatoro in his place, but Natsumi going to get tossed on, going to get completely destroyed. Collapse can just frontline, heal everybody. You're not touching this lineup for Spirit. Despite getting the Queen of Pain, they're going to lose several members themselves, and Yatoro can just continue to do massive damage to the building. We need more music packs for, we need like a heavy metal pack for Frogman.
Yeah.
That's the Arcana beat.
Okay, Toronto, Tokyo, that is not going to work.
Yeah, blinks in and dies. Yopaj trying to focus down the support. Can't quite do that yet. As the BKB runs out, we'll zip away, and this will be mega creeps for Spirit. One more hook shot for the road on Toronto, Tokyo. Not calling GG yet, as Rue will likely be the final death for Spirit. As Toronto, Tokyo, former member of Spirit, will fall one more time. And surely that should do it. Talking about next game, this is a best of 3. It's not the best of 1s anymore.
Yep.
I think this one maybe a little draft related. Maybe a little collapse related. This was such a good Largo game. Insane value.
You got some pretty crazy score lines in this one. Oh, jumps into the Avalanche.
Very nice.
Yeah,
layering of stuns. And now they call it. It just required that one more death. It just felt like it was needed. And yeah, really nice will take game one in pretty damn good fashion. Natsumi, one more death for the road, it seems.
Tiny 7-1-11,
pretty good.
Pop 10-1-9, and Largo 11-1-17. So 3 core deaths against Doom in a 42-minute game. The supports with 11 out of 14 deaths on the Radiant. That was a very nice and very easy game for Spirit, which is concerning if you're an OG fan heading into the next one.
Largo wins.
Largo wins, Spirit wins. It's a best of 3 though, so there's still time for OG to ramp up, but it does mean that in a last chance qualifiers, it is only a difference of 1 game as to if you get eliminated or if you're able to continue on here for Blast Slam 7. We can talk about just how easy and simple it really felt for Spirit. We thought, Quinn, at the start that you couldn't see a clear winner when it came to the draft, but in lanes it felt like there was definitely a clear divide.
Yeah, they definitely got outplayed this game pretty significantly. I think whenever you're watching the game, you'll tend to feel one way or another about the draft compared to just seeing it on paper. But I think this game, to me, is a clear example of Spirit just outclassing them and not so much a matter of like just heroes being the problem.
I mean, you can also just look at how Spirit they knew so early on that the lanes didn't matter anymore. You saw Collapse move to mid, you had Tiny go through gate top, you had the supports running around everywhere. Like, Spirit was just playing very free on the map, going for kill after kill, poking OG, where they knew that a Storm, you need a bit of time. Wind Ranger, you need a bit of time. Doom, you need a lot of time in that offlane, often even winning the lane to take the tower to try and at least feel like you can farm. And Spirit said, no, you are not farming. And unfortunately for OG, their draft really just was way too slow, especially when your Toro's coming into the game going for like dispersers and brand new tech that we haven't seen on Tiny before. Like, Spirit wanted to win this game very efficiently and very quickly.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, to me, standout is Laurel. I think he just played a very, very solid game. Their lineup is built around him, and I think it's not often that Laurel is the star of the show, that he's the one that, because they last picked Tiny, right, which is not some ultra carry in this game. They've got the Croca Genius for Quap, and it's just a really good Quap game. He only had one death, and it's kind of just, he's just doing Quap things that almost looked like last patch before the hero was nerfed. He's pressing a million daggers and everyone just dies. The hero, if it's uncontested, kind of just takes over, especially when you don't have like true counters.
And that's what we've, said multiple times is the issue when it comes to a Storm Spirit in that mid game. You need a lot more supporting you. Everyone else needs to do well in their side lanes for you to get a little bit done. But I want to focus on the Tiny. Even though you didn't say the Tiny was the MVP, I feel like maybe there's more to be talked about, especially around his build, his itemization, because that one caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, he bought Disperser first. That is an unusual one. I think there's decent reason for it. He's playing against a lot of stuff he can dispel. Infernal Blade, can dispel Wind Run. So if you go in Windra, you can purge that. You can purge Overgrowth off yourself and someone else. So there's a lot of cute reasons for it, and it's an item Yatoro really likes a lot. I think especially in games like this where he feels like he can't burst people or the fights are going to be longer. Disperser conceptually is an item that you keep going because you can just run around really fast and run away and reset. Like there's more, adds more nuance to the way you fight.
I mean, I still can't get over the fact that it's like first in Dota history that we see Disperser on Tiny. Like, I can't fathom the fact that this item hasn't been built on the hero before. Like, we saw Diffuser once on Arbed where he bought it like 40 minutes into the game.
Is that this year?
No, in general. Like
in general.
Like Dota.
Because I feel like we went through a patch where like mid Tiny was just so big.
Yeah, but
and even in that.
And like, so I literally went onto that Dota and I went Tiny, Diffusal Blade. I look, I see one Arbed game. I go Tiny, Disperser. I'm like, huh?
None.
Like, I'm just lost at the fact that this didn't exist. And of course, he did rush it, right? He goes for the Diffusal Blade at the 11-minute mark. That then eventually became the Disperser due to the points that Quinn was making. The Dispel is insane. But yeah, we were talking about maybe Blinks, the classic Silver Edges. In this specific game, Disperser, it felt really, really good. But you can't just buy this item in any other game. Like, this had multiple reasons why. It's not just like the default item for the hero. Like, it's just because Yatoro had a very good read.
Yeah, I think it's part of what makes him very special as a player is I think he's willing to itemize in ways that most other players are not, and he will buy items that he feels are good for this very specific game, even if they're unorthodox like this. I think it's Chad energy. I think the only other player I can think of that does stuff like that is Thompson, who will buy like random crap that he thinks is good for this specific game.
That's also in random heroes as well.
Yeah, the random heroes doesn't help, but his builds are very calculated. The heroes maybe a little hipstery, but the builds he's doing for a reason. And Yatoro to me is similar, just without the hipster flair.
I would say it just also means that the layering of Spirit's lineup allows your carry to do this because there's not a hole in your draft, right? When you have Hoodwink and Clock supports killing for you, like the Tiny can go for a Disperser to help out the Queen of Pain, where if she gets caught, you can put it on her. Like, it's not as if it's like, Tiny, you have to be the carry. Quap, you have to be the playmaker. Like, their entire draft is built on this harmony of after lanes, every single hero has a combination move to make so that you continue fighting. So it's like, it makes sense. In other drafts, when you have different heroes, this build won't make sense, but I think it is just testament to like this style of play from Spirit is really good against OG.
I'm curious as to see if we will see a little bit more Diffuser. I know you're saying there's a lot of reasons why you need to, but maybe it's one of those things that it's like re-entered people's forefronts now where they're just like, oh, actually I'm a bit more mindful that maybe this has more of a purpose than what we had to let on beforehand. But we saw the draft really briefly pop off there, and I was I was pleasantly surprised by Largo, right? Collapse's Largo, because when we see a Treant Protector come out and we know it's going to be paired with a Wind Ranger, you're thinking this is going to be somewhat of a stable lane for the side of OG, but Largo and Collapse, they just kind of ripped through that laning phase completely.
Yeah, I mean, Largo is just very good against both those heroes. I mean, you lick off Living Armor, you lick off the Leech Seed, you lick off everything. You lick off Wind Run, and the hero is just
What aren't you licking, huh?
That's what Calax's tongue was all over the place. And I mean, the hero is just very, very solid and very strong in lane. So if you don't have specific counters to this hero, or you don't have something incredibly robust, then he'll always have a pretty good time.
I mean, I just see more of it because it's just like it was so damning to OG. Like even Natsumi, he even tried to go for a kill on the Largo, and the Largo's like, "What are you doing, bro? Like, I'm Largo," and then he just died. And at that point, I unfortunately, I went from like leaning into the TV to taking kind of a little bit of a step back because it was kind of doom and gloom so early on. And we are going to obviously see that move here where Natsumi with the ultimate, thinking he can focus fire down Collapse, and Collapse just turns around and it just kills him. It's rough for OG so much into the draft that Spirit had.
Yeah, I mean, that kill is not a Brew ganking Winter Injury. It's not a bushwhack thing. It's just a straight up run in and feed. And to me, that's like OG feeling uncomfortable. I see that, and it disheartens me quite a bit for the series because it's not just a mechanical mistake. It's a vibes mistake. The same thing with Winter Injury. She's just running onto the rune and just like, what is she doing there?
But I feel like you think you have the numbers advantage or something. You're like, oh, the Largo's gone down, therefore they don't have the sustain anymore in the fight. Like, surely now we can take it to them. And maybe part of OG isn't on that same pace, and then you just have a Wind Ranger that's frontlining.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference of like, you finally kill the Largo because he rotates to mid for some reason, but I think that's even a scarier thing because in Spirit's mind, if Largo's leaving his lane that early, that's a sign that this draft has been played before by Spirit in scrims or something because they want to be this aggressive. They don't want to just sit back and farm like a Largo could. Like, they have this mentality that these heroes should be playing into the map. So going into game 2, OG have to respect that Spirit will play into you, and they're not just going to sit back, hit creeps, and just AFK. Like, I don't want to see Wind Ranger, I'll be honest. Like, even though it's been banned against OG for like every game bar this one in P-Vision, like, it's just too slow for me. I want Natsumi to fight into the lane rather than just play this, like, I don't know, it's just feel like I'm not seeing him in the game when he's on this hero.
I think this goes back to a little bit of what Adam was talking about when he's saying, like, trying to mesh the ideas of Toronto Tokyo, who likes to play a little bit slower, who likes to pull back a bit on the map. I think that Natsumi in his mind is, I need to compensate and I need to now be a core that is more aggressive and more active. Because if you look at that mid-skirmish, there wasn't really a need for him to go there, right? Toronto's having fun farming on the Doom, and you're like, that's the hero we're making space for. I think you still need to put a lot in. We need Natsumi to get space.
Yeah, I also hate Tree and Protector, I'll be honest. I think between the Tree and the Wind Ranger, both are equally on the chopping block for me, where like one's got to be axed going into game 2.
The Wind Ranger, bro, look at the Wind Ranger across all of the best of ones. Are you joking? This hero's dog.
Yeah, but also kind of, not Scam, but like the Tree that was played by Scam is also kind of showcasing like, it just doesn't feel like it's in the game. Like, if your Tiny can suddenly apply Disperser, if Largo is able to lick it off, like, what is the Tree doing? He's just kind of there, just a big blob with vision. Like, I just, like, OG just didn't inspire me, where, like, Spirit at no point in that draft did Quino, I go, oh my god, Spirit, what could they pick? Like, they're lost. It's just like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like, OG didn't ever, complicate things. And both Tree and Wind Ranger are, like, the top 2 reasons why that felt so easy, I think, for Spirit to play this game.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest takeaways from OG, if you're going in an X game, or you just have, because I totally agree with what you're saying. I think Natsumi is making these decisions not because he thinks they're right. He's doing them because he feels external pressure, and that is the easiest way to lose any series, is doing stuff not because you're thinking about it. To me, that says you're not actually playing your hero. You're feeling overwhelmed, you're feeling pressure from your teammates or from other ideas, even pressure from your own subconscious. There's something going on there, and I think you have to take a step back and realize, hey, we're not really playing Dota. We're just sort of autopiloting based off of stress. And you've got to be able to focus and actually play the game, because they're just making unforced arrows constantly. The whole reason they're behind in this game is because they run into the meat grinder. No one pushed them, no one tripped them, there was no block on the floor. They just willingly walked headfirst into it, and you can't be doing that.
Hopefully then it's a little bit of a reset. Some of those conversations are being had, because for the side of OG, it's one game between them being eliminated and them being able to force it to a game number 3. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, we'll see what they come back to the table with. Our last chance qualifier, best of 3 continues. Spirit did take game number 1, but it's not all over for OG. I feel like there is more to be learnt in a loss than there is in a win. And for OG, some big learning lessons here, Quinn, whether it's in the draft or in gameplay. What would you be sitting down and going, all right, boys, this is what you need to know?
I mean, I touched on it slightly before, but I think the biggest thing if you're giving a talk in between games, it's, don't worry about this game. I think you take a little bit of ownership. You say, I didn't play super great this game. I think it's a tough game to play, whatever. And you say, hey, everyone just focus on your own gameplay. Don't worry about all this other stuff. Don't worry about we're playing in spirit or the stress. Like, clearly they've been playing bad for the entirety of the tournament. And they can feel that. Everyone feels a little bit bad. And I think you have to humanize the whole situation a little bit and understand that this is not easy. We're not in an easy spot. It's tough. And it's okay that it's tough. That's the life. That's the job. And if you do that, then I think you have better chances.
I mean, we also heard in the interview, right, from the coach of OG, how difficult it is for them right now because Toronto Tokyo isn't at the boot camp. When you compare that to Spirit, who are all on boot camp, like the amount of value in the little mini discussions in between games, whilst you're going to make a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, have some lunch, like those little conversations, they make you such a better team. Because online, like when you are just talking through Discord, like you have to be present in that minute. Like when you there's so many moments that OG's missing out on in their improvements, and it feels like they have a disconnecting game, and it clearly is because their team just isn't together right now. In the most important part of the season, being able to win here at Slam, get that confidence moving towards TI qualifiers, like it's probably just the worst position they could be in, not having everyone here. And again, it really is showing because it's in both draft and play,
Yeah, I think it goes to another level as well because, Adam, when I spoke to him, he talked about the fact that they've done so many different carry heroes on Natsumi because he has such a big hero pool, right? And that, I think, is something you can't really argue with. He does play comfortably on a large number of heroes, but then we get into this best of 3, and they want to just open up with his carry pick. And so now I'm wondering, where is that sort of mindset coming from? Because not even an hour ago, I'm talking to him and he's saying, yeah, we like actually leaving Natsumi's pick until last.
Yeah, I think they do. And I don't think when they pick Win Injury, it's a lot of thought. I think a lot of it is just Win Injury's been banned a lot, so we're going to pick it now because it's banned. So it has to be good, right? We almost beat Paravision with it. So I mean, it must be good. And you just pick it without even really thinking. I think you want to be present, and everyone wants to think about their own heroes because I agree. I don't think that pick makes much sense. It doesn't fit with the theming of them as a team. It's very much they just do it because they feel like they should.
Well, hopefully they're not doing things because they should anymore, and they're doing things because they're wanting to win. We'll see how a draft for game number 2 plays out. Game number 2, Spirit is first pick. So they're going to be opening up our draft. A couple of bans already underway. Snap, Lone Druid, the Wind Ranger, and the Coddle. So it's interesting that in a game 1, Spirit were willing to let Wind Ranger through. Now in a game number 2, it's promoted to a first phase ban.
There is a major difference between first picking a hero and then second picking a hero, right?
Yeah.
Like responding. The same argument is with like Pangolier. Like Pangolier on first pick doesn't have the same punch as like Pangolier on second pick. So certain teams will favor it in that regard. But still, Spirit, they are respecting it due to the kind of that second pick value.
They're also not forced to ban things like Snapfire or Lone Druid, which the other team's going to ban because they're first pick priority. So you can ban more team flavor stuff compared to bans that are forced. Is the advantage of being first pick.
And with a hero pool so wide as OG, it was 40 heroes in 11 games. They clearly don't have a solid foundation of things you need to ban. So it can just be, we respect this hero. Sure, let's just ban it out.
All right, there it is. I mean, I think OG needs to respond to this on a scaling level. I don't know if I trust them to run over this hero. And so I think this is where you open up Dota buff and you're like, yo, or you ask people what's good against Draw Ranger, or people say what's good, how do we counter this hero in the game? Let's pick some stuff that makes sense against this on a scaling level, not just trying to run the game over fast or picking Shadow Fiend to Drow and losing late game.
I was going to say, a lot of people are thinking that the Shadow Fiend might be that late games can outscale, but we've seen that showdown twice now with 4 different teams, and it's favored Drow both, from what I can remember.
Yeah, it's like 3-0 against SF, maybe more.
I just want carries that can gap close, be it like a Natsumi KES or something, where you have like strong lane, you don't mind going through Twin Gate. I want off laners that aren't just melee blobs and will get hit by frost arrows out of the lane. Like, show me, like, I mean, Beastmaster's banned, but like an Enigma or something different in the off lane that can fight. The issue is Toronto Tokyo's hero pool so far has been like Dawnbreakers and Dooms and this stuff. Out of all the options, Dawnbreaker's probably the better one fighting into the Drow because you can just hammer on top of them. But yeah, the other options he's playing are very static melee blobs. So I actually do like the Dawnbreaker. I retract that from the ones I don't want to see.
The caveat is Dawn.
Yeah, caveat is Dawn.
In everything you said.
Exactly.
Does he play Lycan?
Does he though? I don't think he does. From my,
what does it mean to play Lycan?
To win with it. You can play. Anyone can play a hero.
Level.
What it means to play Lycan is summon wolves, last hit the creeps, buy Helm of the Overlord, buy AC, and end the game.
All right,
Feels very soulless.
What do you think his win rate is on the hero, if he is to play it?
54%.
30%.
Ooh, 80%.
Damn, I was going to say
How many
60
games?
originally. That's impressive.
5?
Yeah, it's
2.
5 games.
Oh.
Yeah. It's 5 games. Last played 8 months ago, and he has an 80% win rate.
Yeah, sounds about right.
How long ago, sorry?
8
8
months ago.
months.
8.
When he was on Aurora. Yeah.
8.
Yeah, he went 1-6
no
and 1
crumbs.
against. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. He went 1-6 and 1, and he lost to this stack that he's now playing.
No
Yeah.
way.
Lost to Team Aureus pre-OG naming. Then he stopped playing it for, he got scared.
Yeah, I mean, that is a classic response to Draw Ranger. With Bane on your side, you're going to want some people who get in there because Bane needs some frontliners who can actually be up in their business. Can definitely see Lycan. Probably not now, though. You don't want to... You pick that hero too early. It can be responded to, so it's something I think you want to wait slightly longer to, I'd say.
I mean, it's also kind of looking towards, like, if you are going to... You see the first bit draw. Like, you need to fight her. So if you want to go for the axes or the Dawnbreakers, the more aggressive 5s, offlane, sorry, they even ban out the axe. Like, you need your 4 position to also bring some fight. So go for a Tusk. It's kind of okay. I don't mind it just because early on you shards the Drow when she's running away. You have tag team. You can kind of create opportunities of kill threat. Sure, throughout later portions of the game, it feels a little kind of... It can feel weird. Drow just kills you in like 3 hits. You blink in, you get gusted. You're like, okay, well, my initiation was kind of poor, but it is something to play on. Tims can conduct a lot of the pressure in the early game.
And this to me is a much more sensible tree compared to the last time. You've got, I think, a hero that counters the heroes that counter tree a lot better. If they were to pick Largo here, you wouldn't care as much about it. And on top of that, it's already got a purpose in that it's cool against Tusk because he presses tag team, you press armor, and it kind of negates a lot of that oomph.
Yep. When we saw how Spirit played right before, it's literally just you make space for Drow and let her just position nicely, and all the other elements of the draft will find ways to hold down the fight. So be it with overgrowth of the tree, the Ringmaster as well now with the escape act to keep the Drow alive, so then she can like pike back a little further to then turn around the fight. Like, both of these supports give you that kind of clutch potential in fights, and often why we say Spirit has that aura around them in winning any game, it's because of the support duo, and it will very clearly come into play here. Like Ring and Treant both counter the Bane.
Okay.
So they do go for the Lycan.
And the KES.
Oh, nice. Easy cool. Double cool, actually.
Yeah, you both did so well.
I think this makes sense. It is good. The Ringmaster and Tree are also not heroes that are particularly good against cores in a way. I think oftentimes these, especially not these kinds that farm a lot or scale very well, I think they're better against, like, these are catered toward the supports. Bane and Tusk, they're kill threat heroes. They want to sort of play aggressive and set up on you. Ringmaster and Tree are good at negating that, but neither one of them are particularly good against these
Oh, congratulations, OG, on winning. Spirit pick tied.
And what's the win rate again, Nat, for the newer viewers?
0% out of 5 games.
Oof. And which player most notably lost on it?
I don't remember that.
It's 33. Okay. The Tide player. If he can't move a bit, no one can. I mean, Collapse is probably as good. And it makes a lot of sense here, right? Into KES for the Kraken to get rid of the KES buffs, or debuffs, sorry, and also just to stand your ground against Lycan. You probably will go like Consecrated Wraps Ags, or Vlad's Ags, and you just keep the game alive. Just throw out Gush, throw out some stuff. You are a beautiful front line to enable Drow once again. Like every single pick post Drow, you can see how it kind of turns back around and go, no worries, we will let you get the right clicks off.
Yeah, their Spirit's so good at enabling their first pick heroes like this. Tide, it's an amazing response here, and I think all of Spirit's responses have been very pointed. There's been no picks that have no purpose. Tree is great against Bane, it's great against Tusk. Ringmaster saves from Grip, and then Tide responds to both these heroes. Like it's very pointed, and I think that's what's so cool about the way Spirit drafts is everything is picked for a specific purpose and a specific reason. It's not just willy-nilly we like this hero. It's picked because it functions in a certain way in this draft or does a certain purpose.
Yeah. And with this type of lane setup where your side lanes are very kind of independent, you are giving Lau a bit more freedom. Like, what do you want to play? Like, do you want to play a hero that forces out a response? Do you want to play your Embers or Storms or whatever to be playmakers? Again, Storm is already banned out, but like you are kind of giving freedom to him to do anything. Like, it's also a really good mid-Kunkka game. Again, we don't see this hero too often, but if you really wanted to go, Drow is our carry, you just put a mid laner that doesn't really need help, and then everybody just farms, and you can never fight them. And this is where Quinn goes, he hates mid-Kunkka.
I mean, I don't like mid-Kunkka.
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
He didn't say hate, he said he just doesn't like it.
That's fair, but I do.
Could have been much more aggressive with it.
Well, when they pick it, that's all the proof I need.
It's a risky hero to blind, because he does have some nasty counter picks. I mean, for OG, I don't think you need a whole lot. Like, you're not going to match them in terms of team fight from a mid hero. That's not what mid heroes generally give. And so I think what you do want is you want something that does well in lane and you can flow and you can make moves and take fights open towers. Like, if they were to pick Kunkka, for instance, I think OG can respond with Necrophos. And even though it's not great against Drow Ranger, it's cool against the other heroes. It pairs well with your supports and you can win mid and you can play fast and take towers and close at the map. Because that's what's good against Drow Rangers. You take her map away and you make it to where she's farming triangle alone, or with her whole team around her, rather, and she's the one taking all the gold. Everyone else is getting poor, and you let her sit there and farm her items, and then eventually her whole team is useless, and she's not a problem anymore.
Yeah. That's why I do kind of want to see a mid laner that is at least better at pushing out the waves by yourself, and then you're not calling teams to help you. The question is, like, does OG have that counter pick available from the mid lane once they start seeing what Spirit's going to go for?
Well, the two bans for the side of Spirit that they don't want to be seeing in the mid lane is Monkey King and Zeus. Zeus has always been that one where we don't really like him as a hero, but you've noted time and time again just how good it is against something like a Drow in the later portions of the game and not necessarily what it's for in the lane.
Yeah, Drow doesn't really want to buy BKB in like the first 2 to 3 items, and then Zeus at that point will have like Kaya, maybe even Yashikaya Ags, and you're going to put Drow to half HP. It's just a on paper combination that allows everyone else to kind of thrive in the fight, knowing that the carry has to always think about her positioning, i.e. TP to base.
I think you could see Quap from OG too. Okay, so Quap a little worse. Ember is very solid here. It's just nice against OG heroes. They don't have super clear ways to kill him, and you've got multiple saves, so someone who gets in there and abuses heals. Some heroes use like heals and help more than others. Something like Zeus couldn't care less about having Tree or Ringmaster because he's not actually getting in there. He doesn't want to get gone on, so he doesn't use the defensive spells. Whereas Ember is running in there and can be a Psycho, so you can actually use the Tree armor and box.
But from what we've described with OG's lineup, like, they need to now pick a mid laner that stops the Ember. Like, you need to shut him down in lane, and then use that tempo to go elsewhere. Like, the Necrophos that was previously mentioned is the type of hero that you kind of need to see. Like, you need to see that big lane counter, and they're opting for the...
It's mid-Timber, I think.
Yeah, Yopaj mid-Timber.
I don't think this is good enough. I think Viper or Necro or something that truly makes this Ember have no game would have been a better choice.
That you had to shut down this Ember. It's like you shut him down, it gives you so much more life in the game. Like, Tide is a bit more static, but very scary once he gets his farm. And it's like, yeah, I don't see the Timber full crushing out the Ember in a way that you get to play through it.
Yeah, I don't think Timber even beats Ember. I think that lane is roughly drawish, and I think if Ember outplays Timber, he can win the lane too. I hope OG plays better than their draft looks, because I think
there is credit to give though to OG, where even if Ember goes a 50-50 matchup, as long as the Lycan can find a way to get his Helm of Dom, and you have, let's say, like Mage Slayer on the Kez, you are looking towards 3 cores that with like 2,000 to 3,000 gold in their first like bigger item, they want to play into the game. That was very different than the last game where they only sat on their side of the river and they were just like awkwardly throwing bodies in going, let's react to Spirit, let's react to Spirit. So this is very much a different kind of pacing from OG, even though it feels like it's on this like insane timer of like, if you lose 2 team fights, how do you ever fight again? If they don't lose the fights.
I am also noting that Rue is on the tree and Not Me is on the ring. So then is that just a lane swap? We know that Ring is...
I think Ring is laning with Tide and Tree is laning with Drow.
Okay. It's just because we know that Not Me is coming in as used to be a position 4, now a position 5. So we get to see potentially a little bit of a lane swap from the support, see how they're going to able to aid different cores for themselves. But a win here for Spirit means that they continue on Blast Slam. If it's a loss for OG, then unfortunately they're eliminated. But let's see exactly how our best of 3 continues.
OG versus Spirit. Elimination game for OG. Spirit, if they win this, they face off against Yandex in this last chance qualifier. Thoughts on draft? We got the Chicken Man for OG. Last pick, Timbersaw for the mid. Can OG bring this back to a game 3?
I mean, they definitely have some interesting hero-to-hero counters, right? You've got Timbersaw against Treant and Tide. You've got Lycan against the Drow. I think Kez into Drow is a little bit... Yeah, this is an awkward situation.
Oh, they're talking about the text.
Yeah, well, it's also an awkward situation
hero.
in addition to that.
Toronto Tokyo getting chased a bit, getting slowed. Good shards. Should be fine.
That's enough, really. He's still
into the high ground. Got the wolves to help block.
Okay, maybe
he's fine.
Yeah, I think Yatoro ended up firing an attack into a wolf there because he went attack move up the high ground blind, and then the wolf was the first target.
Oh man, they're still chasing.
Yeah.
Tim's taking a beating now.
So I think this top lane is going to be extremely hard for Lycan. That's my biggest concern in this. Is that I think Lycan...
Yeah, easy to say now. Jeez.
No, but even just on paper, right? You're playing into Drow Treant. I think Treant is really, really good against this lane. 2 melee heroes. Yes, there's tag team to worry about, but you have living armor, and Drow is obviously going to offer a hell of a lot of just long-range artillery if they go on the tree. You're just going to see this happen over and over. Look at Toronto Tokyo. He actually has to TP out.
That's rough.
And Quinn talked about the mid lane being a draw. If that's true on paper, then I would expect Laurel to win, even though Laurel is not the strongest of laners in the elite level of Pro Dota. I think Yopash just hasn't shown us that laning prowess that he has had in the past in this tournament, just not really in form. I think that would be a great start for OG here. Shocker. If they do well in mid. Also just for Yopash's confidence, if you want to get into game 3 here, get something going.
Yeah, top lane is split into 2 different waves now, apparently. Toronto Tokyo is going to be happy with this, even though he is missing some XP top.
You have to pull them. There's no choice. This is the only play you have as Tusk Lycan, but this inherently always favors the safe laners if they counter pull correctly. And obviously Spirit, they are very familiar with this. They'll know what to do. And now the lanes are about to meet.
Does anybody ever play Lycan as a 1?
No.
As a last minute switch up?
Not really.
You don't think that's a thing, or it's just nobody's really doing it?
I think it was potentially theoretically good this game, but did I say potentially?
You started saying pathetic.
Oh, it was potentially and theoretically at the same time. That's funny. If it wasn't against Tide offlane, I think it could have been a more interesting idea, and then you could have put Kez mid and picked a different offlane for yourself to avoid this situation where Toronto Tokyo is now about to die to solo Yatoro with...
Not quite.
Jesus.
Not quite, Synderen.
Barely lives. He's still losing his wolves, though.
Yeah. He's gonna have to get... He's just gonna have to walk back, I think, at this point. A wave being pulled again from Tim's, level 1 on this Tusk.
Yeah, this one they're gonna contest.
Stick around.
Yeah. This is...
He's got the salve going now. And He's obviously going for this helmet iron will. He's halfway there, I suppose, but it's a pretty big purchase to be able to be somewhat secure in lane. Even then, at that point, you're going to be so disadvantaged in the levels. But we'll see. And
He's
mid
not
lane,
leveling the
Yopaj.
Drow at the expense of Tim's getting borderline nothing on the Tusk, of course. So, and also they have a triple wave, which is really interesting. It's quite rare you see this early on. Look at the top lane. They're going to try to leverage this against Rue. Unfortunately, they don't have tag teams, so they can't do damage.
Very true. A bit of a rough start here for OG in this lane. Mid lane, in the meantime, Yopaj 15-5 versus the 19-2 of Laurel, so Laurel with a slight edge. I would ask you how good of a Kez game this is, but I assume it's always good.
It's worse than average. Playing into Tide. I think against Drow, that matchup's actually very double-edged, because yes, you are one of the heroes that can just assassinate a hero you get on top of, but Drow with Pike and Gust can actually distance herself quite well, and she eats you alive if she gets to hit you a couple of times from range. So I don't think it's that clear-cut of a Kez matchup. I also think Kez into Ember can be tricky. Hyper-mobile heroes that also have Disable are generally good against Kez, because they both offensively and defensively have counters to him. Tim's should be first blood here.
Yes,
will be first.
You believe Rue will take it?
It was a matter of time. I honestly think, given the theory, they've done quite well in this top lane. But the problem is, if the theory is you're gonna get owned, maybe you're off on the wrong foot to begin with.
Right.
Sometimes you can sacrifice a lane if the trade-off is really good. Like, let's say you got a last pick Huskar mid against Ember, and you're like, all right, we're gonna obliterate this guy and get a huge advantage that we can play off of. Fine, but you're sacrificing a lane to not win any of the others. It's not really... I don't want to call bottom a win. Yes, Kez is slightly ahead of Tide, but it's by such a small margin that it's not.
Do you think that OG have done enough? I mean, I already know the answer to this question considering how down you are on OG so far, but with this first pick Drow, like in theory, Lycan is good against her.
Yeah.
You can just run up. Kez should be good as Yatoro. Will finally be taking a little bit of damage, not too much though. Not much at all. Stronto Tokyo will just get his wolves killed, and once Rue shows up, there's not much you can do with this level of advantage.
Collapse is just boss mode down bottom. 3 points in Kraken Shell.
Okay.
Walks into Kez and Bane with a quarter of his HP, and they can't kill him. Do I think they've done enough to counter Drow? No. I think they have one counter, which is Lycan. I don't think any of the other heroes are favored against Drow, in my opinion. Nice kill, though, from Natsumi. That one's big. He was not expecting to die from that on Collapse, so that's a big help.
You should always expect to die to Kez.
True.
That's what I've learned.
He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders already, I think, Natsumi.
Not me getting chased. Good Chakram with the block of the shards. So Yopaj getting a much needed kill. Has the amp damage rune? I can't believe I actually called it the correct name for once.
Good job.
Really sorry about that. The damage
Great move,
rune,
by the way, with the siege creep and the damage rune, so they can actually, if there's no response here from Spirit, they could take the tower. So they have to bring in heroes, and Laurel will be first point of contact. Still, they got 3/4 of the tower. That's really good at minute 7. So, successful move. You are playing against Treant, so you can heal it up, but it takes very, very long with these low levels. Time for the Wisdom. Collapse is level 6, can skill Ravage, but he's being
this is going to be 8 heroes in this area pretty shortly. Collapse holding on to the point of that Ravage, and
they get both.
It's the anchor smash. Tim's in a bit of trouble. I'm not sure if Collapse wants to waste Ravage for this. Okay, I spoke too soon. He will. He'll kill off top.
You think very lowly of Tim's if that's waste. Could have said
Natsumi with the Raptor Dance. Rue in the vicinity though. Yopaj doing a lot of damage to Collapse right now. They are going to kill off Skem to start this. So both supports dead to right. That's not me attempting to get out, but Yopaj with that burst damage, a little bit too much to handle at the moment.
Oh, Collapse.
Collapse? Okay.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, the death timers are quite low at this point, but while this was happening, Yatoro solos Toronto Tokyo, which I guess was just a matter of time.
I don't know if I would agree that was a matter of time. I think that's avoidable for a level 5 Lycan. You can jungle, you can pull waves with wolves. You don't need to interact with Drow at all at this point, so I would say that's a mistake, but Collapse has you covered for an even trade with that Tide death. Yopaj with the regen running. Does he fancy this? He does. He's gonna start diving.
I don't think he's gonna get a kill here though. We'll back away. Trying to force some sort of a rotation. Toronto Tokyo now in the jungle, as you so boldly predicted. And if we look at the...
Oh, lost the invis there, Rue.
Yeah. Oh man, Toronto Tokyo just wants that level 6. Even then, I'm not sure if
hey, Rue.
enough for him to get away in some of these situations. Rue will be cut down as well. Itoro has 23 denies, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Beasting it up.
How it goes when you have a completely free lane like this. Could argue he has played like 1v a half.
Half man, half Lycan?
Yeah. Lycan is a pretty bad laner, and then you, on top of that, you ruin his first 5 minutes, and lane kind of plays itself at that point.
Yep, and looks like Collapse here is going to be working on Ags as the first item. We're seeing some variation with the Tide Hunters, but like the panel talked about, the hero has a 0% win rate in this tournament. I feel like that's too small of a sample size to really matter.
Yeah, I agree.
But it is the traditional quote-unquote counter to Kez, if such a thing exists. I think Kez is off to a pretty good start, though. Natsumi will be the Mage Slayer choice, which is great against Ember, and to some degree Tide.
If he is going to rush Axe, he should probably start skilling Gush soon. Collapse.
That is a good point. What the hell? That is a... Yeah. Huh.
Usually you line this up so that when you get the Ags, you have at least level 3 Gush, but if he's going to keep putting another point into Anchor's Maestry, which he will, he needs another 5 levels to max out Gush, considering he wants to skill Ravage on level 12.
Very interesting.
So...
I mean, how bad is level 1 Ags Gush?
It's like 3 minus armor less than 180 damage. It's pretty...
Well, it's more the... Is the slow the same? The slow is the same at all levels,
yeah,
right?
That part of the utility is the same.
Yeah, that is a bit weird.
It's not that this is an uncharacteristic build, by the way. It's pretty standard to not skill Gush at level 8, but then you don't necessarily rush the Ags. Then you go Vlad's first, and then it lines up nicely with your levels, so...
Yeah, he might still switch it up. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't mind the Vlads. I think it's fine, right? You're playing against, like, the AoE armor is kind of nice against Kez and Lycan. You get some mana regen. Lifesteal's good. But...
Yeah, it's always a good item to have on a team with Drow, for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Toronto Tokyo has the Helm of the Dominator now, so takes over a Satyr. Now he can actually start farming a bit.
He is so
far behind. Yeah, he is. He is.
11-minute Dom is...
This hero...
I don't know what word describes that.
Well, it's not good, so you have a lot of adjectives.
Oh yeah, bad was the word I was looking for, yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Right. Yeah, just like not me, it is not good. Connecting with smoke.
Today, Cinderin.
Thank you so much. I don't know what that means. I think...
Hey, you do. I use it all the time.
Yeah, I don't listen though. Drow?
Good
connection, but
good
nice
gut. Well, he's still gonna get snowballed. Rue in the area has the overgrowth, so level 6 online for him, and that puts this to an end. Itoro is more than fine.
Yeah.
And look at this rotation from OG. This is everybody. Toronto Tokyo in his shapeshift form. Looks like Tim's will take a tumble though. So first death on the OG side. This require rotations from every hero in the game apparently. And Collapse is like, why am I here? Back through the gate I go to get my axe with my level.
Such a nice defensive line for Drow to play with Tran, right? You have a guy scouting for you, you have a guy that can give you living armor, and if they do get on top of you with Lycan, you can just press overgrowth on all of his garbage.
Yep.
It's super, super nice. And like Quinn was talking about, I think this has always been one of the things.
All that thought. Wheel of Wonder not going to fully hit here as the snowball goes in. They want to get it really aggressive. They take out the support, but Yopaj now getting run down by Laurel. Another Searing Chains in 2 seconds, but looks like Yopaj Timber Chains away. So The supports dying this time around are on the Spirit side.
Yeah. Couple good kills there for OG. But yeah, I'm very much with Quinn on the whole. Spirit pick heroes for a very good reason generally. They're a team that I would say much less so than the other average top team defines their draft by some sort of set pre-planning of these are the heroes that we think are good in the patch, and a lot more of what are the problems we are trying to solve. And that can be both good and bad, because I think sometimes Spirit actually overcook and maybe overcomplicate things with how they draft. But other times they just have really clever solutions. But the thing that makes it difficult, even if you're an elite team, when you draft that with that much variety, you might not necessarily have a completely shared understanding of what's the game state right now, what are we trying to do, when are we strong. You have like this abstract idea of we're picking this lineup for these reasons, but if you haven't run it in scrims or something similar, obviously things can feel a bit different. Scam will be vesseled and killed by Collapse. There's 3 points in Gush now. It's gonna line up quite nicely, as a matter of fact. If he doesn't skill Ravage on level 12, it might be fine. I don't think he has to. I think it's okay to go just 1 point Ravage. It doesn't scale that well, that ability. 5 seconds off the cooldown. Point to duration stun, 100 damage. Probably better to just max Gush on 12.
TPs, Yopaj wants to get aggressive. Another Gush coming out from Yatoro, keeping the Timber at bay for the time being. Under the tier 1 tower now, dodging the Chakra, but gets blocked inside of the Shards Overgrowth. Not the best timing, but they do have a lot of damage for Yopaj, and he gets Wheel of Wondered and killed off. Tim's next on the list for Spirit. So this gets shut down again as OG just can't get anything going yet again.
And that, to me, this is what Quinn was talking about after game 1, that there's just moments where OG just seem like, how to say, the vibes are off, like they don't have the good feel for what they can and can't do. I think that kill is impossible. Like, there's no point in even trying to go on Drow. She has Force Staff and obviously a Treant there. You're kind of just, like, that's just feeding a Timber away who's 3-0-3 and having a pretty good game. It's a pretty costly mistake there. I'm hearing a bike. Oh, well, it's ready, actually. He's gonna get gripped.
Hearing a Fiend's Grip. Yeah, that's a good counter to bike. Has it now. Gonna try for it. Oh, he uses it successfully. Finally, a unicycle evading death. I don't think we've seen one before. Just absolute garbage. Love to see it. Tier 1 tower top taken out as mid lane some action. And now abated. Laurel has the Spirit Vessel. Will be going for the Mage Slayer next.
Yeah. Not often we see Ember go both items, but I think this game is fine for it. The Vessel is very good against Timber, and the Mage Slayer is equally amazing against that hero. He's really targeting his mid opponent with this build. Neither item is particularly good against the rest of OG's lineup. But yeah. Super good against Timber.
Well, Collapse did opt to not take level 2 Ravage. He's got his Ags on the way as another Wheel of Wonder. These are the best Wheel of Wonders I've seen in quite a while. 2 out of 3 hitting feels like it's a really good percentage for what we've seen, at least in the past, as Tim's gonna get run down under the tier 2, and Spirit now just overwhelming OG. 7k lead to their name.
I mean, this is just falling apart. I don't know. You ask me what I think now. I think this is like a 90-10 win or something for Spirit, because I don't think the counters on I don't think the Radiant lineup counters the Dire lineup, and you lost the early game quite significantly now. So what's your plan here as Radiant? You kind of have to get this Deso on Kez and then go for a smoke, I think. The overall goal is... That's the problem with Drow in a game like this. If you don't get on top of her heroes reliably, you can go for her teammates and try to get ahead in the fight, but Drow's just going to do so much damage and have so much output here that I don't know if that's a good strategy. So maybe you have to find a smoke and wrap around fully. I get a little pick here onto Rue.
They do. It's a little something. So from OG's perspective, obviously this deficit is quite large.
I like the smoke. You got to do something.
What's the plan? They're gonna smoke up. Toronto Tokyo about to get his Helm of the Overlord. Obviously later than he would have liked.
The plan is find Drow and backstab her if possible.
Okay, well,
She is playing with a lot of save, though. We haven't really talked about the box yet, which is also great against Bane and Kez.
yeah.
So
No, she's gonna show
find her.
herself, and yeah, they were actually just scanned out by spirits, so they know exactly where they are. Rue looking for the potential overgrowth. He'll start it out as the gust comes in. Bane is dead. Natsumi does get to the low ground. TP though. Oh, is there another Wheel of Wonder waiting for him? It's a really long TP this time, and unfortunately, no unicycle to be able to catch up.
well, that gush is
Still getting slowed. This might not be over. Grappling claw. Yeah. Another gush for the road, but Natsumi eventually will survive these.
He should consider himself lucky. I think the Spirit kind of just botched that a little bit with their spell casting. Definitely could have caught the Kez too. They missed the slight chains first. They missed the gush. As a result, they only killed the Bane. But fortunately for Spirit, flawless execution is not required in this game as it stands. You've put yourself in a spot where you can make a couple of mistakes here and there and be a-okay. OG, you'd imagine we're just gonna feel the pressure of having to do something, but feeling like the moves they have to make are almost impossible. This is about as tough as it gets in Pro Dota at 20 minutes, is you know why you picked your heroes and what you're trying to do, but because of the conditions you've already unfortunately got for yourselves with the way the laning stage in the early game went, that idea feels so difficult to execute, but you still feel like you have to. I think sometimes in these high-level games, if you're behind by 5k, you can be like, all right guys, mission failed, we're gonna farm and we'll hit a timing later that we can use. I don't see that timing. That's the issue. Do you see a plan B here aside from Kez just chick it up? I don't know.
I mean, that's a good card to pull out though.
Yeah,
He's done that from time to time.
he can Kez it up.
I mean, really, I think the main issue is they don't have particularly great high ground defense. Like a lot of times you can try to delay as long as possible. They don't really have the prototypical stuff needed for that. As Toronto Tokyo spotted, even a Ravage. Okay,
That was very...
didn't have vision there, but
It was about sending a message.
yeah, that's what you get for leaving us so many years ago.
Well,
Toronto,
I think
Tokyo.
it was we kicked you for a reason, but...
Oh. Did they
did he
actually
leave?
kick him? No, I thought, yeah, he left.
I don't remember.
As Kez dies on the other side of the map,
That is the bigger
both
kill.
Rue and Yatoro. Yes.
You can take
part of the
Tormentor
overgrowth.
here. I think they're going to bring Tide down as a little bit of a sponge, and then 3-man this bad
He
boy.
left the squad, Cinderin. At least that's the story. As Tim's gonna open things up onto Laurel. A lot of burst damage coming out from the Timber Saw as well. Laurel though has the remnant. They just don't have the lockdown needed. As Tormy, like you said, spotlight now for not me. There's a replay on
Would have
Yatoro.
rather had the Trant one. But
Okay, apparently it was just a solo kill. I didn't see an overgrowth there at all. Maybe I missed the very beginning. As Skem spotted.
shortest grip in history.
Oh yeah, he's had a couple of grips, not the best. As Collapsing Company reinforcements arrive to take out Tim's. Laurel living on a sliver.
Here he comes! Oh, he bumped into
The
the wall.
anchor, yeah, an early shard there for Collapse, and look at the damage coming after Mitoro. Timbersaw dead again. Gust still applied to Toronto Tokyo. Has his ult in 1 second. Does he even bother? No. Triple kill for Yatoro, and they are owning yet again.
I don't think it makes any sense to make moves without Kez. I think you have to recognize that everyone in your team is having a pretty bad game, but Kez is the one hero that has enough explosive damage that you can maybe get a surprise kill and build a fight around it. If you're making moves with Kez not part of it, I think it's just always a losing move. So then it's better to do nothing. But if you were to make a list of priorities here, I think for OG, fight around Kez. If you can't do that, farm. And if you can't do that, then you fight without him. But that should be your last resort. It's like either Kez is dead or they catch you off guard or something and you can't connect and you have no choice but to fight. But I just think they're taking way too much initiative without their strongest hero. It's generally not a recipe for success. Here goes the Roche. Aegis will be likely in the hands of Yatoro. You could put it on the Ember here. so you can play super aggressive, but another layer of protection for the Drow. Not the worst. And there it goes. I wouldn't be surprised to see Spirit go high ground with this one. I think they must be feeling like they're really far ahead, and they would be right.
Yep, and they have a perfect hero to go high ground. I mean, do you agree with the assessment that the high ground defense for OG is not particularly good?
Yeah, I agree.
Like for some delay type tactics, you don't have, I don't know, there's no Magnus, there's no Invoker, there's no hero that can really take full advantage of this.
The main play you have is Shards and Nightmare, where you pull a hero in and then block them off, but Yatoro has Pike, so you have to grip him too, but then there's the box. It's like, Spirit have a solution for every problem you're presenting.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo has to use Shapeshift. Searing Chains applied to him, gets whipped as well, as meanwhile Yatoro just blows up Tim's, and Toronto Tokyo dies to the hands of Laurel. As
Where is Kez? Hello?
True. Nowhere to be found is the chicken man. Oh, there he is. He gets gusted.
Little bit late,
got
buddy.
what you wanted, Cinderin.
Yes.
And this is such a disaster for OG. Just feeding relentlessly at this point. Triple kill for Yatoro, and yeah, I think they go high ground here.
As this out with a whimper, man. It's a bit disappointing to see. I knew OG were unfavored today, but this is just not... It's just not good. Like, you're initiating this fight, or rather you get caught on the Lycan, the fight breaks out, and Kez is way too late to the party. Again, your strong hero, he just got his Ags. Shows up when 3 teammates are dead, gets gusted, and killed by just Yatoro, more or less.
I could tell exactly what kind of death that was, Cinderin. That was... My teammates are going to be mad at me if I don't show up, and he technically did show up.
Yeah,
but,
well...
Didn't work out regardless. Can't be blamed. Is they're going to get another support. Yopaj broken with that silver edge. Even the Ravage being used. And Toronto Tokyo dying in his own base. Will buy back. As Kez trying to do Kez things. Can't do anything yet, though. He's a headless chicken at this point of the game.
So many fish.
GG's
he won't
fault.
get to eat them. Oh, he's trying.
For
Oh,
Spirit.
no, he got 2.
Natsumi, the only question is, will you die before the game ends here? Yeah. Yes, you will. Triple kill for Laurel. And Spirit 2-0 very easily against OG. They're going to face off against Yandex. OG eliminated.
Yeah. The tougher challenge definitely ahead for Spirit. This felt like warm-up, which is sad to say.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been OG's tournament. Just things haven't really been clicking. You heard the interview with Adam that they're trying to figure it out, and obviously have some limitations. Spirit, though, they look quite hot today, so I think this next series could be quite competitive.
Very sexy indeed. 2-0 for Spirit. Back to you.
Thanks, Sunset. Cinder, yeah, Spirit getting the 2-0 for themselves. It looked. Are you trying to find the camera?
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, where's this magical camera from? I've never seen one. Wow, where is it? Oh, it's
T's.
Sup, hello.
T's looking about as lost as OG did in that best of 3.
Whoa, not that lost, please.
I don't know, man. That game 2, it felt really rough. I was really hoping that a game 1 was one of those things that they take a lot of learning lessons. They really work and build towards what could be a bit more of a competitive game 2, but it didn't feel that way by any means, Quinn.
Yeah, I think there was pretty clearly a gap between the two teams. It was not a very close series, and I think one day between the group stage and this last chance qualifier was not enough time for OG to fix the kinds of problems that they have. I think that's the kind of thing that takes weeks or months. It's the kind of thing you work on over a long time. It's not something you can fix in one day, and Spirit show that they're just better.
Yeah, I just hope that OG has like the maturity to kind of deal with a tournament like this, right? Like where you haven't really had many good results, you can kind of find your way to make those improvements again. TI is on the horizon, the qualifiers, like there's a clear path in how they can improve. But yeah, Spirit, they were just once again so dominant. Sure, the last game was like 40 minutes, but still you could feel Spirit kind of hold the entire game. This time around, a 25-minute swift victory by them. It was just, yeah, honestly, like a masterclass on kind of draft and play. Like I'm surprised that we didn't see the Spirit the entire group stage. Maybe it was just best of ones being the nemesis, but this is a Spirit that I'm expecting to see in tournaments.
I think you could take the best of one factor into it, but also like now we really are seeing the full impact of this Drow. It was, like you were saying in the previous tournament, mostly Extreme Gaming that wanted it, and whether it was a first phase or still an earlier Drow pick, Spirit are the only ones that are opening drafts with Drow. They're willing to have the confidence in her that it's, if you leave it in the pool, we will pick it up immediately as soon as we can. And now that's happened twice, and they've won with that twice. So it just feels like Spirit themselves have carved out a new groove in the meta.
Yeah, this hero might just be imbalanced, to be honest. And I think part of it is Spirit's also incredibly good at playing this hero. This hero might be imbalanced. Was that good?
Yeah, that was,
okay.
I heard that one that time.
Yeah, I think they're just incredibly good at playing around this hero. They shine when Yatoro is the star of the draft, and they get to all play around him, and Drow is like the quintessential hero that plays that way. So it fits into their wheelhouse perfectly.
I mean, it's also a matter of, like, I think teams are still shocked by it being a first phase hero. Like, we're seeing teams try to play the Lycan to beat it, an old school counter. It clearly did nothing in this game. And then, like, no one's trying to explore for the even more. Like, they're kind of like holding back and going, we'll try and beat it in other ways, rather than like, we'll shut it down in lane, we'll twin gate and kill it. It's like, I think there's still shock value that Drow is getting first phased.
I think people want to try and fraud check it, right? That's what we keep talking about when a team prioritizes a hero so highly that they're willing to open a draft with it, and no one else is looking towards it as favorably. Normally you do start thinking this, I don't actually place as much as high priority as Spirit do, and so then yeah, you dig deep into the pockets T and you go, let's bring out the Lycan, let's show them that the Drow can't be opening pick of a draft and that the Lycan's going to shut it down, but the Lycan did not do what it needed to do.
No, the Toronto Tokyo had a bit of a rough start to the game, right? Like, he runs up to the what's it called, the steps here with his hero and the wolves. He gets baited by a kind of beautiful root positioning, honestly, on the tree, like expecting maybe there's some scouting to be had. Because he scouts them out, then the Drow Ranger gets invited over, then you kind of bully the Toronto Tokyo. He's already used, I think, what, 2 or 3 tangos at this point. Tim's even steps up as well in the laning phase to kind of help out, and at that point, because of that first move, you can never enter the lane. Like, you have to be so mindful against Drow. What resources are you bringing to that first wave? And there was a little bit of all chat between Collapse and Toronto Tokyo. Natsumi also was all chatting a little bit, so maybe they were just very relaxed, very comfortable, but they got hit by just a pre-wave setup, and they just got absolutely annihilated because of it.
Yeah, that's just tough. I mean, TPing to your tier 1 tower at like 40 seconds into the lane is that's a tough one. I mean, some games, that's the thing about Dota, it's such a snowbally game, and if you look at a lot of real sports, there's natural reset functions within the game. You score a goal, okay, now you're back to sort of square zero.
I mean, even in other esports that
yeah,
happen.
But in Dota, there's none of that. You mess up on the runes, you mess up in the 30 seconds before the runes,
right,
and that can totally torch your laning phase, which can torch the rest of the game, and which is part of what makes Dota such a punishing and difficult esport, is that every little mistake you make can just ruin everything else you had planned for the rest of the game.
And it's not like it's going to be over in like 10 minutes. That's potentially anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes that you really have to slug it out. You have to be able to push through that marathon mentally.
Yeah, and there's only so many times you can tell your team, don't worry guys, it's okay. Because when they click on the Drow and go, it's not okay. Like, looking at the level, Yatoro had like 30 denies, I think, in the laning phase at some point. Like, there was just no fight in that lane at all. Like, if you're picking Lycan, it's to build Helmet Dome, to take the fight. And again, I think the Spirit, they understand all the little mechanics that they need. Like, they're picking first pick Drow, they're going to know the weaknesses, the strengths, the potential to take the fight. And if Rue wasn't positioned there, maybe the game's a little different. Not different, but just like a smidge. And yeah, props to Rue.
I mean, that's also the big clear difference between game 1, where OG are willing to start the draft with a Wind Ranger for their carry, compared to Spirit going for a Drow. A Drow feels significantly more oppressive in lane.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think Yatoro was also an expert at squeezing out the small things. We talked about the itemization from last game and how the disperser was really interesting. And I think he had some really cool itemization in this game too, on a much smaller level, nothing as quite as crazy. But I think we might have something for it. But I think he's so good at this, and I think it really shows an awareness and a focus on the particular game, and I think that's part of what makes Spirit so special. If you look at his inventory, now this is kind of small, but the fact that he didn't have his wand completed, he just skipped out on buying a wand, and he's rushing the pike just straight up. He has 2 Wraith Bands for armor against the wolves. Like, this is like just no wand. The fact that he doesn't have wand, he's just got his branches in his backpack, he's on strength treads, he buys Fluffy Hat before other items. Like, it's very small decisions on the order that he buys pike that have a really big impact. And if it collapse, he's rushing eggs in a game where most people buy like Vlad's or Consecrated Wraps or something beforehand, but he's buying it because he's playing against Timbersaw. He's playing against stuff that's hard to actually run in and be the frontline tank against. And so he's by Ag, so he can play like sort of this artillery role behind Ember Spirit, let him run in and do the shenanigans. And they have this anti-Lycan tech, which I just think is very, in the moment, it's very conscious, it's very present thinking, and I think that's part of what makes Spirit so cool.
I want to ask about the not going the wand. I think that's more important than anything, because so often you get baited into, you buy stick, that's something that you want to be able to have for yourself in lane, and it just feels like natural progression to complete it. But to not have stick, to not go wand there, like, what is it? Is it because the laning phase went a certain way for him? The fact that there almost just wasn't even anyone in his lane? Like, could you have done this if we didn't have that Rue rotation early?
No, it's a very specific thing for the game, right? He's playing against Lycan, who doesn't really cast many spells, and the other support has kind of just left the lane because the lane is going so badly. So what's the point? Right, you're not getting any charges. And the fact that he's not just autopiloting and just buys it because you always buy wand. He's thinking, oh, the no one casting spells here. Okay, I'm going to buy Fluffy Hat instead because it's more effective HP if they gank me. Those are small things that are very smart.
I mean, he's literally playing PvE in this laning phase. Like, there's no player to go against, right? Like, they kind of conceded the lane quite early. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I like the fact that when you look across the 3 cores, even the Ember Spirit going for like the Vessel to Mage Slayer, like you've got the Ags on the Tidehunter, the Hurricane Pike on the Drow, like everything aligns to we will break our opponent at this one time. Like other teams, sometimes you look at the cores and even supports, and it's like the items kind of like awkwardly aligned but not perfectly. In both of these games, it felt like Spirit had clearly identified, like at this minute mark, we on a good average game, everyone's going to be online, and it was twice in a row. It's why they looked to break OG. Like they just really understood both their draft, itemization, and play like on another level.
I thought this Timber mid, this is the hard thing about mid matchups, is sometimes you will see it and they're even in CS, and that's just not even good enough. Because I looked at it and I turned to you, Quinn, and I was just like, the Timber's not doing half bad in CS, and you're like, yeah, that's still bad for Timber going up against Ember in mid though.
Yeah, it's not even just specifically this matchup, but it's also the game in its entirety. I think this Timber mid pick is kind of a misunderstanding of the game. I think Yopaj is a small hero pool. It's one of the big problems with him as a player. And so you pick Timber in a game where it's just not going to cut it. It's not good enough. You need to beat Ember harder than that. And I think even if it's Mallory and Timbersaw, the expected result of this lane, the best possible outcome is like 55-45. And that's just not enough to get the game rolling.
To be clear, you're not meant to beat the Ember. You're meant to crush the Ember. Yeah. Like if you see like an Ember or Puck on 23 and you have 24, it's like Necrophos, it's Huskar, it's Monkeying. Like I want to send that Ember like crying back to his coach at the end of the game. Like that was, it was kind of like unacceptable to be even in that pick.
Yeah, today I learned, I hear you guys multiple times, but this was a very clear illustration of that. And unfortunately, OG, having lost both of the games in this best of 3, it does mean that they are eliminated from Blast Slam 7. But there is so much more to it. Something else that when I was talking to Adam, he mentioned they only really have had about 15 to 17 official matches together as this roster. And so whilst it feels like this roster change was made some time ago, and yes, there's always scrims, there is that element that we have to take into factor of fitting such a new element into the lineup.
Yeah, it's tough. It's multicultural, and I think like it's also like they weren't the best team beforehand, so it's not like he's coming into a team that's like fully fledged and has all their ideas figured out. They're still growing and adapting and figuring themselves out, and then they're also adding someone from another region who is a very opinionated player. There's a lot of stuff there that you have to mesh and mix. It's not an easy recipe to cook, and so I think it's the kind of thing that will take, if it's going to work, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Before T, just because I want to make sure they're not waiting too long, we do have Natsumi on standby joining us here. Natsumi, thank you so much for joining us. I know, of course, it's not the best situation to be chatting with you in, but I want to talk about, Blast Slam, your expectations, and how you're feeling after the loss.
Yeah, like kinda sad about the result, but like even in our scrim, we kinda like really like not doing good, like even in scrim. So yeah, I do not really expect a lot on this Blast.
And I want to talk about, for you specifically, bringing in a new offlaner. Sometimes it's hard in a draft when to pick up your hero, how much importance is placed on you. Do you feel like you've had to change as a carry to suit Toronto Tokyo style, or are you still trying to stay true to yourself?
I think for me personally, I think did not really matter on me like about the change. I think it's like about the playstyle and like my teammates. I think like the supports can get affected, like the playstyle. Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Again, that's many people enjoyed watching OG throughout the year, kind of bringing back SEA Dota to be a dominant team. What do you think, right now going into TI qualifiers is like the biggest change you guys need to make so that we get to see you at TI, and get to see you perform on the big stage?
I think really the playstyle, like if we wanna keep this going, like we really need to fix the playstyle. Like we should not adjust to Toronto, like basically the Europe playstyle, I think.
I see. So adapt more to Europe. Okay, thank you very much.
So then, do you have a very clear vision of how you want the game to be played and how you want stuff to shift, or is it something you feel like you're going to need to figure out over the coming weeks and months?
Sorry. Hello?
Like, do you have a very clear idea of how you want things to change and how you want stuff to play, or are you okay to more follow someone else's idea or have it take a little bit more time?
I think we really need to like talk to each other. Like we cannot really do this, and if we keep following on his idea, like it's gonna take a long time. I think like even TI like is not enough. So yeah, I think we should really talk about this, I think.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
All right, Natsumi, we'll let you go again. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun to see you guys at Blast Slam.
Yeah, thank you.
See ya. We're going to be looking at our last chance qualifier bracket, and now after having spoken to Natsumi, OG, we closed that chapter for them, unfortunately. I would have loved to see them go a little bit further, but today Spirit really showed up. They came in and it was a dominant 2-0. They're getting a little bit of time right now to reset because we will be covering Spirit up against Yandex in a moment's time, but if you are looking for a little bit of Dota action, I believe game number 2 is happening over on the B stream between Tundra and Aurora. Small amount of spoiler here in case you guys don't want to know. Tundra did win.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, you're still going to hear me.
I can't hear you.
Tundra did win game number 1.
Oh, it does work, yeah.
Yeah, okay, great, awesome. And they're in the midst of their game number 2. I think we're going to have a little bit of a check-in there. Yeah, last time I was looking at it. Now you got to cover your eyes. Aurora was up. So there's a potential that one goes the whole distance as well. A much harder fought best of 3 there.
I mean, it is just scary to think that I think Aurora, Tundra, Liquid all in the same bracket. Like only
for one spot.
For one spot. Like, I mean, yeah. I don't even need to say anything else. Like the team names carry the weight on that one. One slot, very spooky. B stream, pretty good.
I agree. I totally agree. And I'm curious to see how Liquid shows up today because both of these teams are ramping up. I think this is one of these cases where, sure, you get to skip one round, but I'm not fully sure if it's advantageous for them in this case because I think they need the games to figure stuff out because they're not like solidly set in the way they're playing. And so I think the winner of this lower chunk here could be the favorite going up against Liquid just because they've had more time to warm up through the day. It's not so many games where you're tired, but it's enough games where like I'm ready to go.
It's just crazy to think that like Tundra almost could have been eliminated last night if OG had have won their best of 1.
Mm-hmm.
To a point where you're going up against Aurora, who was just in the grand finals of the previous tournament, to then continue on up against Liquid, who won the previous Blast Slam. Like, that is just an unbelievably stacked last chance qualifier run.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most teams nowadays, like you could probably list 6 to 8 teams that on a good day should be winning tournaments compared to, you know, years before where it was always like 2 teams inevitable for the finals. So we are really kind of in this like beautiful era of Dota. Sure, it's a little bit European heavy at the moment, but maybe the likes of like LGD or someone can come and, you know, change that narrative a little bit.
Well, look, there is that action over on Stream B if you guys want to see that one, or you can stick around because after this break, we are going to be having Spirit up against Yandex.
I'm a support player. Of course I will die 20 times in a game, still win, and get the MVP.
I'm a Huskar player. Of course I'd last pick disgusting nonsense and ruin everyone else's game.
I'm a Dota 2 player. Of course I have more hours than I do MMR in the game.
I'm a Dota player. Of course I love the sun.
I'm a mid player. Of course I scream at my panelists to check the runes every 2 minutes.
I'm a Dota 2 host. Of course I'm watching the games.
I'm passing the phone to the only other player in the building who's got second place at TI.
I'm passing the phone to the guy with the second best haircut.
I'm passing the phone to someone who literally laughs at everything we say.
I'm gonna pass the phone to someone who can't handle more than half a beer.
I'm passing the phone to someone who has 15,000 Spirit Breaker games.
I'm passing the phone to someone who has won 0 Tier 1 tournaments since going bald.
I'm passing the phone to the one with the lowest MMR in the talent team.
I'm passing the phone to someone who's a Warlock one trick.
I'm passing the phone to someone who probably should have 0 communication score.
I'm passing the phone to someone who has a crippling addiction for mystery loot boxes.
I'm passing the phone to someone who's been kicked more times than he's kicked players.
I'm passing the phone to somebody who can only play Huskar.
We're back for our second best of 3 in the last chance qualifiers here. We've got Spirit coming up against Yandex, and a couple of people who might be either looking on Wikipedia or just looking at the group standings could be a bit confused as to how Yandex have ended up in this position of having to play last chance qualifiers. Because of course, when you look at it, they're on the same scoreline as Falcons. Why aren't Falcons here instead of Yandex, T?
Because the doctor himself has come.
The good doctor.
The good, healthy doctor.
Great doctor.
I mean, the healthcare in Denmark is exceptional, I must say. But that has clearly come into play.
Why would you know that?
Why would I know that?
Yeah.
Because Scandinavia did. It's all kind of collectively together in good healthcare.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, Yandex, because of the old new startle and the teams that they lost to, obviously more, of course, meant they had lower points. Therefore, Falcons just had better teams they beat, hence why they are in the top 4 and coming to Copenhagen.
Well, one of the best things, though, for Yandex is out of those 7 teams that they beeped, and very convincingly out of those 7, one of them was Spirit. So it feels like coming into this one, you should be feeling in high spirits. High spirits? In high hopes? feels weird to have a pun about Spirit for Yandex.
A little bit, but it was the game of Spirit Yandex was the first game of the entire tournament for both of the teams. So it's kind of like oh damn, this is what they're doing. We got so excited by Yandex and they kind of petered off a bit. Enigma for DM versus the Yatoro Lone Druid. Like there were some like wake up call moments in the draft that I think both teams have learned from since day one, game one to now what's the 70th series or something.
Yeah, that is the element of having a break in the previous tournament to come back in. People wondering where exactly is Yandex on that power ranking. So maybe there was a little bit of catching them off by surprise, but it feels like some of the heroes that are garnering them success, Quinn, aren't at all things that should be taking you by surprise. There are very clear, distinct signature heroes for both players like DM and Suxo.
Yeah, I think they're players that they're not trying to play everything. They're trying to play a small set of stuff, and they're trying to get really, really good at it. I think especially for DM, you look at these heroes, he's had a very small hero pool this tournament with just a couple heroes in the normal category, sort of like a Slardar or a Pango, but outside of that, it's very much just this stuff. He's trying to zoo you, he's trying to run you over in lanes, he's trying to play fast. And so I think especially for the offlane versus the safe lane, there's an interesting dynamic there of can they overrun the Yatoro safe lane? Can they take over? Because Yatoro is not a player who likes to play from behind. He doesn't like to play from a poor state. He likes to do well in his lane, well enough at least that he can go farm, and DM wants to ransack you. So I think there's a lot of give and take there.
I mean, DM just looks like an MMR farmer based on those heroes, right? Like he will pick those heroes on like the kind of the 4th position in a pub. He will just obliterate the enemy carry. He'll make him super tilted, and then he's like winning in 20 minutes, and he's just farming MMR like no tomorrow. Like he is insanely good at breaking down the early game, and that's something we just didn't see in OG versus Spirit. Like Yatoro was not challenged at all in that series. So I am looking towards DM and Saxor, of course, to bring a lot more fight. Because it's like if Yatoro goes farm mode, it's like you're probably looking at like a very difficult game.
Yeah, if you're having stronger lanes come out from Yandex, especially up against Yatoro, who was very active in the previous series, the fact that they could close out games early, I wonder if there's a chance that we end up seeing quite a long game from them. I mean, the last best of one that Yandex played for themselves was against LGD, and it was a 111-minute game. So this team very familiar with the late game.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably like 1,000,001 choices in this game as well, where there probably could have been like a different item here, a different play there.
And then they wouldn't be playing against Spirit.
That's the beauty of Dota. It's like, who cares? It was such a great game, and it's like there's of course so much analysis to give to a game that lasts 111 minutes. But I feel like for Yandex, you need to make sure your team fight is polished, because against a team like Spirit, they will put on a masterclass at kind of kiting out the fights, utilizing their buybacks, knowing where and when to fight. Like there was games in the group stage and that they utilized that beautifully. There was like Collapse buybacking on a Batrider, then there was Lal buybacking on a Primal Beast. So like, we're going to show you one example here, and it's like the start of this fight is the double supports of Spirit kind of baiting P-Vision in, then you get the double support kill, and it's so you keep kiting the fight back, you keep kiting to the right hand side. Of course, you see at the top of your screen, Lal has brought back, they have the tier 2 available, so not only are they taking a fight on their terms, they're also choosing to fight in a location where they have the teleport advantage, they have the buyback advantage, and in this series, of this best of one, it happened twice where buybacks were a critical factor in Spirit mounting a comeback into the game. So you just always have to be mindful that Spirit is a team fight team, and right now, leaving the group stage, they are kind of leveling up more and more. So Yandex, they're not going to go 111 minutes against Spirit. They probably would have lost by minute like 70 against them if it is to get there.
Yeah, I think Yandex has sped up as a team with the addition of DM compared to Notice, because they are playing drafts that are less structured. Like I think whenever you think about the old Yandex, it was they always had 2 stunny bros and then Watts is playing a hyper carry. It's a little bit less of that because DM is playing his signature heroes, he's playing the snowball type stuff, and so it's a different style, and I think their drafts probably will not match up as well against Spirits as more time passes. I totally agree. And so I think in some ways Yandex will be geared towards slightly earlier timings. They'll be geared towards stomping them in lanes, running the game over, and then once they have that early advantage, they can scale, right? They've got players that are very competent, very high ranked players on all their players. But I think especially that early game is very important for Yandex to get a good footing, because I don't think they want to play this, hey, we're even at 40 minutes kind of game. That will not end well for them.
Also, like with CJ, right, from the mid lane, often we praise him for like having the Night Stalkers, the Slardars, creating this like initiation. Like when he plays Zeus or Snapfire, we kind of felt that he wasn't as present in the game. So I am looking towards him, like have his like weird melee bro initiator heroes. I want him to be like a thorn in the side of Spirit, and like don't allow Lal just this free game. Like often Lal can be challenged in difficult games, but like on the Queen of Pain that we saw earlier, like it was completely free. So the mid lane is also very important.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest joys that I have of watching Yandex not only play but draft, is what sort of hero is CJ going to get for himself, and hopefully we get an answer for that as we head into our best of 3. one best of 3 between one of these two teams, either Spirit or Yandex, booking their ticket here to Copenhagen. The other one, well, that's Blast Slam 7, all done and dusted for them, and they will be eliminated. And so a lot of questions about the matchups. Who's going to make it to late game if they get it there? And how exactly are we going to see LoL contested in the mid lane? Because it didn't really happen in that previous series up against OG. So now looking at our game 1 bans, Lone Druid, Keeper of the Light, Pango, the Respect Drow, and Snap 5 being taken out.
I mean, the Drow speaks for itself. We just witnessed what it can do. And it honestly will be the future. If Spirit is to make it to Copenhagen, I am expecting it to be either banned or you're going to have like the most insane aggressive lineup to deal with it. But for now, because you haven't had time to truly digest it, just ban it out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Spirit from the flip side, Enigma Beastmaster bans. They know who they're playing against.
Double respect for the DM.
Yeah, and I'm curious what, I mean, I think Slardars, did they actually go for Clockwork over Slardar? This may have been the trade Spirit was offering up. A lot of times when you go into the first phase, if you're not trying to ban out everything, which is often difficult, then you're saying, okay, they're going to pick this and we'll pick this other thing, and you're swapping those heroes. And the trade they offered, I think, was Clockwork for Slardar, which is a hero that both teams prioritize quite a bit, one of the few flexes they both have. We'll see if they end up taking it. They go for the friend instead.
I'm a little bit shocked that they're putting SF at that level where it's like, oh, well, if we're not going to be able to open a draft with Drow, then we'll try and respond with an SF.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it's just Spirit's tier list of carries clearly is like Drow is number 1, SF's number 2. Just that's it. It's not that
not
complicated.
Deeper than that.
I'm not even going to try and make it any deeper. It's a matter of that. Like you pick the SF here, in the next phase you just pick like a tree or a body to protect it in laning phase.
Well, you don't get the tree. It's banned out. Literally, as you said, you either want to look for tree or...
Yeah, it's okay. It happens. But it's like that. You got like Tusk, Clock, Tree. Am I missing a melee bro for the
Ogre.
5? Ooh.
Don't do that to him.
Sorry, is
That's mean. That's like teasing.
Yeah, is Maposhka subbing in suddenly? Or
Malady likes Ogre. He likes Ogre.
I wouldn't mind to see Ogre.
Unironically, it's possible.
I would like to see it at some point. I think this hero has been disrespected for too long in the Dota 2 scene. But yeah, if all the melee bros get eliminated from the draft, then sure, we might see it.
It's also good because if you don't pick it as Spirit, then you will need to ban it.
The Ogre, right?
Yeah, the Ogre.
Yeah.
Obviously.
It's
We're not talking about Shadow Fiend, of course,
big
right?
problem. Fire Blast is just disgusting. No, I think, yeah, like SF Clock is just, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. Even though you don't have the farming souls and base combo anymore, it is very, very good. And I don't know, we haven't, outside of Drow Ranger, I don't think we've seen a real counter to Shadow Fiend that's been super convincing to me.
No.
Maybe Yandex has something in their back pocket, but this hero has seemed kind of untouchable besides Drow.
And it's also like the value in which it brings to the draft. Like where teams pick Wind Ranger in like previous patches, it was fine because like, oh, okay, nothing really stops her from doing her job. Now like Shadow Fiend is that version. Like you play most lanes, you have kill threat, you very quickly get online because you have like the specialist array build as well, where it's not like you're kind of like a glass cannon, like you're buying stats, you're finding ways to like be a bit more of a, you know, a hero present in the early game. So yeah, Shadow Fiend is, again, it's kind of like Dota, of course, in modern day, it's like items make heroes viable rather than the hero itself making it viable. And it's like the specialist array makes Shadow Fiend viable. If that got deleted, we probably wouldn't be seeing as much SF carry in Blast Slam. And they banned the Phoenix as well, so it really is just 3 respect bans to DM in total out of the 5 going the way of the offlane. And they take the Tusk. So yeah, as we mentioned, the 3 melee bros, the Clock, the Tree, the Tusk. You just need to pick one of them, and SF's fine.
With Slaughter Band 2, I think everything that DM has played this tournament besides Undying is banned, and you're not picking Undying the Shadow Fiend, which means we're getting something new for DM. Actually, he might have played Lycan. I take it back. There's Lycan still too. But anyway, almost all the stuff he's played this tournament is banned.
Yeah, I can... Yep, Pango.
Yeah, Pango's banned.
Yep, that was the only other one.
Yeah, so it's just the Lycan.
Which he has not played this tournament.
Did he not?
It's Phoenix, Pango, Beast, Enigma, Slaughter, Undying.
Okay.
That's the track I have.
Okay. No, I believe you. I thought I'd seen Lycan, but I was incorrect. Underlord against SF is a risky one, but I think paired with Rubik, it's a lot better. This pit into lift back into the pit into re-pit is a very disgusting combo. You have made 4 staff really good for Shadow Fiend, so it's a game where now SF can potentially not buy BKB, which Yatoro loves doing. Games where you can just buy Manta Pike on Shadow Fiend, make it just much nicer to play because you aren't focused around a short fight timer. You can play more elongated fights.
I mean, this type of draft really sets up for CJ to want to have that hero. Like, he wants to be on the Ember type Void Spirit style hero that's kind of just jumping in like a madman, making the plays. Because if he's not doing it and you have like a farmy mid lane, there is this kind of pressure on Yandex where like who wants to make the move. Suddenly Watson might have to fill that role. It can be difficult, but if they are respecting that, then their first 3 heroes are very good at just kind of creating this like defensive fortress on their side of the map. As already mentioned, Quinn said with like the damage reduction of both Underlord and Rubik, Clock as well with the hook shot for the cogs to kind of just hold down the positioning. There is just a lot of reaction available for Yandex.
It's also pretty cool because if Tusk ever commits on you with tag team, you can just lift him away and buy extra time. So it's not as easy to kill Underlord because a lot of the context Underlord would be kind of rough against Tusk because they will just beat the crap out of you with tag team and kill you. But having some reset on your support, whether it be lift or hoodwink W or something like this, changes the matchup to where I think it's a lot more playable for Underlord.
And I really like teams though that when they play up against an Underlord have a lot of kind of map play. I don't want to see just like one move made because like you make your move, Underlord ults in, turns it around, you kind of go back to this like status quo of like we both farm. But when you have Lion and Tusk, you know, multiple twin gate users, Tusk can poke one side, bait Underlord, then you go suddenly on the other side of the map with the Lion, you're like making the map really, really wide, and Underlord can't be everywhere. So Spirit, they go back for their Largo. Again, Croak of Genius on the Shadow Fiend is going to feel quite nice. The Croak on the Lion as well, a combination that we've seen Tundra run, is quite a fun little combo to think about. Just good cheap damage. And it does mean that Lau on his last pick, be it the Queen, maybe a Puck, you know, he's going to be quite happy getting that extra little bit of a damage buff as well.
I like this TA a lot. It's got a very good matchup against Shadow Fiend because he doesn't really have any kill threat on you at all. And if you don't have kill threat on TA, then that means the hero is just very difficult to deal with. She plays on the fringe and just hits Shadow Fiend, and if her stacks up around, she can blink back. Or she can play on her refraction timer and get another one going. Not to mention, if you look at all of Spirit's heroes, there's not really anything that burns through refraction. And she's got a Clockwork to help her in lane. She's got a lot of stuff to abuse the traps. You pop a trap, suddenly Clockwork rockets and hooks, and you Underlord getting a guy's dead from thin air. So it's very good, and it's Watson's best hero.
And people kind of forgot about TA because of like the loss of her shard, right? Like not having that silence, but the vision that traps still bring is very important. When you have the initiation tools of Lion and Tusk, like having your like TA be able to farm an area, like unless you're using a smoke, TA will be able to dodge the ganks. It is something to note in Yandex, this kind of defensive playstyle they have right now. It's very simple lanes. TA should farm, Underlord should farm. Like they don't have to make any moves. They just need to wait for their items to then kind of be confident in the game.
Yeah, they're also very much geared up for a game where CJ is playing a move maker.
Yep.
He's playing his melee hero, which I think is what suits them best. So I like that as well. You're not getting Slardar, but stuff like Ember or Storm's not melee, but something along those lines, a hero that can just get in there and do stuff, is very solid for Yandex because, like you said, Underlord very farmy, NTA also quite farmy, so you can end up with some lack of playmaking. But at the same time, it's not the end of the world if it's slightly slower for Yandex, because I think their scaling is not bad. Like TA scales totally fine against Shadow Fiend. It's not like playing, I don't know, some random hero against Drow Ranger where you're on a timer. There's no timer here, so even if you have to play a little slower because of how the lanes go, that's okay.
Do you have to be mindful though that Spirit can still take like a Primal Beast last on the mid lane, and then it's like you just farm the mid, you just crush through into the TA early on. You have like high rotation. Like, of course, there's still like the Ember that you mentioned that you can like, preemptively pick to maybe try and deter it, but I feel like there's a lot of comfort for Spirit just getting this like casual primal. You have the Croak on the Largo, you just kind of create opportunities for your Toro to find his entry.
It's probably okay, but I also think that Yandex has decent ways to deal with it. They can just steal Pulverize. Clock is very good against primal. Like it's definitely possible they pick it just because they love this hero and they'll tend to jam it in cases that might not even see like good primal games. But I don't know if Yandex opts to not ban it.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of blindly assumed based on earlier when they picked Largo, it's like Puck were the top two that I mentioned. They are the two banned out, so
yeah,
I'm kind of going, what's like the A tier or B tier hero for Lyle now? All it needs to do is just go in, and I think they're fine.
Yeah, a big part of this Largo hero probably is this Croak of Genius spell. It's just a weird spell because you don't actually see what it's doing. The damage is I don't know, it's hard to see. It's kind of invisible. And so it's the kind of thing that you probably have to check the stats on or play the hero a lot to actually get a proper feel for. But it does seem like when they pick the Frog that they prioritize these high magic damage heroes. And I don't know if Primal is actually able to deal the damage, like is able to abuse Crooked Genius in the same way.
What happens if does Lau even play Viper, for example? Because I'm looking at TA and Underlord. If you pick the wrong hero for CJ, what if Lau just takes the Viper? Like, you already have plenty of initiation and stun and ways to progress. Like, take Roshan with Tusk. I'm a little worried that could just become the kind of conclusion of this draft. Is like, Lau found like the counter pick.
Yeah, you've got to be careful here for sure. If your mid just gets, if you pick something that you're like, hey, he'll make moves, and then he gets crushed in lane, well, then he can't make moves. And now you can get ransacked a little bit with your 2 AFK side lanes. So they may actually have to compensate a little bit and pick something that they feel can do well in lane, even if it's slightly move makey, and they play a little bit slower of a game because they feel like they have a good carry matchup. It's definitely an option. Yeah, this is very much that. Invoker does fine against a lot of heroes in lane. It's slow for sure, but I think they just felt like they couldn't pick something that is quote-unquote faster, because if it gets counterpicked in lane, then all the speed goes away, and then you're in a rough spot. So this is like hey, we're playing a little slow, but our scaling is beast mode.
Yeah, it's like at some point the game will switch, and it's like, oh damn, like how do we ever cross the river anymore? Like our initiating supports are just food for the enemy. The traps are doing it. The Invoker's scouting with Forward Spirits, and of course does a bajillion damage. Don't quote me on the actual damage numbers, but...
No, that's an accurate measurement. I think also one of the more annoying things is when an Invoker gets picked like this, even if your side lanes are struggling, or let's say you're crushing your side lanes on Spirit, there's still always going to be external help from the Invoker. So you also have to question, like, how heavy do you want to initiate on them in the side lanes?
Yeah, I mean, this the Underlord lane has gotten a lot spicier for sure. You've got Pit into Lift, but there's a Sunstrike now on top as well. So
exactly.
the damage range has changed. And they've got a little more potential in the off lane. Ember is pretty solid against Invoker. You should win the lane by some amount. But it's not the kind of lane that you win on your own. And so I expect there to be a lot of rotations mid, and you try to play through this lane. I think Invoker tends to be like the focal point of a lot of games. When he's there, you should run at him because he sucks from behind. But he's also relatively easy to run at. So there's a cat and mouse game there.
I mean, but not only that, it's like if you bait the rotations towards mid, and then suddenly you TP top or bottom, and then you're like killing the TA Underlord after dragging Yandex's heroes there. Like, I think Spirit, they're the ones who can create a lot of opportunities early on, and it's on Yandex to decide like, which ones are we actually going to react to, because we need to make sure we're ready for the right one. Because if you start getting dragged around, wasting TPs, there is a lot of like pick-off potential and nuisance from Spirit. Luckily though for Yandex, like their lanes are just, they play themselves. It's just push the wave, get fat, get your items, and then you play the game when like Watson, he makes the call.
Yeah, I think Yandex have flipped the script a little bit. I think Spirit, they need to be the aggressors. I don't think it's a game where they're okay just sitting around and farming. I totally agree that the moves should be coming from them. They have moves to make. There are options to happen. I think a lot of the first 5 to 10 minutes is a big skill check, and I'm just curious to see what happens.
Okay, another even-ish draft where both teams can play through different avenues. It's all about who is deciding to show up today, who's going to be able to skill check the other. Our best of 3 for a ticket and a spot here in Copenhagen is started with game number 1 between Spirit and Yandex.
Spirit versus Yandex. Spirit had a nice little casual warm-up beforehand, taking care of business against OG. I'm sure Yandex wasn't too happy about that. They would have rather them have gone through some slog of a 3-game series. That was not the case at all. So maybe not that much of an advantage for Yandex here, but the winner of this series will move on and blast. Loser out. So second attempt for Spirit to dodge elimination Cinderin.
Yeah, I think perhaps, like you said, maybe Yandex didn't get too much information from the last series, but I think if they had any consideration of giving away Drow and trying that for a game in the BO3, that probably put an end to that. So at the very least, I don't expect Spirit to get their hands on it in a single game here. The rest is a little bit more nuanced with what heroes they're choosing to ban and pick. Obviously, like the panel talked about, well, when Drow is out, maybe Shadow Fiend is just the best carry, because that's the only hero we've truly seen deal well with Shadow Fiend. We cast a game where SF had a really good start and ended up losing because he actually couldn't kill the enemy core, so it sounds crazy to say out loud, but That was against OG, where they had, what was it? They had Abaddon carry and Timbersaw offlane, I think, in that game. This time around, Yandex are bringing something else to the table that theoretically is good against SF. The TA can obviously block a lot of attack instances, and Underlord could just be that beefy boy that SF doesn't kill in 4 shots. So a bit of the same line of thinking, perhaps, with different heroes.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the Underlord, glad to see the Invoker, glad to see TA. Never thought I'd say that. Here's what we haven't cast yet this tournament. And like we talked about last series with Collapse playing Largo, this hero suddenly a resurgence out of nowhere. It feels like nobody could win with him. Now no one can lose with him,
yeah.
It seems.
Well, maybe it's a case of the best teams were beating Largo, and now the best teams are qualified already. So,
Cinderin,
perhaps.
I'd just like to congratulate you on something, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is it a good thing?
Well, you don't know what it is yet, but sure. Usually you say thank you after I've congratulated you and told you what
I was just blown away that you wanted to congratulate me on anything.
I had to go into sandbox mode and test the Largo catchy lick, not doubling up, and you're correct. It does not. I personally think it doesn't make sense that it shouldn't do that.
I think it makes sense that it doesn't, because that's what it says it does.
I'm saying a basic dispel to me, I would consider that a buff for your ally, so it should be a buff for you. That's how I would.
It's something you place on an ally where they get it on their status bar above the hero.
I understand what you're saying,
above your spells.
and I'm just saying.
I'm proud of you for that. I want to congratulate you on understanding what I'm saying. This is a positive cast, Shannon. We're both improving.
Having said that, what do we have here that can be dispelled? The Underlord root is a big one.
Yeah.
The panel talked about the double root potential with the lift. I mean, even the triple root potential with Atos if they're gonna, or Gleipnir if they go on the Underlord. Not as much value as the last series, but still, that's a good one though, because it repositions you as well.
That and Cold Snap are the 2 big ones, right? I don't think there's anything else that's really particularly meaningful. Yeah, you can
Fire,
get Fate Bolt.
Forge Spirits minus armor, Cinderin. How dare you?
True. Yeah. You can dispel
And even
Deafening
just-
Blast Disarm on your SF.
That's right. And you can reposition for EMP, very important as well. Not a dispel for it, but you know.
Yeah, so that's not at all what you asked, but now we're just
It's
saying-
utility.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good usage of
Yeah,
lick.
you can also displace every single enemy hero with it.
What do you think the record for the word lick being used in a cast is? Do you think we can break that here?
Whatever it is, we probably have it. So we don't need to improve our record. We need someone to challenge us first.
Well, we need somebody to actually keep track of the record, and then we can do exactly that. Collapse. Gonna get. Wait, what happens there? When you bull a cog while you're inside, does it just not work at all? That's what you were telling me.
You have to be more
week, right?
specific. So you are trying to hit a hero that's inside the cogs?
Yeah.
With bowling, then it doesn't work. But you can bowl from inside and outward. You can basically, people inside cogs can't be hit by knockback. People outside cogs can be hit by knockback from anywhere.
Right. Okay.
If you could hit them inside, the small cogs would be even crazier, because then you could cog them in, walk out, and then you could bounce them between all the cogs, basically.
That's right. That would be
quite
fun.
broken. Not to say mega broken.
Invoker picked, and it is an exhort. Is that the standard these days?
I don't really know what the standard is.
Oh,
Hero gets picked very
Sunstrike
low.
actually hits, and that is going to be first blood for Chira Jr., just clipping him barely on the outskirts of the AoE. Huge kill to start the game for Yandex.
It is a very good Exort game, though, in terms of setups for Sunstrike. You've got, like you talked about, you've got the double pit, and you've got cogs. So it's a really nice way to potentially threaten and win the side lanes. But as far as what's the standard, I do think this is more normal.
Oh, top lane. Watson gonna get some help from Sunstrike, but it's not nearly enough. Malady, don't think he can finish off.
You say that.
Not me? Okay, he goes bowling. He gets a strike. Congratulations, Malady.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to hide in meld, but the sentry eventually came.
Yeah. It's good news for Yandex that Chira Jr. got that first blood and is having a good time mid, because in terms of just raw CS Spirit, clearly pulling ahead here in the early laning stage, looking at the numbers.
That's because they had a warm-up game, Cinder. In bottom lane, we got the pit. The snowball is here. They're going to still be stuck inside, though. Sunstrike not going to clip anything as rotation's coming from Not Me. Soxa will die as a result. DM does survive, and we'll get some nice solo XP here at the very least.
This lane is so strong. Tusk is up. And the fact that they have the snowball to block a lot of the damage from the firestorm is really nice. They get caught in a pit, he snowballs, he just stalls it out, and then when that damage isn't hitting, you know you can just take the fight afterwards. So, I think maybe Yandex need to not even try to play aggressive down there to an extent. They kind of want to with Sunstrike though. Soxa gonna get caught and killed.
Yep, tag team being used to good effect, but that was a beautiful telekinesis, getting all three in the area, but just no follow-up, unfortunately, toward the Yandex side. Although now that Malady has come to play, no, Impale from Not Me should put this to an end.
Is Earth Spike Shannon?
I refuse.
Okay.
If it becomes actually different enough from Impale, then I'll start calling it Earth Spike.
Do you also use Finger of Death and Laguna Blade interchangeably when you call
I don't, because Finger sounds better.
Okay, so you call Laguna Finger.
No, Laguna sounds fine. It feels more fitting for Lina.
Okay, I'm sure that
Hex, I do say the same thing.
It's fine.
I mean, 2 out of the 3 I use the same name. Hex for both.
Yeah.
You know.
That's true. Does anybody ever call it Voodoo?
No.
I don't think I've ever. That's probably the only spell in Dota history that nobody ever calls what it's called.
That's probably not true. There's probably another.
Yeah, okay. Challenging you to find it. You've got a full BO3 to think about it.
Amplify damage, Cinderin from Slardar.
I say haze. Okay, so that's already disproven.
I do miss that one though. It's top Wisdom Shrine play from Malady. Don't think he's gonna get away with this one. No.
Spirit get both.
As Collapse is there as well with the Frog Stomp. Doesn't have mana for Lick, but I think they still get this kill.
Doesn't even need it. Phase Boot's so good.
Like, nice Impale there.
Yeah.
Just to make sure he has the binding correctly. What do you think of the TA? And why are we not seeing this hero as much as we used to?
I think she's targeted as a pick against SF. I think that's kind of the only reason they grabbed it here. They wanted a carry-to-carry matchup that has a good chance there.
Chira Jr. with the Tornado. I thought of another spell, Meatball.
I definitely call it Meteor.
Well, you're a moron, all right? Meatball's way better.
Uncalled for and was not a part of the line of argumentation. So
Soxa dead. You're gonna make me look at the hero list and all the spells while I'm trying to cast. Like, it's an impossible endeavor here.
You know, there's a break between
game
1 and 2, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to think about Dota at that point, all right? I need to turn my brain off and look at cat pictures and then reset for game 2. That's how casters work. You wouldn't know.
No.
You got Twitch chat open, Cinderin?
I don't.
Okay. You've learned a lot over the years.
You want me to open it? Well, I do have a window with the game running on it. I can tab over.
Oh, so you do have chat open.
Someone wrote
good.
LOL. Back to you.
Okay. Very good. Congratulations to that guy.
Yep.
Collapse working on Kaya. I mean, any items that... I mean, everything's going to be relatively cookie cutter. So for Invoker, let's talk about him. He's going for Meteor Hammer. Is this a hero that you typically will just go Ags every game at some point and just decide which version of it you want? Which I assume this one would be the Kata, regardless.
Yeah, I think you do. And it's, I mean, especially in this game, it's just...
Watson, Refraction Charge is not going to hold up too fast with the Flame Guard from Laurel as he chases with his Haste Rune. Meld Strike under the tier 2 tower. Malady is here as well. Sleight of Fist, not quite enough. And Watson has another Refraction for the road.
I think he could have cast the chains there on the way out.
We've tried, but they're going to come to the mid lane instead as Chira Jr. now taking a bit of a beating. Nice tornado timing though, but Mr. Remnant Man himself is here. Laurel should be able to kill off Chira eventually. Surely he's dead. Surely, as the Beans Gate is used. Rue really wants this kill. Snowball up in 3 seconds. The Shard's gonna block him in. Laurel will finish the job as Yatoro coming to play as well. Unfortunately for Yandex, DM not able to do too much. In fact, he's kind of out of mana now, as Yatoro and Laurel might be able to team up to try to kill this big fat juicy man. Yeah, the portal has unfortunately for him, expired. Double kill for Yatoro, so a wasted rotation. Kind of a big deal because the offlaners, I feel like, are off to a decent start. As a triple kill.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay, so sticking around.
Yeah. And a regen rune, and he's gonna look at Laurel being a buddy, giving the bottle over to Yatoro at 10 minutes. Your carry SF gets to get the rune.
Meatball, not to be confused with Meteor, of course, because there's Meteor Hammer being built by Chira Jr. We can't have that.
Not me, kind of just ran in circles and died there. That was a bit weird.
And the root onto Yatoro, should be fine though. They get the tier 1 tower, no deny coming out as the Searing Chains onto Chira. I don't think there's any follow-up here as the telekinesis though with that cold snap. Laurel does have a remnant though.
He might TP back to base and keep this pressure up potentially. Yeah, he's going to. So he gets the refill and he'll connect again. Spirit are playing super fast in this game, and if not for some great fancy footwork from Chira, this could have been an even worse sequence. I think he played it more or less perfectly with his mechanics. However, support, especially Soxa, is off to such a bad start. 0 and 4 on the Rubik, level 4 at 11 minutes. Seems like every time he tries to come and help people under pressure, he just gets caught by Lion and 2 raises. Do farm the stacks here.
Ball. DM is hit. Ice Shard's not gonna really block at all, but the Impale is there. And a tornado from Chira. Good deafening blast. That should put things to an end with the cogs as well. God, these freaking cogs are hilarious. I thought of a new spell.
I really thought they were going to kill DM there with a finger and then connecting further with Ember, but I guess cooldown on the Remnant, I suppose, so he couldn't finish the job. Still, even though they don't kill anyone, they are the ones setting the pace. Spirit constantly forcing Yandex to rotate after their moves. Yandex haven't really made a move of their own yet this game.
No, they have not. The Fiend's Gate was a move, actually. It just did not work out. They will come to the bot lane and defend that successfully. And I did think of a new spell, Cinderin, that people don't call by the actual name.
Yeah.
Amphibian Rhapsody.
Oh, that's because you never talk about the spell at all.
Oh, so now there's qualifying. Okay, I don't understand. You were looking for one spell that people don't call by the name?
I'll give you... No, you're actually right. The individual songs, people don't call them what they're called. So you're right. Good job. You found one. Yeah.
Good.
I can't remember the name of any of the songs except, well, I can remember 2 of the 3 actually, come to think of it. But
I was gonna say you always call the Blitzkrieg one and the other one, and not the other one though.
Bullbilly Blitz and Island Elixir, but I don't remember what the third one. Hot Feet Hustle. Damn, I remember. Shit. You're gonna think I looked it up. I actually didn't look.
I believe you. You're a man of honor.
Trust me, I'm an honest person.
You are. That's the only thing you got going for you is Toro.
Okay.
Has the Yasha.
At least it's a good thing.
And working towards the Manta now. Should be able to get this tier 1 this time.
Yep.
So, looking at the Yandex lineup, when do you think their first power spike is? Like, how fast does this Invoker become a fighting Invoker as opposed to long-range poking Invoker?
I mean, the hero levels up massively when it gets Atos, but I don't know if he's going to buy that before or after the Boots of Travel. I think that's the thing you need to figure out right now as Yandex is what timing are we actually playing for here? Are we going to try to play extra slow? I would like to see the Atos first just because I feel like they're under so much pressure that if they have that to respond with, that would probably be very helpful. So that is a timing. If he goes travels first, it's pretty nice sidestep there from Not Me. Will be clipped by the NATO though, and oh, look at that, Soxa has Remnant.
That's handy. And now he takes his Hex. Only level 1, but better than nothing.
Oh, Soxa finally getting something there. Getting the steals, getting the wisdom, now so almost level 7.
What is DM looking to buy? Looks like an Atos, so not going for the Aura build, at least not initially. What would you...
Pipe game.
Yeah, I was gonna say Pipe looks pretty good. Crimson's not particularly good here.
I know, but the damage is already done.
You had to say something nice about him. He dies now.
That's right.
Thanks, Cinderin. A little bit of a wraparound play though from Spirit.
Very friendly guy.
He is
good face.
Guy. Good what?
He's
face,
really,
you said?
He's been growing out his beard. What do you think about the mustache? You love that. You love mustaches.
I do love mustaches.
We're taken out. Not me will punch him to death.
10-5 advantage for Spirit with the 2K lead. Definitely a good start, taking that momentum from the OG stomping into the frog stomping now from Collapse. Has the Kaya, and is the Sange on the way? Yeah, so goes for the full combo before the Aghanim Scepter next.
We thought maybe
Watson.
Whisper's build was a sign of the change of times, but no. It literally... It was a one-off.
It was a cool one-off. I mean, there's definitely... I don't know. There's got to be games where going fast Lotus just makes sense.
Yeah.
Against a tree or something.
There has to be.
Or even Lincoln's potentially. But yeah, this is... I think this build is just standard and always good, generally. Chira Jr. going to lead the way here. He has Atos and Meteor Hammer, so they're going to have double Atos here pretty soon. You can get like quadruple roots in the Pit of Malice.
That's why you gotta lick them.
Yeah, but then you got Telekinesis to counter the lick.
That's
another
why you gotta
Atos.
lick them. That's when you get level 20 on Largo and take 2 lick charges. That's what he did last time. He didn't take the armor aura, which is, I would say, usually the choice because so much armor. But yeah, the lick charge is when the game is good enough for it. I wouldn't mind seeing it here. I think it's less good. I mean, the last time was insanely good, right? The game against OG earlier today.
Yep. That was unusually good. 3K lead now for Spirit as Yandex looking to make something happen, it seems, as looks like Chira Jr. going to get a nice meatball surprise onto Rue. And he's going to survive as a result. Fiend's Gate a little late. Sunstrike's not going to hit. Not sure he's going to actually connect now. He's going to TP the old-fashioned way, actually, as Laurel and company. Okay, Yatoro kills off Malady, so first casualty is the side of Yandex.
Instant punish, right? Yandex were just not on the same page there. I think if you instantly underlordal, that could have been really good, but DM decided to join too late.
Look at this combo. Oh my god. Whoa, Laurel. He's going to get telekinesis back into the root again. Double kill for Watson. The Atoses are out of control. That was a pit into Atos, into lick into Atos. The counter, like we said, beautifully done. They were not expecting the second Atos, Cinderin. Lick.
That's right. Get that quote up. How much lick would a lick if a lick could lick?
That's a great question.
Snowball.
Mid lane. Chira initiated on. The Pit of Malice is going to keep them at bay, though. DM. He's going to get blocked by the shards and mana drain for his troubles. We'll be able to walk away as Rude did take quite a beating here. Going to continue on, it seems? No. And now Rubik steals Earth Spike because it's a better spell on Rubik and it's not Lion, so I will call it Earth Spike for him, just so you guys don't get confused. Okay.
I see.
It's different enough now because of all the juiciness that Rubik can add to your spells.
With his passive, which is called, off the top of your head?
Arcane Supremacy, I believe.
All right. There you go.
That was a random trivia question.
Yeah. Well, you called it juiciness, so I had to, check.
Oh, okay. I just like the word juicy. What can I say?
Yeah, I know that.
Smoke, not going to materialize into much. Boots of Travel now online for Chira.
Well, this smoke could still work out if they get a wraparound behind bottom. This is actually a really good time to strike. If they kill Largo here, you open up the area for the Tormentor, so very natural time to move. And Largo...
Yeah, he's spotted. Hookshot hits. And there's the Earth Spike and the bowling. He's actually okay, though.
That was not the right hit. I mean, if you want to hit Sunstrikes with cogs, you just need to cog them in place. I think it's better to cog Largo in place there anyway, because he needs time to break out of the cogs. TA gets to attack, you get a guaranteed Sunstrike hit. The knockback is not worth it.
muscle memory, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess.
Zoro coming in the cover of smoke. Soxa spotted. There's the Pit of Malice, though, with the Tornado EMP combination. Finger finishes off Soxa, but Rue gets blown up by Watson. And you can see the cold snap going to work on Yatoro. Cannot get off the Requiem, but the rest of Yandex now seemingly on the run. Chira Jr. gets impaled. Sorry, I had to think about that one for a moment. And collapse under the Meteor. Will survive. Double kill for Watson. Sunstrike not going to hit. Only 3 alive now for Spirit as they attempt to run away. The chase seemingly not at an end. Yeah, they're going to spot Not Me with the trap. One more hook shot for the road. So a successful fight with a triple kill on top of it for Watson and the tier 1 tower.
And the Torm. This is a huge move.
True.
So while that smoke might not have worked out in the first place onto the Largo, the extended fight goes very, very well for Yandex, and they get the grand prize, which I assume they're hoping. I don't actually know. They're both really good shards here. They'll get the one on the Clockwork for the jetpack. The Rubik save is great this game, though. Against Tusk, against Lion, against Ember, being able to toss teams. I think you should buy it, honestly, on Soxa.
I can see it.
But he's queuing
it up now.
Yeah, he just switched. He had the blink queued up. He was hopeful. And now reality sets in that.
Oh, he still has
Never
Blink.
lucky.
You think he's going to just buy the shard at 1400 instead of waiting for Blink?
I mean, I would like to see that. I don't know if
Blink is so good.
Steal. It is.
Real.
And with the tip, good job, Melody. Now you can die in peace. You've got the steal. That's all we wanted from you. Finger on cooldown, so no satisfaction there. I mean, this is taking forever.
They do get the kill.
Tower is under attack.
Chira Jr. working on BKB. Watson also working on BKB. They'll align relatively well. And then DM to round out the cores. A Lotus, actually. So against Searing Chains. Kind of Snowball. I guess Impale. Impale gets reflected, right? If you unit target.
Yeah, if you unit...
he's going to get punched in the air. Finger dead.
I believe
think
they
it's one of
did
those, if you
keep that interaction, that if you ground cast Earth Spike, it doesn't reflect, but if you target, it does, and for Nyx, it never does, because you can't target it.
That's right.
I do think that, like, Relic is still there from times past. Wanted to say, pretty rare in this tournament that we've seen a good start for Shadow Fiend and then he's not top net worth. He's 5-0-4 and he's actually not ahead of Watson here on Yatoro. TA, one of the few heroes that can rival Shadow Fiend in terms of raw farming speed. So another good reason to grab this hero. You can keep up in terms of number of items. And it becomes a little bit of a game of, if anybody gets the one item advantage, the matchup can actually get very lopsided, especially for TA. Like, let's say Shadow Fiend is working on...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Generally, he will... Shadow Fiend might get Butterfly sometimes, but let's say you go Silver Edge and TA is ahead by a damage item. If you get any detection on the SF, you just burst him in 4 shots. And he can't do the same to you.
Yeah.
Had to buy the Manta to try to deal with the matchup better. But it's still... That already in itself is a nice quality. So the TA pick is making it...
So the Manta is just to try to get through the refraction charges, I assume?
It's a big part of it. There's also the added benefit of being able to break out of trap slows and...
he doesn't have the shard yet, so not silencing quite yet.
It's also that if you get jumped, you can Manta and TA maybe doesn't hit the correct one immediately. Then there's some benefits to that. Will be taken out. Roche is still available. Maybe this is enough for them to go there. Yandex feeling quite strong right now. It's a 1k lead. The numbers don't seem significant, but the overall flow of the game looking great for them. And now Largo. Collapse.
Spotted. Tornado.
Trouble.
And he's going to take a good amount of damage with the hook shot as well. And even DM coming to play with the Fiend's Gate. Collapse. Still alive, though. Do they have the damage? Mally's going to try to hound him down, but he's not going to do a whole lot. He gets licked instead, and now Collapse is going to try to turn around, but there comes Watson to try to finish the job on the Frog. It's not enough. Yes, it is with the Fable from Soxa. Takes a long-ass time. I feel like Spirit had more than enough time to try to counteract that, but...
One of those situations where you probably thought Collapse was dead, and then they're just equally surprised that he's still alive.
That's that Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. Oh, do they want to fight here without their Largo? They are. Oh, that's a very good
spotted. Bit of Malice with the Sunstrike to follow, and the burst damage from Chira. Down goes Laurel. And now Yatoro, the last remaining four alive for Spirit. Yatoro gonna get Essence Distillered, gets off the Requiem. Is that enough for him to get away is the question. Pit of Malice just barely clips him with the Firestorm and the lift. Another one bites the dust for Spirit.
Yeah.
And now that's surely enough to get the Roche as he transports himself to the bottom side.
Gonna steal away the enemy triangle first to min-max as much as possible. Now TA will head over there. Yeah, these fights, I think Spirit staying there on the high ground trying to go for an ambush with a dead Largo, I just think at this level with this opponent, just don't like the choice. You're gonna get exactly what happened is what can happen. Just random rocket flare flying across, get telekinesis and the fight's already lost. That was Spirit maybe a bit too optimistic trying to play the positional advantage. Also keep in mind, you don't have BKB on SF, so you can't, even if you do pull that ambush off, you're probably not getting off a Requiem against 100 different stuns. So, costly. Couple minutes here for Team Spirit. That's the Aegis for Watson. He gets level 20, so -4 additional armor on the Meld. Did not take the Dispel on Refraction, which is interesting considering he's playing against Ember. I think that's usually quite valuable. But just wants more damage.
Well, he does have two. Well, I was gonna say two. I guess one save in the telekinesis.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works out, I suppose. Chira has his BKB now. Watson as well. And Chira working towards a Gleipnir, so wants the extra AoE. And then I assume Ags will probably come after that.
Yeah, I would think
so. DM's not going Gleipnir, which is interesting. I feel like the big Pit of Malices with Kata eventually is what they would eventually want.
Gate, they found Yatoro.
Shot. Yeah, Yatoro dead again.
There is no way out of this.
Good attempt, but that's just too much damage. Slightly out of position. 5k lead for Yandex.
Oh, they're not done yet. Rue is also definitely dead here.
He has that same thing, that glow that you were discussing, Cinderin. You see it now?
What's that?
That thing you were questioning from the Tiny last game. That cosmetic.
Oh, I see.
Tusk has it.
Wait, why does Tusk have it?
I'm saying it's not for the specific hero. Just look at him when he respawns. Why is this so difficult?
I'm just saying. Because I thought Yatoro had the item. So you're saying it's a cosmetic that's multiple of their players have in their team?
Yes. They're rich. What have I told you about rich people? They get gifted things.
I mean, Rue's the new guy.
In bundles. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Once you join the club, you know.
All right, well, let me counter you with why does he not have it on SF?
I don't know. He didn't equip it, I guess.
I don't know. Maybe we're just stupid. Probably just us being stupid. It's very likely. Usually that is the issue.
What else would it be?
I don't know.
And that is weird that he doesn't have it on SF. Maybe it's something you do have to equip on the hero. But it's not like an item for the hero, if that makes sense. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Shout out to the Underlord Cosmetics, by the way. Great set. I think I made $100 on that one. And it's the most used Underlord set. Good stuff.
I guess it's because certain individual heroes can have a slot that has it. So if you look at the Tusk, he has a corrupted gem on his fist. Bleak Hallucination, it's called. That's the one, right? But SF have a slot that uses them.
While you were talking about cosmetics and ruining the cast, Laurel gets blown up.
Sometimes you just get wrecked, Wiam.
Very true. Actually, not at all.
Chira. We'll find not
Tier 2 taken out. Yeah, they're
to
gonna
kill this guy.
Find an easy lion.
Look at him.
And things are starting to roll in Yandex's favor. DM opting for the Ags next. We'll have that global presence.
It's kind of going to be tough to play your way out of this for Spirit, isn't it? Like, even if Largo is actually decently farmed, with the BKB, maybe that could change things. If this was 3 months ago, I think Spirit would be ahead, because when Largo got BKB, he couldn't lose. But after the changes to the hero. I'm not sure this curve is strong enough, especially into the TA, who I think deals quite well with it. She has great chase potential. She hits so overwhelmingly hard that she can kill Largo in stuns. And we've already seen it showcased here just how well she deals with the SF of Yatoro. And again, you don't want to build like this on SF, to be clear. He has Pike, Manta, BKB, triple defensive item. So his 16k net worth actually doesn't hit very hard. There's no Daedalus in here. There's no Mask of Madness or something in here for extra damage. So TA easily dwarfs him in the output department. Oh, if they're going to find him here on the sentry. They
the
see
damage
him.
room for Watson as well. Hook shot to set things up, but a nice Hex Watson. Gonna blink into the other side and delete the supports instead. Yatoro will delete one in turn. A good counter initiation to prevent Watson from just blowing up Yatoro.
Oh
Laurel in the
God,
meantime, though, gets
like-
lifted and destroyed. Double kill for Watson. Damage rune still active. You do not want to fight into
He
this.
might just chase the SF here. I mean, why not?
He'll get some good
that's
damage on him.
Not the best thing to
Electro,
buddies.
Impale from the other side from Soxa. Another lift for the road, and down goes Yatoro. Triple kill for Watson off the back of this damage rune. And now the high ground will commence. The Aegis expires. It's going to be a full team wipe in all likelihood. Collapse actually is fine, but he can't do much alone.
Watson is just styling this game. So many nice side blade splashes from traps. The kill on Ember was really nice. Double side blade splash, and then they get the telekinesis, and he gets the meld shot off. 12k now. And Spirit, they have nowhere to go. They have all the waves are pushed toward their towers. The wards that they do have, they actually, impressively enough, given the game state, have a ward in each lane. They have some information, but unfortunately for them, well, the whole game is taking place in 20% of the map right now.
Yeah, there's the telekinesis save. And Watson is A-okay. No Aegis any longer, so they're not going to overstay their welcome. And, oh, it's not a Gleipnir for Invoker, it's the Shivas instead. So it still gets the AoE increase.
Yep.
Which I assume part of it has to do with DM wanting to go for Gleipnir eventually after the Ags.
I guess they don't overlap.
I mean, it's not like it's bad, though.
No, I wouldn't have minded it. He might be thinking of it from the perspective, this is one of those things that we've talked about prior, that I like to credit Quinn with this line of thinking. The way he presented it to me was very simple. If you're ahead, you buy tankiness, and if you're behind, you buy damage. Because if you're behind and you buy damage, or buy tankiness, you can't overcome the deficit. You can just stay alive longer, which generally doesn't help. And if you're ahead and you buy damage, you're opening the door for the enemy team to kill you and get the comeback. That might be the part of the reasoning here that he's buying Shivas instead of Gleipnirs, that he's recognizing, hey, we're winning. I just need to not die, and the fights play themselves because I have a big lead. And Gleipnir is kind of more playmaking that he doesn't need. He just needs, oh, if I get jumped and SF gets to attack me for 3 seconds, can I possibly survive? And with a Shiva's Guard, you have a decent shot, right? So I really like it, and I think that also plays into the problem of Yatoro here. You're really seeing the issues that he's behind and buying tankiness, so his hero is not a threat. Every fight they just go on the SF and they don't care. Like he doesn't pose any issues. So until he gets there and gets the damage items, I just think mathematically this game it's so difficult to win a quote-unquote fair fight, because you kind of can't kill the Underlord, you can't kill the TA. Like, look at their health point pools. 3k on Underlord, 3k on TA. It's tough. Ember also has defensive items. His BKB Mage Slayer. It's, there's no Ags on him or some sort of massive burst.
They're definitely lacking damage.
This has to work or you're done in this game 1, Spirit.
They smoke up, looking for an opening. Soxa is going to be that opening. Gets the 4-step off, though, and the telekinesis on himself. You can see the Fiend's Gate on the backline onto 2 heroes with the Aghanim Scepter. They do get the support to start things out. The right clicks from Yatoro doing a decent amount, but Chira Jr. able to pop the BKB now in retreat, and the TA completely surrounded. This will be a huge kill for the Spirit side, and they get him. A 10x kill streak ended. As Malady might be another one to bleed for Yandex, so Spirit, you said they needed to get something, and they win this fight 3-0.
I mean, that's pretty much the dream. You overcome your damage issues because the formation of the enemy team is completely broken. They were so... like, if you look at how the heroes were placed, I wonder if we get a replay of that, because Rubik gets caught. He forces himself all the way out to the right and gets isolated and killed there. Then TA is helping him, but Underlord and Invoker are fighting on the left. So you have all of this strength, but your numbers aren't combining. So effectively, you're going to see the problem here. So see, Rubik's going to toss himself away to the side, and he's going to get killed. Clock and TA are trying to help, but Invoker and Underlord are all the way to the bottom left. So now they're going to get cut off as well, and Yotaro gets to free fight in the middle. This is just the power of smoke when you get the correct jump. And a huge pickup for Spirit. 6k gold swing there. They're keeping the game alive. If that was a more connected fight, I just don't see them winning it. But this exact fashion works out really nicely.
Indeed.
And now Yotoro's going to get a damage item. Silver Edge.
Yeah, exactly.
Only 1k
Finally
away.
a damage item.
Getting there.
And Laurel's halfway to his Ags. And Collapse going for Lotus next. Already has a shard.
This was win expectancy was 96 to 4 3 minutes ago. Now it's 92 to 8. So don't get too excited.
Well, it's a step in the right direction for Spirit.
It is.
Regardless
and
of how
Spirit have won countless 95-5 games. Seemingly, perhaps the reason that it's 95-5 is them, because they win them 20% of the time and everybody else does 2%.
True, but this current roster has not had that same vibe.
But maybe they're getting back into it now.
Yeah, I mean, with any roster shakeup, with including coach related, it's gonna take some time.
Yeah.
To get your juices flowing again.
Yeah, as they say.
As they say.
Also going Shiva on Underlord? I thought he was going to go Gleipnir.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay.
Double Shivas. And now I just wish one of them had just gone Gleipnir instead then. Chira is now going for a Hex. He's almost finished with it. That's a huge pickup. So really not prioritizing Ags at all, which is interesting.
Yeah, I thought Kato was going to be worth the purchase here.
Yeah. Have you seen, we've seen the Tornado one a decent amount. What about the Ice Wall? Have you ever seen that one?
Yes, but it was, well, not since it became the Scepter. Then people haven't really valued. Oh, I have seen it. But I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, it does seem like the weakest of the three.
Yotaro, this is a big find.
Yeah,
good response.
Gets gone on. Good force steps. He actually finds a lot of distance, and that forces out the BKB from Watson. Maybe, just maybe, Spirit can try to take a fight now.
Yeah, they can instantly get him out of trouble. Lick, Pike, secondary force step from the Lion. And yeah, that was a BKB from Watson, so see if they fancy their chances here. Yotaro in the middle of the river. He's just going to walk straight in.
He's going for the kill onto Underlord. That's a tanky target to start out on. EMP gonna hit. Yotaro now with a BKB. They really want to fight. DM on the run gets force stabbed. A nice ice wall from Chira. That's going to put the fight to an end, it seems. Now the Atos reinitiation. Hookshot misses, though. Telekinesis with some good damage to back it up on. His Fiend's Gate comes out as well. No real follow-up yet, though. Laurel getting relatively low on HP. Good side blaze attempt from Watson, who gets Hex. He's getting control, but there's the force step to keep him safe. Ruin very deep, all alone for the time being. The Finger of Death, another great ice wall from Chira Jr. Able to get off the Meteor as well as he attempts to run away. Fight a little bit disconnected.
Oh, the Lick.
The Lick saves Rue. Another Atos for the road. And Rue.
No way, right?
Survive this.
Holy.
Essence is still on him. The hookshot misses. Man, there's so many force steps this game.
Oh.
And that's the end of the fight. Nobody dies. Crazy.
Classic Largo. Classic Largo mid-late game. Somehow everybody stays safe between the move speed, the heals, the spells. Gonna make Roche roar here. This is a dangerous proposition. You're half HP and almost no mana on the TA.
Yeah.
They feel like there was enough forced out of the rating. They didn't really use anything.
Watson has BKB though.
Yeah.
Yotaro, another 13 seconds. Yeah, they need to try and delay this, but the Pit of Malice is gonna be pretty annoying. Although DM is taking the brunt of the damage here. He's about to drop. He does. There's the remnants into the pit. There's Laurel gonna get punched by Rubik. That looks hilarious. And Roche relatively low, but I don't think they can go for it now.
This did not
Maybe
work out for
Spirit can.
Yandex.
Remember, Collapse is the Aegis stealer. He knows how to get in the pit. Not playing the
the enemy
prototypical
team,
hero.
though, not from his own.
That's right. They're going to try to fight this out.
Isolated.
Taking a ton of damage, gets to the high ground, but the Laurel jumps right on top of now the BKBs. He actually just has to right-click his way out of this, but it's not going to happen. 100 seconds on the deck for the TA. The Aegis taken by the Invoker, though, so Chira Jr. getting what they came for, and now the Cold Snap applied to the Ember Spirit. Gets lifted. Laurel completely out of mana, gets hexed and brought down as Chira Jr. winning this fight for Yandex. It looked like it was going to go Spirit's way after Watson just got completely destroyed. Not the case at all.
Those cogs. Could have even got the SF. Yeah, I thought that was going to be a great fight for Spirit, considering they ran down the TA, but they had to commit so many resources, and of course DM had the buyback, so the numbers were fully there for the side of Yandex.
How much can they push without their TA, rather?
Invoker does a decent job at this if he has backup. One Forge Spirit will take the range tracks. Nobody's stopping it. Bit too late there with the lick.
Looks like that's all they're going to get, but
it's pretty good though.
Could have been so bad for Yandex.
What do you think about... Okay, there we go. Chira had his shard in his backpack. That's a rare one. It's gonna use it now. He will take the EMP pull. Pretty standard. Just the best shard, right? There's just no way about it.
Yep.
And he's going refresher, and then I'm assuming it's Axe. Don't worry, we'll get it eventually.
And all that talk of Ags.
Yeah.
Seems to be quite low priority for him. Looks like Sox is going to have his Ags first. Halfway there already.
And what good steals does he have? Remnants?
Kick?
I guess kick is really good, yeah. If you could get that, that's...
I mean, how do you get kick? They have to have kick themselves, right?
Yeah. I actually don't know.
Fight over this Wisdom Shrine. It should be. I think you have to use it as Laurel with the BKB. Can apply some pressure to the Clockwork, so it's a support for support. Fiend's Gate, though, on everybody for Spirit. Is he actually going to commit to this? Doesn't look like it.
Got the toss
and company attempt to run away. Chira, he does have Aegis. Doesn't want to burn the BKB quite yet. Lotus keeps him safe. Still has 2.5 minutes, so definitely would like to maintain the Aegis for now.
Damn, Chira's staying here. Is he just taking a Lotus, or does he actually have any plans? All right, he just took a Lotus and left. Well, if he was going to try to do a solo kill on a support or something, that was very high risk, but not the case. He's just going to back off. Scotty?
Still, yeah, the lack of damage from Toro.
Okay. I mean, it's a mix item at least. This is not a characteristic Shadow from inventory in this patch. Maybe it feels like he needs the mixed bag of tankiness and the ability to stick on his target with the slow. But, yeah, it just does mean that he doesn't have that overwhelming threat of, all right, we're going to jump you with a Lion Hex and SF's going to 3-shot you with a Daedalus.
Yeah.
He's not even buying crit at all. He's going Butterfly next. So is TA.
Yes, indeed. They get the hook shot onto you, Toro. Are you tanky enough to withstand all of this? Already at half HP. He's getting blown up. Brought back into Rue, but it's not enough. Even Laurel's going to fall inside of the Pit of Malice. Does the game just end here? After all of that? They're going to lose 4 heroes. Buyback available for Laurel, but that's it.
Oh boy, that was out of nowhere. They were just not ready. Even though he's... Consider that. That's a 4k HP Shadow Fiend who just got stun-locked and killed. Tusk wasn't nearby to save. Largo wasn't nearby to save. And that has to be game 1 in the books. You have 70 seconds of 5v3. You still have the Aegis even. So 6v3.
They're going to go Megas. They're not going to take any chances.
They'll go Throne after. When they see there's no buybacks.
Yeah.
The buybacks will be burnt here if they have them. So this is pretty much confirming to Yandex that this one is done. Just a formality now. Clean up the lane. And then go clean up the Ancient. Get yourselves a nice 1-0 lead.
I was not expecting such a sudden end.
No, me neither. Especially considering the fights so far were very back and forth. There was a lot of like really cool individual saves and clutch plays, and then there's one moment of slip up that just immediately ends it.
Well, they get the connection onto Collapse. He is a tough nut to crack though. Pops the BKB. And now the Ancient exposed. There's the buyback from Laurel, but again, like you said, 3 versus 5, not even including the Aegis that they're retaining right now. Laurel trying to reposition himself. He's just taking casual right clicks from Watson. Gets off the Sleight of Fist, able to get back to the base. Hunstrike not gonna hit, but it matters not anyway. That Clockwork does die, and Shadow Fiend's up in 3 seconds, so maybe they cannot actually finish quite yet. Might be a good old-fashioned Spirit versus Mega Creep situation here.
I'm surprised they defended. Let's see if John can do it. John the super melee creep. He will be stopped by Laurel.
John, you need to work out more, brother.
We will remember you, John. And good news, there's 5 more Johns every wave now, or 6.
That's really hype. All right, where's this Ags at? He still doesn't have Refresher. God damn it.
You could buy it now, then you won't have buyback.
Right, well, Stoxa has Ags, so can steal 2 spells now. I mean, yeah, back to our conversation.
He has Amphibian Rhapsody, so he can play double songs.
Don't call it Amphibian Rhapsody, come on.
He has guitar.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that instrument called, actually, that he plays? It's a 2-string, right? Because he messed up. It was supposed to have 3 strings.
Something tar. It's not a banjo. I don't remember the name. You're reading chat. I'm sure you can get that at some point.
Let's delay.
Game's gonna be over before the delay hits.
Yeah.
Why don't you just Google it?
What instrument does Largo, the Dota 2 hero, play?
Well, that's not what I would have, but sure.
All right, let's see. A stringed instrument. Thank you so much. That's very helpful.
It's not wrong. Not wrong. Smoke from Yandex. Can they put the finishing blow here? Laurel. He's spotted. They have Hex on Chira. Doesn't have a way to blink and quickly get in, though. I mean, I'd be a little surprised if Yandex doesn't just wait for Aegis. As much as I think they can probably finish now, but...
Style points at stake here, Shannon.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Not doing the old Falcons road, where they delay as long as possible. They get paid for each minute that they play. As Laurel, Pelican East, almost dead, gets hook shot, Remnant up, and there's a Fiend's Gate onto several heroes. They'll be able to get the right clicks onto the Clockwork, though, so they do get 1 kill as Watson trying to reposition, gets impaled, gets licked, is in the cover of the Pit of Malice. Not a whole lot of damage done to the side of Spirit. Instead, it's going to be the TA that dies, so Watson down and out. Now the knife fall away for DM will be successful.
Yeah, Falcons had it figured out.
Like they should have stuck with the Falcons strategy.
Time to chill and then call it up.
Don't they know that Yatoro levels up?
Of course, we would love if they don't Kez it up in the series.
It's true. We just want to see chickens and frogs.
Well, according to the win probability, the Radiant has had 0% for the last 4 minutes, so even for Spirit, this would be quite incredible. Flatlining.
I'm Googling what's a 2-string instrument here.
Well, it's supposed to have 3 strings, right? Isn't that one of the things where he broke a string or something? Isn't that part of the lore?
Oh, is it?
Didn't he break a string while tuning it or something? Maybe I'm...
There's a lot of 2-string instruments. One of them is a Chinese violin called the erhu.
I don't think it's a Chinese violin. Is this a mandolin, maybe?
Ooh, mandolin. It could be. That sounds familiar.
Real will get burst by...
Right, let me Google what a mandolin looks like while you cast here.
Here comes Rue. Excuse me, Laurel. And he leaves.
Oh, I think it is a mandolin. Good call, Cinderin. It looks very similar. Not to be confused with pangolin.
Getting a mental image now of Largo holding Pango and playing him is...
Yep.
Didn't need that today, but I appreciate it nevertheless.
All right, Knoxville is messaging me, very important. He says it's more like a lute or a sanxion. So Knoxville known for his stats. I'm not sure I'm going to trust him on instruments.
No, especially when you write more like, that doesn't sound like you know what it is. Sounds like.
All right, Roche number. I think it's only the 3rd Roche.
Yep. It's got all the goodies though.
Yandex.
Aegis Cheese Refresher. And a banner with a big AoE. Big bad banner. Alright, let's see if Spirit can do another heroic defense.
They're not a team anymore though. It's LGD.
No. See if they can do another it just doesn't roll off the tongue as well, does it? An LGD defense.
Yeah.
Also because it wasn't referring to the team. You're stupid. Here we go. Laurel is in.
Yep, Laurel, he gets tornadoed. He's alone for the time being. Hookshot's a little bit late though from Malady. Laurel creating a lot of space. Rue comes in with the punch. Not me as well. A good stun onto the TA. Gets the Hex as well, but they're able to reposition for the most part, and they got to worry about the creeps pretty soon in their base. The Clockwork taking the right clicks of Yatoro. It's enough to get the first kill of the fight for Spirit. But look at their base.
How do they keep trading favorably on Spirit?
Because they're the ones jumping. They're the ones jumping right now.
Well, they also got smoke jumped in their base and got 3 kills 2 minutes ago.
Okay, don't use logic, please.
But they couldn't use it to kill Roche because he was not alive. If Chira wanted, he could almost buy an Egg Synth now. He could sell his Atos and do that, actually.
They don't know this, but Yatoro does not. He's the only one without buyback on Spirit. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. Laurel as well. They should know about Laurel. Yeah, getting one of those two should be the end. Now they're going to get the Force Staff initiation, a lick to try to save Yatoro. Going to take the Deafening Blast. Sunstrike not going to hit. Tornado now.
Tornado.
Finding Laurel. He's going to get Gleipnir as well. Do they have the right click damage? They do. What? Down and out, and that's without the Desolator. And he does not have buyback for a minute.
Did he think he had saves behind, or did he have... Maybe he thought his BKB was ready? Either way, got caught off guard by a Pit of Malice and just kept him there for...
Yeah, I mean, Collapse has 2 licks. They have Snowball save. Nobody was nearby.
They used everything on Yatoro. 100 seconds.
Well, technically, yeah, he actually doesn't have enough money even for buyback.
You're definitely looking to press the issue here. Whether you know he has buyback or not is irrelevant. The play is the same. You're going to go and make him either use it or win the game. So.
This is ultra respect for Spirit. They've seen how this team reacts to mega creep situations. Bunkering down in their base. Yeah, Impale to start things out. Yatoro gonna get saved. There's the Fiend's Gate play though. Onto several here. Yatoro with the BKB. Right-clicking Chira by a lot of damage. Sunstrike coming in on top of Yatoro though. Has the Force Staff away. Collapse trying to front line. He's gonna get bashed by the meld. As Watson now taking the damage. He's gonna get Lotus though. Already at half HP. Still has that Aegis though. On top of all of that. And now they have the control for Yatoro. No more saves for your carry. Has to buy back instantly along with the Tusk. But look at the space being created by DM, allowing Watson to actually right-click the throne. And that should surely do it for game number 1. The control is there on top of Yatoro. They can just focus the buildings. Despite the Crimson Guard and the fortification, Watson will relocate himself with the blink. And that'll do it for game number 1.
Wow, that was a really good game. I'm genuinely surprised with how competitive Spirit made that in the last 10 minutes. But ultimately, it went back and forth. It was pretty even, and then we had that one key moment where Yandex really pulled ahead and got a good fight. And yeah, as far as Yatoro Shadow Fiends go, they found the solution this time. Forced him to buy defensive items, and he didn't really have the output.
It is a best of 3 though. Yandex off to a good start.
Yeah, winning game number 1 is always a great start to a best of 3. And what a fantastic game 1 it was. We saw Spirit come in, and in their earlier best of 3, it felt like they were the team always in control. And with the draft that they had in game 1, Quinn, you said they wanted to really play it at a faster pace, and maybe they could have put Yandex on a back foot. We saw parts of that though. We really saw a Spirit turn it up in the earlier part of the game.
Yeah, they were cooking in the laning phase. They made some really nice rotations that I think we'll look at more detail later, but they were cooking, but at some point when you make a couple of mistakes against this Yandex lineup, you're playing against the signatures of the Watson TA and the CJ Invoker, you're going to get cooked.
I mean, you kind of just felt like you just saw Spirit run into a brick wall at some point, right? Like, anywhere you went, it was Trap Vision or a Rocket Flare or some Forward Spirit or some Sunstrike, and then Underlord on top. It's like any move Spirit made felt like it was matched with like 4 to 5 heroes minimum in every engagement. And you know, unfortunately for Yatoro, from his perspective, like, he just wasn't able to do much damage in this game, right? He ended the game with 25,000 damage. He had Skadi, Silver Edge, Pike, Manta, Butterfly, like all the tools to survive what Yandex had, but he didn't have that X factor. You know, like, I'm looking at damage. Underlord had 33,000 damage. Malady had 26,000 damage. Like, we're talking about Clocks and Underlords were doing equal, if not more damage than a Shadow Fiend because of how defensive he went with his itemization.
Which is crazy to think, considering looking at the rest of the lineup and how many saves and things they could have done. It's insane to think that Yatoro had to still build that way. Like, even with what felt like the double lick, there's a couple of 4-staffs as well, the snowball save. There's still not enough knowing what Yandex can just throw towards you at any given interaction.
Yeah, I feel like Yatoro's build honestly would look fine if Loud's had a better game, right? Because it's like, if we look at the OG series earlier with the Queen of Pain, like, Yatoro can go for dispersers because his Queen of Pain is popping off. Like, when he's itemizing like this, he's kind of itemizing to join a team who's winning equally. But when it's like the team's not performing as well, when he has to really step up, it's like he either survives with his current build or he's a full glass cannon, but his team's already dying. So it is very volatile, his itemization, but I don't think that's obviously the major problem. It's just, you know, one thing to note.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference between this game and the prior, or sorry, and the games against OG, where Yatoro doesn't have the free scaling matchup in this game, right? TA is a good matchup against Shadow Fiend as time goes on, and I think the Invoker is a really, really smart adjustment, and you can see the way NX is playing these fights. They're kiting, they're dragging them out, they're moving Spirit around, and they're not just like fighting them straight on, letting SF hit. Once his BKB's out, he's getting tornadoed and cold snapped and pit and lifted and cogged and hooked, and it's like there's so many ands that one BKB is not enough. There's no way he can itemize in this game to fix it once it goes long enough from Yatoro.
No. Yeah, and what if you compare that to TA, right? If you compare that to how Watson wanted to play the game, what he was able to do.
My guy was full chill, all right? Like, we double-checked the stats behind like during the game, sorry, and it's like he is the most experienced carry TA player. Of course, there's plenty of other TAs out there who have mid games, right? You know, Quinn's one of them in the top 10, but congratulations for playing it in the back in the Sideblade days. But in regards to carry players, like, Watson is the carry TA. He has the most games. And I think we're both shocked that why aren't other teams playing the hero? Like, it's just been fully ignored. Like, maybe Shard and like the silence value, whatever, but it really played a major part in this game.
Yeah, he was super legit. I think honestly, it's also good resilience from Yandex to survive the early pressure, because I think Spirit they were on them, they were on their case and making good moves, and I think that was it's not easy to survive that, to have the fortitude to get through those tough parts and to keep the farm up and to react properly but not overreact, commit too many things and end up losing a fight. And I think they did a really good job of that.
And it's also why Yatoro had to go for this item build. Like, Watson was playing so well with his damage. It was like, if you got to see anything else for Yatoro, he will die so much quicker. So he's really playing for we will win this game through clutching up together rather than me having to like 1v9. Like, he trusted his team, and unfortunately that just wasn't enough against everything Yandex had.
Yeah, you're talking about this earlier part of the game. Everything that needed to go right for Spirit still did show itself. We saw Yatoro do so much in the mid lane. It feels like not often are you seeing early carry rotations, maybe sometimes through the twin gate, but very rarely is it towards the mid.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous TP, and I think it's gorgeous. And it's enabled by the fact that CJ moves up to the enemy hill, and I think oftentimes you see rotations like this, you see moves like this, and you think, wow, this is super awesome, and it is. But what enables it is a slight mistake from CJ moving up onto the enemy hill, moving slightly up too far, which enables SF to make this move. He couldn't make this move running mid because you can see Yandex can kind of just walk away and kite back from a fight, but they're allowed to actually chase them because CJ is overextended in the first place, and because of that, Yatoro seizes the moment and they get a huge play here. This is like, it's really small margins. He TPs just at the right time when he's slightly overextended on Invoker and abuses that mistake. These are clutch moments that you really have to see right when it happens or you'll miss it.
I mean, and like you can see from the heat map, like this is not a carry heat map. This looks like a position 5, right? Where you want to rotate from the safe lane in towards the mid. And like Quinn was mentioning, because the Tusk was already set up there, because they identified the positioning of Invoker, it is the correct TP from a carry. Like, we've been seeing it throughout the entire time. Like, even Arme, when he's playing the lone druid, like, if you see the opportunity, go for that TP, go for that kill, then you can reset back away. But even with these type of moves from Yatoro, it just wasn't enough to like stabilize the game enable Lyle, because again, we saw the result of it.
Well, I do want to break it down a little bit more because we see CJ overextend. He's the one that dies, but then DM commits to going through and using his ult and going through the gate. And that's my question. From that point, do you just go, we can't engage anymore and you have to play on the back foot? Are you even questioning the fact that DM continues whilst the Invoker's already being killed off? Like, that's the part where I'm wondering if Yandex could have just played it differently within that and what they ended up changing from it.
I mean, I think the ideal play is probably you don't TP anyone and you just cut your losses and it looks, except he's dead. But it's really hard to gauge that in the moment. We can say that with hindsight, but I think that's what the power of aggression is that you force the enemy to make split-second decisions, and oftentimes they will make the wrong call on how many resources to commit. I think it's totally reasonable that he pits there and tries to join the fight. On Underlord, it just happens to end up poorly, and that's because the aggressor, I think, oftentimes has better vision of how this is going to go because they've anticipated and they've thought about it beforehand. And if you haven't from the defending side, then you might not have as clear of an idea of how this fight will actually go, and maybe you commit yourself to a fight that is bad for you.
Yeah, we ended up seeing that from Spirit as well, another moment. So it's all this early game aggression. It's looking great from Spirit. And then we see Lal have a little bit of an overcommitment for himself, and it feels like he's there to try and save his support Tusk, and all of a sudden he just gets perma-CC'd in a fight.
What can you do? Double A toss at a pit? Like, I mean, most mid laners, honestly, it's a treat to watch a mid laner die to this, you know? Like, they're always so cocky when they play like this, you know? It's like the Pucks who don't care about Orchids, the Embers who get surprised by our root. I mean, Quinn, you've probably been on the brunt of that sometimes, but honestly, as a support or anyone, it's like, it's refreshing to see, like, that type of lockdown be enough to kill off an Ember. Like, you need to be at the right place at the right time to punish Lau like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is you need just the right number of heroes. You need to be in just the right number of spots. I think Laurel kind of messed up this game with the item build. We're talking about it backstage, but I think this is a game where you can't buy both Mage Slayer and Vessel, because playing against the Underlord, playing against the Rubik, you could see all these fights where he's getting pitted a million times. The Invoker spells are kicking in. I think you need a second item BKB in this game. Probably Vessel into BKB, as Mage Slayer into BKB kind of wastes the magic resistance. It's a bit redundant. And I think when you don't do that, then you get the BKB much later. You buy Mage Slayer, and then you buy BKB right after as your third item. Now you have no damage, and you spend the whole game sort of fixing your last item decision that got set at like 20 minutes. And so I think that slight whoopsie, these mistakes, they really add up against a team as adaptable and as skilled as Yandex.
But that's why, like, the game even still become extremely close between these two teams, because it got to see the back and forth. Like, a later portion of the game, like, even though Spirit had kind of lost the early game, like, there was this like tenacity in them, like utilizing the 4-staff, the drinking buddies. We had like SF getting kited back. We had Collapse saving. Like, we're gonna show a clip on it. But, like, this is like the intensity that both of these teams can bring, where it's like, you know, Lyle's just initiating, like, being this crazed man, and then like TA's getting 4-staffed out. She's got another 4-staff out with her own pike in a minute, and it's like Spirit identify, oh wait, this fight isn't good for us. Maybe we should just chill for a second. And Collapse eventually saves as well. Like, watching both of these teams fight on an even footing is exceptional. Of course, Yandex, they just had the better scaling. They had the better position in this game, so why they were able to eventually close out this game. But when you're watching team fights like this, when you're watching these like little mini moves of teammates helping each other out, like, it really feels like in the fight, it's anyone's game. This is just truly like who has the better like laning and who has the better scaling. Like, the drafts are so important when these two teams are against each other.
When you see people team fight and interact that way, that is like, this is the epitome of Dota. Like, to get to see a team fight go that long, everyone's using as much as they possibly can, to the point where like skill shots are somewhat getting missed because it's no longer easy to set up for a clockwork hook shot.
Yeah, I think they're two amazing team fighting teams. I think they're teams that have really solid fundamentals about fighting. I think what T said about people realizing when it's good to back up, I think Yandex have learned that, especially with the addition of Soxa. To me, I think of him as a player who's so stable and so regimented in the way he plays the game. I think back to playing on Tundra. We all know how that team plays. And played back whenever he was on the team too, and I think he's taken a lot of those things to Yandex. And Spirit is the best comeback team ever. And so when you put them in a game against each other, I honestly hope that Spirit picks a better late game lineup next game, and so does Yandex. And we go the distance, because I just want more of that, because I know I got popcorn back there I gotta eat.
I need some like Terrorblades and stuff in the mix. I want like Terrorblade versus Medusas. I want like that type of scaling. I want to be like, yeah, fully invested in like minimum 50-minute type of game.
I don't know, I kind of enjoyed what it was, because it's always got that secret element of Spirit where even though we're seeing them down, they're mega creeped, it's like, okay, and now your turret just plays at a whole nother level, and you're still able to have a smoke initiation on you, but you're the team that comes out with 3 kills. You're the team that doesn't lose anyone.
Yeah, it really kind of boils down to Lau. I think if we want to like super simplify it, it's like the Ember just like you showed with the itemization, like going for the double Vessel and Mage Slayer, like he kind of like was in the game, and then suddenly just full disappeared. And like, sure, as an Ember, you can like soak up stuff and give information, but like it just wasn't enough. So I'm looking at, of course, the scaling of your Toro, the carry-to-carry matchup, but also Lau having continuous pressure throughout the game. Otherwise, you will just see Yandex just outclass them with the type of drafts that he always seem to have.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest things about these like really high-level games is they see timings that are coming up that maybe aren't super visible to like just the average viewer. Like they understand that, okay, at a certain minute then things are going to shift and suddenly Ember becomes killable once we've gotten Atos, you know, and so they're all farming and they're bleeding a little bit, but they know the bleeding is going to stop soon, and there's that specific point. And there's a point where Ember runs into the woods and he gets owned by this Underlord Atos that they've been waiting for, that they've been slowly dragging them in, they've been baiting them a little bit, and now suddenly there's a lion and he gets Atos and he gets pitted and he gets repitted and he gets Atos again and he gets repitted again, and then a Volker gets pitted and then he gets repitted, and then they're all dead. I mean, suddenly you've got two huge kills.
I mean, the worst part with Lau in this clip is like he walks into the route initially, then he pops his illusion, and then he like it's also kind of a big blunder from Lau, let's be honest. Like there is like as much as we've hyped up the Atos in the pits, I think most viewers will also be looking at the oopsies of Lau, but that aside,
I am like, what is running through your mind to want to re-engage in that way? Are you like, oh, the Sunstrike's about to come out, so you want to split the damage? Like what? Like I genuine question. I'm just not sure.
I will assume it could be something like that because yeah, again from the clip, it's like he goes in next to the lion, he's just walking next to him, so it does look like he's trying to soak something and do like a bit more over the top, but in the end, it just kind of kills him.
Or is this just a small like, oh, you misjudged the Atos?
No, I honestly think it is a matter of him trying to soak it up, to be honest. But the fact that he uses everything to do that for a lion and kill himself, like it's kind of cool if he does it with a Remnant already out. If he walks in, soaks Sunstrike, gets hit by Root, pops Illusion, jumps out, that's really cool. But just walking in and then going and then dying is like, that's not so cool.
Well, look, it's not just Lal and it's not just Spirit that are putting everything out there to try and make it to Copenhagen. Of course, over in the B stream, there is a series that has just concluded. Going to give you guys an update on it. It was Aurora who ended up getting game number 3 for themselves. They're going to be playing up against Liquid in a moment's time, and it does mean that Tundra are now eliminated as well. So they joined the likes of OG, Glyph, and Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, they just didn't cut it this event. I think they started to slowly get it together a little bit toward the end. It was definitely not as bad as it was at the beginning, but overall, bit of a train wreck. Kind of surprising from them to see for something. We talked about it during the group stage, but it's a really long time now, at least a month and a half, maybe even 2 months, where they've kind of just been sucking. And so I wonder for the big dogs coming up for EWC and TI if they'll be able to get their form back, because I have not seen this team be this consistently bad for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it takes like coming out second last in a tournament to be that wake-up call. Also, you have to think about Tundra. Every time you watch them at a tournament, they are boot camping. I think we spoke about this before, like compared to other teams where they go home or whatever. Like Tundra always seems to be like at the boot camp, putting like all maximum effort in. So at some point, you have to maybe factor in burnout. It is quite an easy excuse to also give teams, but I'd like to think that take a break after this, have like 2 weeks off, full reset. Like you've already got the invite. Then you full send compete for TI.
That is the thing that's like a blessing and a curse right now. This is the last Tier 1 event before we start getting into that season of qualifiers and big events, right? TI qualifiers are only 2 weeks after Blast Slam 7 concludes. So the fact that they don't have to play in it is good for them, because then at least it's 4 weeks there where you're like, we don't have to be actively boot camping. We don't have to be looking towards all of that competition level of things, but you still need to stay in shape.
I mean, it's also for Aurora, right? Beating Tundra in that position, like Tundra out of form. You don't want to be Aurora where you're second place in a tournament and then you get eliminated by an out of form team. Like you kind of want to take that second place, fuel yourself to get a win, like break the curse of Nightfall at an event before you go to, TI. Or maybe,
I think you wait until TI and then you break the curse.
Of course.
That's what I'm thinking on.
Is it only Wings was the Tier 1 tournament winner pre-TI, right? So therefore, you don't want to be that one. So, yeah, either way, Nightfall has a curse management situation unfolding. As a team, they have to decide which event they want to win, but it should be
that's
one.
What's going on.
Yeah.
you as a player.
I mean, I think they have to break it before TI and before EWC, because
don't crush my dreams.
No.
There it is,
because
Quinn.
I think if they couldn't win a Tier 1 event before now, that event is not going to be TI. The pressure, or EWC, the pressure is higher there than anywhere else. So if you want to win TI, then you need to break the curse before then to convince you, because really, it's not just the public. I think there's a chance that they don't believe that they can win Tier 1 tournament. Deep inside, they might feel it's the truth that they are chokers. I can tell you, those thoughts seep in.
If WS is joking about it, then they've already made the jokes. And if you're making a joke, every joke has a half truth, right?
I wanted to ask though, before we circle back into our best of 3 here, we're talking about like Aurora maybe potentially winning, blah, blah, blah. Do you think that they're even going to make it to Copenhagen? Do you think they're going to win against Liquid?
Either team, Liquid or Aurora, will be in winning contention. They are both so strong, even though they're not in the top 4. Is that what you asked?
No, that is what I asked. But I have been asking for a draft, and luckily that's answered. A Game 2 draft on our screens very soon. We're keeping you guys up to date with all of the action that's going on. Of course, we've been yapping about that B stream and the fact that it is going to be Aurora coming up against Liquid very soon. But we're refocusing on Yandex and Spirit here. Yandex are 1 game in the lead here in a best of 3 and also 1 game away from joining us in Copenhagen. For Game 2, it's been swapped around. Spirit are going to have the opening pick of the draft, and so we do see if the bans change up a little bit. Yandex now taking out Snapfire. Clockwork is not going to be played. They don't want to potentially give Spirit that for the opening in the draft, and Spirit's still sticking with a lot of the respect bans of Enigma, Beast, and Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, the Beast and the Enigma feel like no matter what, they are your first phase respect bans against Yandex. I think now it's on Yandex to decide, is Drow really, like, do they have a plan against it? It is a Game 2, you're already 1 game up. It would be kind of cool to see them try and break it, but alas, they don't want to mess around with it. They just ban it out.
I think it's correct. I don't know what you're supposed to pick against it, genuinely. I mean, they could pick Invoker against it, I think is one of the better ones, but I don't know if they have enough answers, and it's also hyper comfort. And I think the other thing is Spirit clearly likes turret carries right now. They like the ranged heroes, and I think they have better answers for those other turrets than they do than Drow.
And now it's like SF and Pango into the pool, so it's like if Spirit take SF, they don't really care about the Pango because you have that turret to right-click down the Pango, and if Spirit themselves want to take the Pango, of course, you know, I've just mentioned SF's good against it, therefore Yandex can look towards it. Of course, in these scenarios, and sometimes both heroes can just get ignored in the first phase because of that kind of like who picks it first to counter it.
Yeah, I don't know if Pango is as powerful as these teams might think it is in this series. I mean, the hero is good, don't get me wrong. But first pick Pango is not the same as an 18 Pangolier or a second phase Pangolier. I mean, Spirit's thinking about this. They are going to take Pangolier, so Yandex could definitely take Shadow Fiend. But we also saw Shadow Fiend just lose and get outscaled a little bit. And so it's possible Yandex also pumped the brakes here. I wouldn't blame them for that at all.
I mean, it feels like, are you going to have as good of a supporting crew on the side of Spirit, though, if they do want to go for something like a TA, if Yandex feel that they are comfortable enough in the SF?
Quick update, Lone Druid's not banned. We haven't spoken of that. That was often a first phase ban.
That's true, it is not banned.
But no, I think, going back to your TA point, after seeing the previous game, I do want to see this hero more and more in the tournament, but when a hero like Lone Druid kind of ekes its way through the first phase bans, you're probably going to call for it.
Yeah, and now I want to see what Spirit can do to this hero in lane, because I have not seen this hero lose a lane a single time, except the one game at the beginning of the tournament where Spirit picked Enigma against, or sorry, Yandex picked Enigma against Spirit's Lone Druid. Besides that.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah. Okay.
Run it back.
So Yandex picked Enigma against Team Spirit's Lone Druid, the first game of the tournament.
Right, and they won with that.
Correct. Apart from that, I have not seen the Lone Druid hero lose a lane.
Okay. Now I understand, thank you.
Enigma's banned, so Collapse will not be playing that. And so I wonder what they'll do, because Pangolier cannot lane against Lone Druid. I think you get totally demolished, so it has to be something else.
And also, like, the 5 pick for Yandex is so important in bringing that fight to the offlane, where it's like there's the Banes, the Liches, even like a Witch Doctor potentially could just be thrown into the mix just to win that lane even more for the Lone Druid against some of the maybe beefier options that you want to kind of present to survive what is a Lone Druid. Again, the thing that makes Lone Druid so strong is with the Bear +5, you create such a wall away from the lane that you're even like missing out on XP of the creep wave sometimes, just trying to survive the damage. So I want to see kind of kill threat on Malady's 5 pick. And of course, Spirit, they take away the Lich and the tree. Some of the more kind of comforts for him.
Yeah, the best response I've seen is Timbersaw, and even that one has been getting crushed in lane. It's just cool in the game because you can come back formations, and I think as more time passes, you're pretty good against Lone Druid because the bear cannot like assassinate you, and you do a lot of damage. So it's it's quite a solid response. It's just the lane can be really tough, and you can end up in a spot where Lone Druid is sitting safely in a sort of an invincible wall, and there's just an assault happening everywhere else on the map while Lone Druid chills there, and you can't gank him.
I'm surprised they've I was gonna say favor the Lich and Tree over Bane. Like we talk about so many times, or if you just get in a good position to Fiend Script, this Pango even rolling up is like kind of useless.
No, for sure. It's ever since Pango was introduced to the game, Bane has been in like the top list of supports to deal with him, and it is going to be kind of the same thing here. Strong lane throughout the entire game. I am already looking towards Spirit, maybe going for an unconventional hero, maybe like a Clinks later on in the draft. I just want to be able to find ways that you keep hunting the Lone Druid. Like, the main hero hides so far deep into the map that you kind of want to go find him and kill him, rather than just like always fighting the bear. Go get a random kill, then you can go back, you can feed on the bear as well, just have map play. So it's a hero that I believe Yandex themselves have played once in the tournament so far, but something to consider. Either way, they are bringing the aggression with the techies. I want them to fight into the Lone Druid. If this game is to be competitive, you cannot allow Lone Druid to just win his lane like Quinn mentioned, and then farm his way for free. Like, you need to fight his tower, drag heroes into the fight, like pressure Lone Druid to think about jungling a little bit earlier before he's got like the Maelstrom and some of his earlier kind of jungle timings.
I'm just looking to see what's next for Spirit. I think if they pick double support here, they may end up with a tricky situation where, okay, so you need to pick your offlaner still against the Lone Druid. There's not many of those we've seen. We've seen Tidehunter, we've seen Timbersaw. If you pick one of those on 18, that reduces your carry options going into last phase, and then there can be a lot of carry heroes banned, and you can end up with a worse carry pick. And so we've seen a lot of teams picking a core here. They're going to opt not to. So I'm curious to see if things get bottlenecked and your Toro ends up on a less than ideal carry matchup, because you've already seen the opponent's carry hero, and you haven't responded yet to it, either in lane or in game. Just, you know, some casual supports. They're fine heroes, but Spirit, the problem is yet to be addressed.
Yeah, you just see so much like cheap damage and early map play. Like, it just skirmish from Spirit. Like, there is a point where Yandex, if they start building the same like brick wall of a draft like they had last time, then that's all they need to do. It's like survive the early timing of Spirit, you get to scale online, and then you get to play out your game. And at least Spirit, they have enough damage. If the bear is running around with Mjolnir Ags, if you're found by a Pango or a Hoodwink or a Techies, add a couple more heroes into the mix, like the bear is dying. So they've already they're progressing their way to dealing with early game Druid. Of course, late game Druid is a whole nother broken thing that probably will get patched out of the game one day, but
just removed.
Yeah, like the first 30 of Lone Druid.
Banned from the game.
Ooh, Axe and Ruby, sure. So that's your offlane duo.
Very solid, sensible, nothing really wrong with it. And the Necrophos pre-ban to set up for it was very solid. I think that kind of is a pretty big giveaway. They want the Axe when the Necro is banned, but it's not like you can pre-pick something to prevent the Axe in any way. The hero is just... We haven't really seen many strong counters apart from the Necrophos. But here's the big question mark, is what core are you going for? Are you putting Pango offlane and full throwing him to the Wolves? Are you picking a new mid? Which carry are you opting for? Shadow Fiend's still in the pool, but you don't have the melee hero to opt for this game, right? So it's not the typical turret setup we've seen a lot.
Okay, so to go for the Alchemist. Again, it was really cool from Yandex taking the offlane and 4 here, because they have the last pick in the draft. They don't need to flex anything. It's just they want the strongest mid possible for CJ. And that's why picking it here is just really hard to break. And Spirit, they take the Alchemist. Again, it's, you know, you farm your lane, you give like 1 Ags away probably to Pangolier. He gets like Mage Slayer, a free Ags and a Blink. There is a really good time to play on, really aggressive in nature. But I'm still kind of worried, like, what is like the Lone Druid answer? Like the 3 to 4 item Lone Druid answer?
I mean, I like the idea of the Alchemist. Lone Druid is a very slow hero. He just sits and farms. So you say, okay, you're going to farm, we're going to farm too, and we're going to hit a timing before your timing is ready where we'll overpower you and we're way too strong for you to deal with.
Yeah.
Alchemist historically is also pretty good against Axe because he wants to jump blade mail call you, but you've got your ult running and it's kind of just difficult to burst Axe, especially when you've got like Techies Disarm or other heroes nearby. So I think it's a cool pick that makes sense. It thematically fits, I think, how you want to play against Lone Druid. You either go and you attack him really early, or you pick something that outgreeds him and outscales him.
Yeah, my one thing for Yandex is like, they know that the Alchemist kind of provides economy elsewhere. It's not like it's an old school Alch of going like Radiance, Orchid, Blink, you're like the main character. So Axe can just initiate on the Pangolier. If you Blade Milk jump him and you kill the Pango, then also the fight can change. Out can sometimes feel like he's missing damage if he's kind of invested elsewhere. Also could just be a game where Out just only thinks about himself. Like he free farms his lane, he then just builds all these items, he just keeps jumping the bear by himself, like just hammering it down. Like there is a world where we don't see the ads being given away, but still, again, it kind of makes sense. I am just seeing a world that damage could become a problem eventually for Spirit, especially because Yandex have the last pick. Lyle needs to find his, pretty much to find his hero.
Yeah, Yandex is going down the spreadsheet of classic Alchemist counters. They ban Quap. I would not be surprised to see them ban Primal Beast next. I think these have been the two that they've picked the most with the Alch, because you just want to give good ags away. Huge part of this hero.
I'm trying to think if there's a collapse hero that they can
There's
pick.
the Primal.
But yeah. I mean, you have to respect when Alch is in the game, like what he can enable. Like, what was it? The big list was Quap, Penguin, Primal, right? At the start of 7.41.
Yeah, there's
Might
like
be missing a
Largo.
hero. Ah, yeah, of course.
Is the other one. But I don't think Largo can lane against Lone Druid. I think you'll get crushed beyond imagination, and then you're really sad.
Roadkill.
And they've still not addressed the Lone Druid in lane, so I don't think Pangolier is going to do very well against it if they put him there. And I am just wondering what the choice is, because I don't have an answer. When I see Lone Druid, I don't know what you lane against it. And Spirit may not either.
So do you go for that late game that you're talking about? Is there a carry that can, oh, sorry, not a carry, but something in the lane that can just prolong the game a little bit more? You don't have to win the game, but you just want to put it in a position the Lone Druid feels uncomfortable.
That was not what I had in mind. It's cute, I suppose, because it's a flex. So now you'll never know where this Pango or Viper are going till the game starts. So potentially it makes it difficult for Yandex to pick a mid hero. So even if, say, you throw your Pangolier to the Wolves, then Yandex is similarly throwing someone to the Wolves mid. And you've got at least a choice there.
Yeah, it just feels like it's just adding to the tempo that we've already mentioned, right? Like if the outs in the game and you're getting the Pango, the aggression of the supports of Spirit, like everything is going to align to that kind of 15 to 25 minute win of the game, which we praised so immensely against OG when Spirit was able to dismantle them. Like that's the type of game that you want to see. If Spirit's winning this one, it's like they're replicating that aggression they had and the ability to overlap all their cores with like the right item timings. Like attack speed slows on Viper, you've got like Blood Thorns from Alk and just decent lockdown. Like they have individual tools to deal with Lone Druid, but
I think it's gonna. I don't think Viper should be good against Lone Druid in lane. Furion. So I guess it's mid Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Which is a classic response to Viper mid, because first of all you're super far ranged, and then secondly, if he tries to skill Q, which is the powerful Viper build where he hits you a bunch in lane, then the trees own him. So instead Viper has to max his W and just put it on the wave, and just it sort of becomes a trade lane. But that's generally not favorable for Viper, because that hero is kind of awkward and trash in the 10 to 15 minute period. So if you're not winning your lane, then you're a bit sad. So it's a cool pick on Nature's Prophet.
It's also like it offsets how Viper is very clunky in the early game. Like until you get boots of travel, you can't like quickly TP, make a gank, and then run back to mid. You're very slow. So if there is a world where Axe is chasing down the Alk or Lone Druid has found a kill threat on the Pangolier, the Prophet will just TP to that lane, get the kill, reset. So some of that aggression that could have come into play from Spirit is going to be maybe thwarted by Nature's Prophet. Again, I kind of like Yandex's lineup. Like, if the game even is difficult, they have so much like kind of wave push and like macro play that we are probably going to see Prophet and Lone Druid hold this game hostage. If there's like a 15,000 gold lead for Spirit, they have to keep finding these rats and these like this infestation on the map.
No, I think the Nature's Prophet pick is awesome. I think this Viper pick is one of these picks where you're not sure what to pick, and so you pick a hero that like, okay, it's strong in lane. And then now it's not strong in lane anymore. Now it's a draw at best for Viper. And I think the whole point of the hero has already been diffused in the draft. Whereas I think Nature's Prophet's going to buy Vessel and he's going to camp this Alchemist like he's out in a tent. So I think, I don't know, I think Yandex, they cooked here.
And that's just focusing on the last few picks. There is still a unanswered first pick Lone Druid that Spirit are going to have to deal with when that game gets to the later portions, and it's not looking good because right now they are one game down in a best of 3. Yandex could potentially book their ticket to Copenhagen with a win here.
Yandex up 1-0 in this best of 3 elimination game now for Spirit. Can they bounce back? Got a little stat from Mr. Knoxville himself, Cinderin. Watson, apparently his lifetime record on Lone Druid in professional matches is 1-3. So hasn't played a ton.
Oh, okay.
Is this a real Lone Druid or is it a mirage?
And how many of the wins are in this patch and how many of the losses, I think, is the other thing. Did he play it before?
Well, you're going to make me open this up again. 1 second. Let me see.
If I had to guess, he probably lost a couple of Lone Druid games 2 years ago, and then he's won one this patch. That's my guess. I think I saw him lose one.
He won against Paravision at Slam 7. So that's this one, right?
Yeah.
He won.
Yeah.
He lost to Navi in PGL Wallachia Season 8. Another loss in
that's
Season
the loss
8.
I remember.
And then a loss to Gaiman in Dream League Season 20 with Quinn. So that was 2023.
Yeah, okay. Checks out.
Thank you, Knoxville, as always.
He doesn't have all that much experience on the hero and pro games, but the games that I've seen in this patch, he seems comfortable at the very least. And there's a lot of good picks in this game.
Who was the one that we were casting that they were feeding relentlessly with Lone Druids? Yatoro, uh-oh. He's in some trouble. Pops the concoction. There's the blast out from Not Me, but first goes down Yatoro. Malady gets the first blood. As Not Me is going to be the second death for Spirit. So again, a good start for Yandex. And we can talk about, well, anything you want, Cinderin. The world is your oyster. And you love oysters.
They're pretty good. Oh, hang on. We can't talk about anything because Alk is here.
Yep, you're right.
Fully off
there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of picks that are interesting here. The panel was talking about Alchemist as a potential solution to Lone Druid. I think I want to say it's high risk, high reward, and I think that's fine if you're going into game 2 of a series like this where you feel like you need to shake it up. Spirit are never afraid to throw a curveball and try to change the narrative. Same logic with Viper. When they picked it, they weren't showing whether it was mid or off lane. It can flex with Pango. But ultimately, what ends up happening is the Pango will be going off lane and will be losing to Lone Druid unless by some miracle they manage to float this lane. But like Lone Bane, good luck. It's tough out there.
Indeed. And you can see, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Yatoro queuing up 51 individual items in his quick buy. He knows exactly what he wants. Wait, did he just remove it? No.
He said lag and disconnected. Maybe it's because you quick bought the entire store that you're lagging. Who knows?
That would be funny. You lose 1 FPS for each item queued up. Let's see if I feel like when you reconnect, your quick buy does not get retained, or did they change that?
I think it doesn't get retained.
Yeah. That's why we see it lost here. So he's going to have to take all that time to queue up everything again.
If I had to guess, he queued up like 3 items, and the last one he just mashed on Ags. He queued up like 7 Ags or whatever.
True. I mean, what do you think about this as an Ags game? Pango, obviously incredible Aghanim Scepter. Viper, I feel like a hit or a miss depending on the lineup.
Meh for this game, I think.
Yeah. So do you stop it? Like typically the first Ags almost always goes to mid laner, right?
I don't know how it works now with after the nerfs, because I think it would have been easier to answer with the pre-nerf Greevil's Greed Ags, where you got you got 6 base gold instead of 3. Because it does change the ramp up quite significantly. If you gift away 2, does your impact just get so late that you're kind of not even really playing? Versus in the past when you gave away 2 and then you still got 6 slotted.
I think the point I'm trying to make is typically you will prioritize your mid laner and not your off laner, but I think you have to do off lane here.
Right.
Clearly. The Ags are just so much better.
I don't think Nosedive is good enough here. It's pretty good against Lone Druid, but yeah, I would rather they try. Let's see how the lanes go first, because gifting an Axe to a Pango that's in the gutter might also not feel that appealing.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was wondering if he was going to gift one at all, actually. Or if he was playing, if you're playing on the Lone Druid, on the Alchemist power spike of the mid game, maybe you don't gift any Ags, you rush Radiance, you go for the classic Alchemist style, and try to get there fast. So far, the
Well, I think I
lane's
speak
looking
for
great for
myself. I speak for myself when I say I want to see the Ags, Syndrome.
Yeah, you definitely do speak for yourself.
Now, the panel did bring up a good point. I know it's very uncommon for Quinn to be able to say something intelligent, but Viper, it feels like, and you've talked about this as well, when you pick Viper in the mid lane, it does feel like one of these, we have to win our lane, or what's the point of this hero? And it's against a Nature's Prophet that should not really, probably just a wash of a lane, if we're being honest.
I think Prophet wins this lane.
Wins the lane, okay.
Yeah, I think so. Viper can't deal with the treants. Now that Prophets can go this build with Nature's Call after got buffed, you sprout Viper, you spawn treants around him, and if you get a good body block, you chase him down. If he tries to fight you back, you have overwhelming damage. And in the early levels, Viper doesn't really CS easily by just hitting creeps versus you. The way Viper wins the lane is bullies you out and CSs against nobody. But since you can't bully Prophet out, he can stand his ground and kind of fight straight back at you. You're seeing so far, Prophet is 17 for 12. It's a lot of denies. Oh, he's teleporting top. Looking for trouble.
Yes, he is. Yatoro taking a beating and will fall. He was the aggressor to start that out, but Chira can join at any time. That is the beauty of this hero.
Mid Prophet gets a very fast vessel as well, lest we forget. So
True.
Might even have the vessel even before Alk is level 6, but even posted, obviously you just vessel him after he uses ulti.
Blast off bot lane. They want to kill Watson's bear. They do, but is it at the cost of collapse? It's going to be close. A couple more right clicks will do it. Malady needs one more. Can he find the range? No.
He'll get it.
Living on the edge. Not me is the one to fall instead, though.
This lane is
like you
too
said,
easy.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if they're losing bot and mid, and you're gifting an Ags to a hero that is losing the lane, is that really even good?
I don't.
Normally, you want them to have like a major advantage, right?
Yeah. I think you're losing all 3 lanes here, and if you want to win, Alchemist needs to get big and he needs to 1v5.
Yeah.
I know that. Okay, that's maybe a little bit strict to say at 5 minutes. Let's calm down a little bit, but you're losing the lanes hardcore, and Prophet mid is going to keep that momentum going. He's going to hit level 6 and a vessel, and he's going to hunt you all over the map with these 2 aggressive supports in Bane and Rubik. So. It is definitely not looking healthy whatsoever.
Look at this rotation. Yatoro already going through gate at level 3. This has to work. Watson is obviously the one they want. Blast off, shaking his butt. He's gonna get it, and there's a concoction to follow. So they get the kill they came for.
It's not even for free though.
Oh my God! Collapse dies. I did not see that.
It's a trade. That's a 4v2, and you traded 1 for 1.
And now you've left Axe all alone. DM, super happy, level 5, has phase boots.
He's completely free. There's nothing Hoodwink Elk can do to stop this Axe from just getting a mega quick timing on everything he wants. As a matter of fact, if you're not babysitting Elk, he can die to Axe. So...
yeah, they do have to be careful.
Pretty problematic. Rue will be stacking camps. Hopes DM doesn't check them, because then he's just going to steal them.
It's already a 2k lead against an Alchemist.
Yep.
Battle Hunger onto Yatoro immediately dispelled thanks to the right clicks there. Bushwhack gonna help their cause as Yatoro gonna try to turn the tides as Laurel shows up as well with a Viper Strike onto Saksa. Surely they get at least him. Another Toxin with another right click to boot. Did require some rotations. And by some, I mean basically everybody.
Yeah. That's the funny thing about these plays is Prophet can TP up there, be like, oh, nope, not good, and he just TPs back to mid. And well, Viper has rotated, so now Viper has to waddle all the way back to mid where Prophet is free farming. So even though the play isn't successful, all you lost was Saksa, and your TPs just feel less important because you have them. You have extra. It's unfair. Watson with the bear gonna try to steal this wisdom. Will succeed because of Malady's Nightmare. Oh, they even get both wisdoms too. This is very, very good for Yandex.
Malady is gonna die.
TP out. If they bushwhack, well,
he has
gonna kill a cooler. All right.
And enchant, yeah. Making this very difficult as Rue.
I mean,
he's gonna right click him, and Sticky Bomb is there to finish it eventually, but my goodness.
Collapse ends up showing up.
It took 3 heroes to kill off this band. Another feels like so much space created.
That feels really good. You help the bear steal the wisdom, and then the enemy team stays on you for like 40 seconds. That's the 5 dream.
You know
right
what else
there.
is good, Cinder? And Polymarket is the official prediction market of Blast Slam.
All right.
Polymarket.com to live trade the game. Bet you didn't know that one.
How do you trade a game that's free to play?
Cosmetics. I guess.
I don't think that's how it works, Shannon, but I appreciate
Concoction,
you trying.
Yatoro. He's going to find Soxa. It's a fully juiced one as well.
All right, we'll let
will
it die.
fall.
I think DM might have had a chance at reaching a call there and maybe saving him, but risk reward and all that just doesn't bother.
Yep.
It's 5 kills for Spirit, but they're, except the one on Watson, it's 4 on the supports. So Shira as well as DM having very good early games. Now Alchemist is on top of the charts finally, farming those stacks that Rue made for him. I'm so curious to see the whole Aghanims thing here. I think that's the biggest mystery of this game is if you buy it here, do you ever not?
Right. Yeah, you can see bottom 2 net worths are the heroes that will be getting the Aghanims of, unless we're looking for a support Ags, which we haven't really considered, but highly doubtful. Peckies and Hoodwink.
Maybe you can get Pango there. He rushes Diffusal, he gets Basher, you give him an Ags, and suddenly...
Wrath of Nature. Laurel with the Fabled now as well. Getting some help thanks to not me, but DM is there with the Battle Hunger, and Shira gets the last right click. And this is going to turn to a tier 1 tower. All the momentum right now on Yandex's side.
I feel like we're going to see more profit in the playoffs of this tournament. It's just the games that we see, whether it's played carry or mid, I actually think the impact is really, really high. Now that you go this Nature's Call, I think the teams are picking up on that. That turning these plays into immediate tower pushes and you still scale like a beast is extremely valuable.
What do you... I don't think you mentioned this. What do you think of Earn on Collapse?
Oh, hang on. Soxa.
Concoction will be successful. Yatoro will find Soxa again as DM will kill off not me. And looks like he did get a stack of the Culling Blade.
Yeah, Earn on Pango definitely is a bit interesting. I am not sure what the rationale is. I mean, it's good value for money. Maybe he wants some cheap armor against Lone Druid, and then might as well upgrade it because all of the stats feel nice on Pango. All attributes, mana regen. It's decent. I don't know if he generally does it when he plays Pango, or if this is a Lone Druid specific thing.
Well, Yatoro's back to queuing up 46 items in his inventory, so it will be the single Ag for at least the short term. I don't know. ADHD?
Imagine there's a bug where you get more gold on Alk if you have more items in your quick buy. Oh, they failed to stack both camps. That is illegal, guys. You picked Alchemist, and both Alk and Hoodwink missed the stack timing.
That's unfortunate.
Oh my god, that's not unfortunate, Shan. That's not a luck thing. That's just straight up bad.
Well, unfortunate doesn't necessarily have to be with luck.
That's correct. Rue is dead.
He's dead.
Let's see if he gets dunked. They're not even waiting for DM to get the dunk.
Dude, that's always tilts me as an Axe player. So annoying. Somebody always snipes
reservation at 7 o'clock here.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta hurry up, Yandex, if you want to make that.
And DM has Blade Mail. Will be the blink next. 4K lead against an Alchemist. I can't say that is a recipe for success.
And it's not just that, it's with lone profit. So like, how big is the map even gonna feel in 10 minutes? Where can Alk farm if he loses all his towers to the bear and the prophet, and then the bear gets a Shadow Blade and starts hunting them around the map? Does seem tough. A bold choice, I have to say, to give away Lone Druid in an elimination game. Not what I was expecting.
Saw Watson's record, and they're like, let's take the chance.
Yeah. And that's where Coach Silent would have been like, sample size, guys. But
I mean, I don't think that's an unfair thing to try to take a chance on, if I'm being honest. If you feel like you need to let something through because the draft is not to your liking, like, it's not like you're banning a bunch of specialty heroes necessarily against your own team.
It just didn't feel like, when you looked at the way they drafted and the pacing of it and what heroes they chose when, it didn't feel like they gave away Lone Droid with a clear plan, which is surprising when it's Spirit. At least if the plan was we're gonna solve it with Alk on 18, then they spent reserve time on that pick, right? So I think that wasn't necessarily premeditated at all, that was the goal. Let's see here, Collapse plus friends looking for a bot tower, but there's a big bad bear who's already morphed. And he's gonna get some help.
He's got Fiend's Grip. Nightmare's gonna be taken off, but there's the Fiend's Grip. Immediate cancel, but it doesn't matter. Collapse is super dead here. No chop again.
A lot of heroes for this.
He's seething.
The whole team.
Yeah, both sides basically. It's just the Toro on the top.
Doesn't feel bad to TP here though, because there's a tower you can take. So now Lone Droid and Prophet are just going to turn into a push. Axe though, Blade Mail.
Yep, he's dead.
Get a kill.
A good pick off there for Spirit. They're going to need a lot more of this. 5k deficit with Alk. I'm going to say that every single time because that's unbelievable. There's the Radiance though, so Ags should be on the way soon.
Looking
to go for the Wisdom.
Get stolen.
And not me, gonna burn down the Soxa.
No, they'll let it go. Oh, everybody follow the concoction.
That's right. We've talked about this before, right? How it used to be, the concoction.
When it grew bigger and bigger and flew off screen.
Like if it was global, it would gain damage and you'd die.
Oh, it was uncapped once in a while.
Yeah.
Once upon a time. Once in a while. Like 10% chance.
I believe the projectile was track for many years, right? Is that the same spell I'm thinking of?
I think you're right. Yeah.
It looked atrocious. But now we're out of beta.
Yeah.
Very recently.
Oh, Soxa
Once the battle pass ended, that's when beta ended as well.
Soxa stole proximity mines. That's really good.
Oh yeah, we
can put that to use.
Did you? So the clip that you were watching yesterday of the the triple kill with techies, it was actually the Rubik at taking the techies mines. So
they're even stronger on him.
Indeed. I wonder if they're going to try to go for the same play on the gate. That is really funny.
If nothing else, he can just farm up a storm. It's just farming a double stack of hard camp plus a creep wave. So just getting a lot of net worth out of this Soxa. Has the combined net worth of the enemy supports at 15 minutes on Rubik. A very good sign. This spell is so good on Rubik. You have cast range for it. It's amazing.
I've never heard you be so complimentary about anything techies related before.
That's because it's not techies.
So because it's Rubik.
It's somebody fucking over techies, which we can all get on board with, of course.
Right. Soxa, they know he has the mines. They want to put that to an end. Concoction finds him, and down goes Soxa. But the counter initiation DM is there with the blink reveal and the blade mail. He's going to get Viper struck, but there's the Fiend's Grip onto Yatoro. And down goes the big bad ogre.
Doesn't look like they'll be able to get
Laurel, he is getting completely blocked by and he's going to get called for his troubles. Or is there follow-up, though? As Watson will join the party now. Laurel is dead. That is a yikes. What a great block from Chira Jr.
Oh, Collapse.
Now Collapse trying to help out, but yeah, you've already lost 3 members, my friend.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was a lot of Treant. That was like 10 Treants.
What do you think? What do you think the win expectancy of this game is right now?
I would say 95-5. If you're down 6k with Alk,
that's pretty close. 91-9.
Okay.
Very much favoring Yandex is Gabe Newell. Says Spirit, we can't have you guys get more net worth than me. So don't need to worry about that, I think.
Indeed. And Prophet has overtaken Alchemist now, net worth-wise. He went for the Aghanim Scepter, by the way. What do you think about that? That's definitely not normal this early.
I like it when you're playing from ahead. It's pretty
Rue's
dope.
dead.
Yep. It's a matter of time.
Not
Vessel,
dead.
Battle Hunger.
And Rue's dead.
He's very dead. I think Vessel plus level 4 Battle Hunger. Oh, it's level 3. But Vessel, even Vessel level 3 Battle Hunger will probably take 2/3 of Rue's HP. And not me will get profited.
That's right. Cross the map. Spirit, after a very easy 2-0 stomp of OG, are now kind of on the other side of things against Yandex. Just
there's levels to this.
Yeah, they're just on another level. Where's this Ags at? So 600 away still for Yatoro. And it is definitely going to collapse. You can see he's not even queuing up an Ags.
I have a mechanics question for you, Shannon, that I think you know the answer to.
Okay.
If Lone Druid's bear is next to a flag bearer creep, but the Lone Druid hero is far away and the flag bearer creep gets killed by an ally, does the bear get gold?
Wait, what?
You know when you kill a flag bearer creep, all heroes in the AoE get gold, right?
I did not know that, no. I thought it was the person that kills it.
Well, you get gold, and then there's bonus gold to everybody in the radius.
Oh,
it's been that way since the start. Does the bear count?
Since the start? You're kidding.
Flag bearers have always given bonus gold, no? Am I a true?
Oh, you're talking about flag bearer. I thought you were talking about the Roche's banner for some reason.
That's interesting, because I said flag bearer.
Yeah, that's weird.
But I
something
can
else.
see why you would think about Roshan's banner.
I just thought it was gonna be an interesting conversation. This is really uninteresting, actually. Like,
You made it a lot more interesting than I was expecting, to be honest. Great work.
Christ almighty. Can you think of anything more dull than who gets the 30 gold?
Oh, I just like asking you really dumb mechanics questions. It's funny.
I would say no, he would not. The bear would not get it.
All right. But I'm not sure what the answer is. Thank you.
I don't know either.
I knew
now,
you would
Roche
know.
banner on the other side. It's like, when could you get AoE gold from Roche banner? That's crazy good.
Speaking of Roche banner,
about a singular
gonna go for a walk now. I would imagine that Yandex will be happy to kill Roche in the top half now.
All right, they have Ags on collapse. Maybe waiting for his blink until they try to do something with it. So he's now top net worth on Spirit.
Yeah. Well, it's a good player to put your faith in, but the issue is his matchups aren't even good, right?
Yeah.
It's not a good Pango game. There's grip, there's call. You're not that great against the bear. He's gonna come up big here. He will frontline for his team.
Nightmare. Soxa TP's out.
Not gonna find anyone. 5-man move in vain.
If
and
this
is
was
gonna
a
be
collapse
Lone Druid Ags.
Magnus or something, or any of his patented signature heroes, like, not that he's not good on Pango, but I would not put this in his top 5, right? And maybe he could pull something out of his hat, but
Well, it's just a matter of hero limitations, right? Even if this was, if he was Magnus this game, can Magnus win this like that? I don't think so.
I mean, high ground, you have something, right?
Oh, they're gonna root Yatoro on the wisdom. He gets scared and will leave. So now the bear will get it.
The bear is just standing here and it just forces the rest of Spirit away. That is so sad to watch. Oh my goodness.
The Prophet ulti connects for the root and they're like, wait, are we getting ganked?
Yeah, that is.
And well, now the bear has Ags, so now it's a different story. Now it could have actually just killed them.
Really? I don't think so.
You don't think the bear can kill out there with the Prophet ult?
Not
if he doesn't have
3
chemical ring?
heroes there.
Were they 3? I thought it was just Alpha-Wing. I mean, either way.
I mean, more were TPing, so they would have gotten there.
It's just you always need to factor in that Prophet can connect, right? That's part of...
True.
Part of every play. Bear is on the hunt. Rue. Okay, never mind. He didn't connect. I thought he was actually gonna. Oh, now he does.
Yeah, there's the initiation. DM looking for the chop. We'll get it. 3 chops to his name.
Here comes
and now
the
collapse with that Aghanim Scepter. Already at half health, has to back away.
That was a very important taser. Last moment. The next swing from the bear would have been a root, and collapse might have actually ended up dying, but it was there in time on Not Me.
Pouring myself a drink, Cinderin.
All right. What's your drink of choice today? Hot water?
This disgusting ginger garbage I've been having to drink.
Interesting drink of choice to pick something disgusting, but...
Well, I have to. That's the life of an old man.
It's not your drink of choice, then.
That's right. It is my... Oh,
Saksa. Yeah, he's... A small price to pay, but at the very least it gives Spirit some space on the map now. It's probably worth more than the kill itself, especially if they also get Malady, but with the Nightmare, I don't think they can reach this, no.
Did it always show, when somebody is under Nightmare, did it always say asleep instead of just sleep? Never noticed that. Very important conversation to be having.
Yeah,
as the bear is getting ganked. Concoction will stop the TP. Sharpshooter gets the kill, so Rue with an extra 325.
Yeah, they resum the bear though, so very cool.
That's almost like a respawn talent from back in the day. Just costing gold instead.
They got removed for a reason.
Undying still has it, in a way.
Yeah, I suppose.
Nobody has a problem with that one.
They might if Undying was really good. What's the difference between Lone Druid and Undying? Lone Druid's really good.
Kind of sad. Undying I find to be very fun.
Yeah, it's a fun hero.
Design. Much like Huskar.
Alright, now you're just baiting. Chira Jr. is... Oh, hang on. They're just going to take the Torment. It's a pretty late Tormentor, but they'll get it in time before the inevitable side switch. And Chira will be going for Silver Edge after getting Specialist's Array. Kind of interesting that he doesn't choose to... Well, I suppose he wants... Never mind, it makes a lot of sense now that I think about it more. It's all good.
I think he just died to mines on top of the gate.
Can it happen to anyone, as we found out?
Yeah, indeed. See, that's why you got to be the one to do that, Soxa. Come on now. You didn't watch that Reddit clip, obviously. Tier 1 tower will be Spirits. That'll be their second tower of the game.
There's a pro Dota player that's unlikely to watch Reddit clips. I think Sox is pretty high up on my list.
Yeah, probably.
Don't think he cares.
He's not a huge memer.
No.
Doesn't hear all the juicy
about as healthy as
rumors.
a pro player gets in terms of his vices, I suppose.
Yeah.
Reading Reddit is advice.
Yotaro is asleep, not to be confused with sleeping.
Yeah, it's because... Oh, Malady, hello.
Yeah, but look at how many heroes showed up for this.
Yeah, they have to bring numbers because of the threat of the counterplay always being there. Bear plus Prophet, what a disgusting global combination. As if the bear wasn't bad enough, like when it gets to mid-late game that sometimes can just solo even cores. Add a Prophet that buys a Hex, for example. Yeah, we'll see it there. Rue is gonna die. Prophet actually did connect for it, but was too late to even get a Vessel charge. This game is so hard to play for Dire. I think it's hard to showcase it while watching the game, just how difficult it is, but you have to get really creative with your movements. You need to get deep wards out, and even with that, at any point, you could just get... This is a... Oh, yeah, okay, Watson actually did hit the Ancients, so...
Uh-oh, Yotaro getting gone on by the bear. It's going to require a number. Cheers here with the BKB as well. Yotaro on the run. Yeah, they're going to be able to withstand this pressure. Should be able to kill the bear as well.
Congratulations, you get a bear kill. Oh, it's back.
Yep, it is.
They get Prophet's BKB as well.
Can I ask you a very important question? What is the point of having a barrier on teleportation? Is this not already one of the best spells in the game?
I mean, it was a balancing effect. Prophet
weird?
has gone through waves, right? He had a patch that he was really bad, and then he got buffed, and then he got buffed, and then he got buffed, then he was really good, and then they dialed back something. But one of the ways they made him stronger was giving him barrier and teleportation, so that when he went for tower dives and early moves, he had more like relative strength to other heroes. But yeah, at this point, I mean, I wouldn't be against that way of nerfing the hero to remove that barrier, but then you probably need to compensate him in some other way slightly.
I mean,
it's not like Prophet is like broken
can...
right now, right?
No. I just find it weird that a spell, if you bring this up to anybody in any other game, like, yeah, this guy has a global teleportation on this cooldown. Like, oh yeah, and he gets a barrier as well. Like, really?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous already. Watson, they're gonna find you, Toro. There's the call from DM, and the bear's going to work. Yeah. Double battle hunger and the dunk. Goodbye, Yatoro.
That's the problem in this game. It feels like it's just a matter of time. Like, you can't play perfect keep away forever. You are going to be bleeding out heroes. And
Rue does steal the wisdom and gets chopped for his troubles. Yeah, these are not the wisdoms of old. Much like neutral items have become not irrelevant, but not important enough to die.
Not me. He needs to... Okay, we'll dust off the bear. And we'll escape.
Shira Jr. with Hydra's breath, by the way. Very cool.
Good farming item if you don't gonna go Mjolnir. Maybe he doesn't want to double dip on that since the bear already has one. So like this, he can farm with Specialist Array and upgrade it this way. Good scaling damage against Elk.
Oh, they find the grip on collapse with the bear there, but they get the disarm. Instantly dispelled, though. It's a full duration grip, so goodbye collapse. 60 seconds on the deck as they blast up on the bear. Looks like the only casualty is going to be the Bane. Okay, huge call from DM onto 3. Chops 1 to the ground, focusing on Rue. Laurel, all he can do is right-click, but he's just getting right-clicked down by Chira and company. As Yatoro has to pop his BKB now, but I don't think he can withstand the pressure here for too long. Spirit Vessel is applied. Watson trying to do some damage with the bear. They will find DM in the end, but now Yatoro on the run, stun locked and killed off. Chira Jr. owning on this Nature's Prophet. Damn. With the help of a bear, of course. And what's Watson doing?
The first 30 seconds of that fight, the bear wasn't even a part of it. They didn't even need Lone Druid anymore. Man.
I mean, full duration grip that's rough. For Spirit.
I mean, this is definitely a statement game in my eyes, I think, from Yandex. Just very, very aggressive, exceptionally good laning, early pressure. They are the ones dictating everything in the game. I think back on this, like 10 minutes in this game, and I'm just like, Spirit must have already felt cornered so early. Maybe they find Soxa here. It'll be something. It's the small picks is all they're gonna get.
Well, I will say though, Roche has yet to be killed at 30 minutes. That is kind of interesting. Is that something that Spirit can steal somehow?
It's hard to get out on the map. Your waves are being shoved in at all times from the Prophet and the bear. It's not easy. But doing something crazy like that, I wouldn't mind seeing a smoke play, but they also don't really kill it that fast, to be honest.
Yep, that is true. And DM, he has BKB to go along with an upcoming Shiva's, which we've kind of talked about the double-edged sword that is Shiva's for Axe these days, but I want to see more Bloodstone Axe again, Cinderin. What needs to be done for Bloodstone to come back for Axe?
Well, it probably needs to work differently.
Why?
Because the Bloodstone that you liked was the one that gave AoE, right?
No, not necessarily. Because it was picked a lot on Axe, at least for a short period, before the AoE garbage.
So which versions of Bloodstone was it that Axe used? He used the AoE one, and then the one before, which one was that?
Yeah, that was just spell life.
The one that had a...
It's not that dissimilar to the current version. But this one is, in theory, better because you're getting amp damage, right?
So it was... Well, the old one also had the Dispel, right?
Dispel? On
when you activate Blood Pact, it would cast Dispel. It doesn't have that either.
Right.
I don't know.
Not sure.
I find most of the time, current X is just better to go Kaya Sanj or Kaya Yasha, probably.
Who goes Bloodstone these days? Viper Strike on Bane. Nice Manta, but the grip comes
the
out.
Manta actually helped Bane. Oh my.
Boy. That is rough for Laurel.
I think the Manta
Collapse will find the support.
Well.
So what happened?
Damn it if you do, damn it if you don't kind of situation. When you use the Manta, Bane gets a big brain sap off with shards, so he heals a lot. But if you don't Manta, he's just going to grip you, right? It's like kind of a tricky situation to be in. I think the really clutch play would have been to Manta and then pike the Bane. And then your main can kill them with the Vision of the Illusions. Maybe. But it's not easy.
Alright, Roche will finally be taken by Yandex.
Yeah. Aegis for Mr. Chiro Jr.
Toro getting close to finishing his assault. What's Collapse looking like right now? Has Lotus, so not a ton of damage.
And funny enough, the win expectancy hasn't really changed. It's still 90-10.
Already,
even though the lead
really
is
high.
12k higher than last time. There's always a chance, Shannon. Oh.
Yeah, it is looking grim right now. I feel like part of this game, I know it's not the whole thing because they did lose a lot of their lanes, but if they just had better Aghanim Scepter Synderin, you know? There's something in that mid lane. Like we've seen it gifted to Quaps before where they just completely destroy.
Yeah.
Hard to lose a lane on Quap anyway.
There's not many, like... That's the tough part as well with what they're up against. It's hard to find a mid hero where you're like, give this hero an Ags and it's going to change the outcome of this game when it has to A, lane against Prophet, and then B, play the game against Bane Axe afterwards while your Alk is in the jungle. It's tough.
I think you're giving a little too much credit. They picked Viper a little earlier and then they were counter-picked. Like, are you picking Viper knowing that there's a Nature's Prophet? No way. Picking something completely different.
That's right.
This hero hasn't really, like, you're not getting a break that's that valuable this game.
But at that point, if you would have picked another hero that it was good to give Ags to, then the Prophet could have also been a different pick even.
Yeah.
So it could have been even worse.
Yatoro gonna go to town on this bear, but he's the one getting destroyed as Laurel just right-clicking the bear. This is a disaster for Team Spirit. The bear is just decimating them at every turn. To the north they go, but the bear is chasing, and Chiro Jr. can TP in at any time. Gets the Silver Edge break onto the Viper. No corrosive skin for you. 4 dead for Spirit. And why not just go for the full team wipe? Collapse, last remaining member. Call keeps him in place. And one more chop for DM. Full team wipe at the cost of just a Bane Elemental.
Your name offends me.
Yeah. It's,
and you can push
really
multiple lanes with this bear.
They're just, I mean, Yandex are just on a different level today. I think, especially in this game. The last game was competitive for quite a while, and then ultimately they pulled away. This one has had their name on it all the way from the very beginning. Absolutely everything in this. You know, they had a 2k gold lead at minute 5, and it's only gone up. If you look at the gold graph for this game, it's just like constant improvements. Going to be 2 sets of racks.
Trying to defend, but they're just feeding their lives away now. This will be 2 sets easily. Tier 2 still exists, though. Aegis for another minute 40.
Prophet's going to refill here, then he'll TP top and take top tier 2, and then you can decide whether you want to look for the GG or play the map a little bit. I don't know what you really wanted to wait for. You have all your abilities. Their lineup's super fast. They have everything ready. Fiend's Grip with Ags plus Lens. You've got Rubik with a Stolen Sharpshooter. And you've got an Alchemist almost getting soloed by a bear in his base, so he has to use ult.
Yeah.
Time to go top.
Yeah, Bane Ags could be the nail in the coffin for Spirit as Laurel frontlining right now. He is not looking too healthy though. Has the Hurricane Pike, Manta, Boots of Travel, and that's it at 36 minutes. Going against the likes of Chira Jr. with quite a bit of net worth. Blast off to start things out, but that's going to cost the Techies his life. Meanwhile, DM with a huge call onto several heroes. Will get broken though with the Viper Strike. This buyback now onto Techies. Gonna get the Nightmare to try to save the Axe, taking a ton of damage though. Do they have the damage to finally get us? But there's a Fiend's Grip onto Collapse. He is dead. Does have the buyback, but his allies are just dropping like flies. Yatoro with the defensive BKB on retreat. Looks like they'll get the bear as the Age is finally consumed. And Chira now on the run, but Collapse getting in really deep. This will be a dieback for him if they're able to turn this around. Axe did die in this fight and is not using buyback yet, and there's the Viper Strike. So it looks like Chira, his reign will finally end for the time being as a 10x kill streak. But it came at a heavy cost of 3 buybacks.
They finally bring him down for the first time this game. And in a way, the saving grace of Spirit is that greed is the biggest curse for Lone Druid. So his hero was so far away that the resummon needed forever to get there. If Watson's hero was somehow in the top half of the map, they might have won the game there.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Gotta keep farming.
Yeah, gotta do it.
Still, that's 2 massive buybacks that they have to expend here on the side of Spirit.
Nullifier,
Viper, and Techies. There's actually 3 of them.
Toro. Lotus applied to him, and Collapse is here to try to assist, but Fiend's Grip, death, 90 seconds. No buyback either.
Yeah. This is game over if they 5-man top, but they don't necessarily know that he doesn't have buyback, so he has that going for him. The bear is on the prowl. Laurel, not gonna get found.
Takes the Enchanter's Bauble on Watson's bear.
Late game
looking for a long game.
Hello.
Goodbye. This is without a basher. So Silver Edge, Nullifier, Mjolnir, Ags, and 6k in the bank. Looks like AC
5v3 situation.
Sometimes we see the blink, but
and Prophet with buyback, so 2 lives on. Actually, never mind. Now that he respawned, he won't have it if he dies again.
And they're going to town on this tier 3. There's the initiation from DM. No follow-up as Collapse is there with the Rolling Thunder. It's not going to do too much. Still 20 seconds for Yatoro. And this is going to be mega creeps if they're not careful. They break the Viper. Getting some space for the rest of the team as DM comes in with a call onto 2 with the Fiend's Grip onto Pangolier. The chop for Viper. No chop this time on Pango, but dies nonetheless, and that should do it. Now the Alchemist is up. Yatoro. What is happening in the fountain? All right. Chira just feeds away.
Yeah.
And yeah, the bear just going to finish the Ancient here. Getting bashed up, but too much damage and too much of a lead to withstand for Spirit as they get 2-0'd very convincingly by Yandex.
Yeah, that was just an exceptional good game from them. I think one of the best individual team performances of the tournament that we've got to cast. Everybody played exceptionally well this game on their side, and I hope we get to see more mid-Prophet. I think this hero is really fun to watch, and in my eyes, definitely underrated, but yeah. It's also easy to look good when you're smashing the game, but he was,
that is true.
Was the biggest reason.
Let's go to the panel so they can break this down.
You want to see more mid-Nature's Prophet? Well, it's very likely with the fact that Yandex are now continuing on in Blast Slam. So they're going to be here in Copenhagen joining us, T. And what a way to end it, to end a best of 3 where it's elimination or make you go into game 2 and it feels like you get the most comfortable snowbally lineup you possibly can after winning lanes.
I mean, Spirit kind of entered game 2, gifted them a Lone Druid, and then didn't really opt to try and shut down the hero. Of course, there was the Viper, then the Nature's Prophet response. I think Yandex were just in full comfort in the second game, and that's not what you wanted at all. But anyway, when you're looking at the drafts of both of these teams, like, they really can run away with a game if they have a good draft. And Yandex, they were just kind of gifted it in the second one.
Yeah, I think they did an amazing job with prep. and the bans and just the way they figured all this stuff out, because I do think in both games they had a significantly better draft, and a better draft against Spirit specifically. I think some teams maybe would function better against these lineups of Spirit, but it was very tough for them. They shut them out, and they played well on top of it, right? It wasn't just a good draft that then they bungled along the way and made it messy. It was pretty clean, and they kind of just shut him out, which is not what you'd expect. I think especially considering how good Spirit looked in their games against OG.
I mean, I also just love the fact that, you know, CJ from the mid lane, like, we know he's an edge prophet, we know he can make the moves.
Oh, they're going to say he dives tower here.
I mean, also that. I mean, he dived everywhere. Like, he was doing everything. I was actually going to talk about his first rotation where he TP's top with the Axe to help kill the Alk, but it's like he knew exactly what he needed to do. He goes for the Vessel against the Alk. He then goes for like an Aghanims just for a bit more of map play. But yeah, Yandex, I mean, you look at these heroes, and I feel like each player wants to play as hero for many more games. Like, if we're in the playoffs, like, these are the heroes that they're going to look towards if they are going to try and win this tournament.
I mean, Malady on the Bane is so impactful in my eyes, just the way he's able to play. Again, they're doing well, so it's easy for him to have, like, great itemization and to be more of a threat. But for Collapse on the Pango, you're just afraid to Rolling Thunder in. I mean, we saw them try and defend their high ground. He Rolling Thunders, he rolls around, he sees the Bane, and he goes, actually, I gotta leave because that Fiend's Grip is coming my way.
Yeah, it's a very tough matchup. I need a very tough lane. I feel for him. I've played these games against Bane, especially when your lane is bad, and it ain't easy. It ain't easy being cheesy. So it's just tough. I think they're honestly just in a rough spot from the heroes, but they, you know, the draft is part of the game, right? There's a lot of skill. It's all skill, right? There's no luck in the draft. You don't just happenstance your way into it.
Oh,
heroes
I fumbled across the load.
Look at here. It's a good draft. Like, you don't just find it. So it's a lot of work and prep that went into that. And Yandex, they just, I don't know, they just cooked them. So mad props to them because it's not easy.
No, I mean, it's really not much you can say to Yandex. They take a major break. They come back after skipping out a different Tier 1 tournament. They come here. Maybe that kind of the rust having to use this tournament maybe as a couple of scrims. That isn't the case at all. Sure, they took maybe a longer path to get to Copenhagen, but it is a well-deserved spot. They, like you said, they're drafting confidently. They're one of the few teams that when you look at them draft, when you look at them play, they're playing their game. Like, they're not reacting constantly in the draft. They're not having to like go, oh wow, this epic team's against us. No, it's like every game, it's like, you deal with Yandex, Dota. If you don't, we will beat you. And I think Spirit, they crumbled under the pressure of what Yandex was bringing.
Yeah, and I think a special shout out to CJ, who a lot of people, including us, put him in a box a lot of times, saying he can only play melee heroes, he can only play the aggressive, sort of stereotypical CJ gameplay. But in this series, he played Invoker and he played Nature's Prophet, and I think in both games he played amazingly. So massive shout out to him, and not just in this tournament, but across the entire season. I think he's been consistently improving and has gone from being someone who is quite choky and, I'll be honest, quite bad, to someone who is a very, very good player and can play not just his small puddle of heroes, but also expanding outside of that, which is not an easy thing to do. So mad props to him because I think he deserves it.
I mean, it's like kind of like they're the players of the season, right? I think CJ from the mid lane, like WS from the off lane for Aurora, like we are throughout the season getting notable players kind of rising up and stamping their authority. It's like, look at me and my role as we move towards TI.
I think we're going to list some more players as well. You got CJ from mid. Is there anyone else from other roles? I would have said Noticed.
I think Noticed could easily be up there for another offlaner. I think even though KJ has had highs in his career, I think he's potentially, depending on the result of Slam, could be in contention of being another respectable 5. Yeah.
I mean, outside of new upcoming stars that are making their name stamped in the Dota history, there's obviously long-running players as well. We got one of them joining us here. Sucks. Congratulations on winning this best of 3. Did you guys even really break a sweat?
Maybe the first game, but the second game was pretty smooth.
What was the prep like? Because obviously it was so close to if you guys were even going to have to play this best of 3 all the way down to the last best of 1 yesterday. So how did you kind of go through the motions of yesterday and then coming into today knowing it was either Spirit or OG?
I think obviously disappointed yesterday. We were hoping to just kind of qualify without having to play the last chance, but I think the prep for today is like we were expecting to play Spirit high chance, and then we just knew we had to ban Draw Range our first phase. That was the prep.
Yeah, that felt like it was a nice, easy amount of prep then.
I have a question on itemization, if that's okay, Saxa. Essence Distiller, you buy it a lot on your position 4s, like even on Nyx Assassin you were buying it. Is it like a must-buy item that you feel like is kind of like a default in Dota now, or is there room to kind of ignore it sometimes?
Just depends if it's like if it's bad for your hero, like if you feel like you need something else, if you need a blink or something, then it's not the greatest to buy. But kind of as a core item, it's strong on so many heroes, and just the aspect the vision aspect that it gives, that you can just even place it on the ground. I think it's kind of imba, and yeah, that's why I get it.
And against like Night Stalker, because like I believe when you put it on Night Stalker, you get his vision as well, right? So why are teams not doing this? I feel like against all these Night Stalkers we're seeing, teams are ignoring it. Of course, I feel like you probably wouldn't, but do you think that's a thing that other teams should be looking at?
I think usually from the games I've seen against Night Stalker, people always buy it. It's like, I mean, it's definitely good against Night Stalker, but you might get killed before you get to use it.
That is true. Yeah, I probably got the 2 games where they didn't buy it. So I got the bad games. Unlucky. What can you do?
Yeah.
Hey, Sox, I was curious how you felt about the drafts going into the games, because I felt like they're significantly outdrafted both games.
I guess. I think we had some good ideas about what they wanted and what we wanted to counter with it. I think our coach and our Melody did a great job preparing. I think Spirit is also, they're not like the cheesiest team, you know, they're gonna pick their heroes, they know what they like, and then we're gonna play like some honest Dota. You know, it's not like some LGD where they're like flexing everything and you don't know what's gonna happen till the last pick. So I think drafting against Spirit, I guess in that sense, it's not that hard.
Yeah, we actually didn't get to talk to you after your LGD loss, the 111-minute game. Well, like, let me know, because like very rarely do we get to see it go late game, and then to lose it, like, did you go, leave me alone, team? I just need to go outside for a moment.
Yeah, you pretty much have to like just have a half an hour just to reset, because especially when you lose that one, you spend like 2 hours of your life just playing this stupid ass game, and then you have to come back to normal. So yeah, definitely it's some time to reset after that one, especially because it was like a important game.
Yeah.
Please tell me you did a replay review on that game. Like, please tell me like you broke down the minute marks. Like, did you go through that game, or was it more like it's just a long game? You looked at the first like 30 minutes and then you put it aside.
No, we did look at it. Like a few hours ago, we did. Like we watched it for like an hour or so. Just a few moments where I guess we threw. We had like a couple of moments to win that game, and there was like some throws. So yeah, we had to look at it.
And I guess my final question is like, how do you prepare like for the ultra late game of a game? Because again, like in ranked games, it's like 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Like you don't really get to that plus 60-minute mark. Like, are you guys talking about like you theory crafting the 60-minute moments as a team now that you've had like these 111-minute games?
I think you talk sometimes about the items and what's important and some late game items. But the biggest practice is just playing overthrow, like no joke. If you want to practice like these late game scenarios, you play some 5v5s, and you just, you know, you get to the late game timings, you practice some spell casting, and it can help in these kind of situations.
Cool. Thank you.
Did you get any like small amount of PTSD when the first game against Spirit was pretty close and it was hitting like that hour mark?
No, I'm ready for another 2-hour game.
You were locked in there. Do you have anything else, Quinn, before we say goodbye to Soxa?
Yeah, I have one last question. How much TikTok has Watson been watching, and are there any hot memes off the press?
I don't know about any new memes, but definitely a lot, like constantly. So, yeah, all the time.
Just thought I'd check in.
Yeah.
All right, well, Soxa, thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to seeing you in a couple days.
Bye guys, see ya.
See ya. Is that like Watson was always constantly doing that? Like in draft, he's still on TikTok?
Oh, it's an absurd addiction. It's way past a hobby. It's like a full-time thing. I think Dota's his side gig and TikTok is his.
No, it can't be that bad.
At least his algorithm will be like clear. Like that's like the most fine-tuned, worked algorithm. Like he knows exactly what he wants.
I tell you what, a lot of his algorithm is just Dota stuff. He'd be like, oh, there's this like random bug you can use or whatever. From his TikTok is like 80%.
I didn't know people were making TikToks over that.
No, trust me, Russian TikTok goes crazy with bug abuse and all kinds of Dota stuff.
Usage, not abuse.
A little of both.
Feature usage. Thank you very much, Quinn.
Some bugs are bugs, let's be honest. Some bugs are features, but you got to walk the line competitively where the feature and the bug exists.
All right, well, maybe I got to start getting on that trend a little bit. Give me a little bit of MMR buffer there. But on the side of Yandex, they're going to be joining us in Copenhagen, so it's a big win for them, a nice 2-0 win for Spirit. I just don't really know what to make of this. It's not like they lost gas by any means, but the fact that they have to look towards what is going to come in their future for the competitive season.
Yeah, they kind of never had gas in the first place. I think this is a team that they've just swapped a player. I don't think, like, they still have their identity. They're trying to be Team Spirit, but they haven't had that same pizzazz, that same spark, the same aura they've had when you compare it to the old days. And so I don't know what the fix is, because I don't know how to play that style of Dota. I don't think many people do besides them. It's a situation that I don't think many people are capable of fixing or navigating through, because it's just such a unique way of playing. So I'm just kind of watching and waiting and hoping they figure it out.
I'd argue there was points in this group stage that they had the aura, like against P-Vision when they had the Drow games. That like there was moments of it, but even against OG, like sure it's like very stompy, but like they look like, okay, if Spirit have the right draft, they can stomp out games. It's just the variance of their drafts. See, like they sometimes, you know, fly too close to the sun, and then like teams like Yandex or like a Falcons or someone or Aurora, they'll kind of go, you cannot do that against us. Like, please, you know, tone down your creativity. And like this game too, for example, like giving away the Lone Druid, not really having a response to it, like then they can't be the mistakes you're making if you're trying to make like grand finals of a tournament, playoffs of a tournament.
Well, it feels like then the teams that you're mentioning, you would favor them slightly more to take out Blast Slam 7 to potentially win it all.
As I said last time, that it truly is anyone's game. That's how beautiful and competitive Dota is. Brackets, European teams. LGD,
bracket.
close bracket, ... new sentence, whatever. LGD though, they hopefully, for the sake of narrative, can, you know, change a bit of that shaping because, yeah, Europe is very dominant. Any mix of them can always win.
Well, the other reason why I ask is because if you guys want to head over to Poly Market, it is the official prediction market for Blast Slam 7. You can have a look, and it looks like now Falcons are the most favored team. When we checked in the other day, it was Parivision that was up there by a large margin, but now it's ever so slowly leaning in favor of Falcons. They're at 30%, Pari 26%, Yandex just below them at 22 now. And then, yeah, that final non-European team you mentioned, LGD, at 14%.
Yeah, they're kind of holding it down for everyone other than Europe. So, you know, for the sake of regions doing well, I'm just going to throw my bias towards LGD. I'm bored of Europe winning everything. End of sentence. Quinn?
I'd love to see Aurora win. I think it'll be hilarious to see Nightfall finally win a tournament.
I don't think that's hilarious. It'd be a weight off of my shoulders as a Nightfall fan.
No, but that's the thing though. You know how Arme, okay, Nightfall fan, I see. Like Arme not winning TI, like when he wins TI, what happens to the narrative? What if Nightfall wins the tournament? Like we don't know. It's uncharted territory.
That's where we begin the Nightfall dynasty.
I don't know if I'm ready for a Nightfall TI win yet.
Yeah.
Last win, I don't know if I'm ready for a TI win Nightfall yet.
Can we scroll just that little bit further down? The team below Team Spirit, I believe, is going to be Liquid, if we could display that one. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that one up, they're at 6% prediction to win the whole thing, Aurora at 22%, but they're both going up against each other right now over on the B stream. So that would mean surely they're heavy favorites, Aurora, in that best of 3 to make it to Copenhagen.
Yeah, you'd think that, but of course, either team, if they are to win, they have to go up against BB, then P-Vision. They're really, really scary teams, especially because we know they've proven themselves in double in bracket forms before. So yeah, it's just very scary for Liquid or Aurora.
Yeah, well, thank you again to Poly Market. There you guys can head on over if you want to have a look at any more predictions. But Quinn, where would you be looking at Aurora and Liquid? Are you going to be a bit more of a fence sitter like T?
I mean, Aurora was stomping game 1. To me, it's a Makoto puck situation. If you give it, you're gonna lose. If you ban it, you might win. But please stop.
You might win.
You might win. There's no guarantee. But you need.
Welcome to the fence, brother.
That's not a fence. That's not a fence sitter. I don't think there's a guarantee. I think Aurora is probably better than Liquid right now, and Aurora it will likely win the series. But if Liquid wants a chance, they need to ban the Makoto.
I don't know.
You should workshop that one.
Makoto?
Pakoto is way cooler.
So cool. So
you don't like the Makotok?
No, don't say that again, actually, please.
You mispronounced that then. Yeah, some memes you don't want to see.
You're walking the line there.
I didn't mispronounce anything.
Yeah, you say that, but
let's have a look at our last chance qualifier bracket here. I'm already misspeaking there. Like we had on the A stream today, OG unfortunately lost in an 0-2 against Spirit, who then had to play up against Yandex, who came in and really showed us all how it's done. They had a phenomenal 2 games, and that's why they take one of the 2 slots to join us here in Copenhagen. And then Aurora eking out the win against Tundra with a game 3 needed. Did you say it had concluded game number 1 of Aurora Liquid?
I don't think it, not when I saw it, but they were getting mollywopped.
Okay, well, it is still going either way. Their best of 3 by no means has concluded there. They're still on game 1.
Okay, looks like a comeback maybe. Or don't call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. Maybe just a stall out.
I have no idea the context of this game, and my glasses are not good enough, so all I know is the team with Aurora logo has Aegis, so thumbs up.
And gold lead.
Thumbs up. Well, you guys can head on over to that B stream if you want to see more of the action. We'll continue it along. But before you do, you want to stay tuned because we're going to look at our playoffs bracket. We've already said that Yandex has taken one of the 2 remaining slots. That is going to put them in that upper bracket up against Falcons. The winner will then go up against LGD. Of course, Parivision is going to be coming up against whoever wins out of BetBoom and that best of 3 that's now occurring over on the B stream.
all I know is like LGD having this incredible form, getting #1, like knowing that they're waiting in that semi-final, looking at Falcons or Yandex, like how dominant Yandex just was, like that is not an easy feat. But if LGD win that best of 3s, like they really are going to stamp themselves, like they are going to actually be a contender. And it wasn't just the fluke of a best of 1 group stage. So I'm really happy that LGD are actually facing a really formidable opponent, like instantly.
Yeah, I'm just excited to get to see. It's a great bracket with a lot of great teams, and I think it's a tournament that pretty much anybody in that bracket can win the tournament, and that's just cool. That's fun. It means every series is a barn burner. It's got that spice, that je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi.
The fence. See, he just joined me.
I think that's different. He's hyping it up. He's having some fun. And look, you're going to have to keep the hype going. Well done, Quinny. You're going to have to keep the hype going because it's going to be a number of sleeps between us right now and when we get to see that double elimination bracket. We'll see you guys on Thursday. Head on over to that B stream and see who wins, Liquid or Aurora.